morning. Good morning. It's Monday. It's December 1st. It's time for Massachusetts versus Brian Walshe. He's been accused of killing his wife in Massachusetts. A lot of overlap in law enforcement from the Karen Read case. And, well, it's the courtroom her case was originally in before Alan Jackson had objection to the witness stand. But it was the courtroom that was familiar from the early motions in the Karen Read case, but not the trial. Different judge, different prosecutor, different defense attorneys. And we'll see what the facts are. We are going into this one watching it like a jury. So as always, chat and replay crew, love you. Comments, thank you for no spoilers, because we've covered this briefly in the discovery motions dealing with the proctor of it all, but we have not gotten into a ton of the facts in this case. So it will be interesting to watch it unfold today in opening statements and then as we go. And Proctor is on the defense witness list. And as I said, we are going to be rolling a bit behind real court time, which is how I prefer to roll. And it gives us plenty of zoom room. And then we can, scoot through the court breaks. And I'll probably put the speed up a little bit as the judge reads the opening jury instructions. Remember, this jury was selected early the week before Thanksgiving, and then they were on break for the entire week of Thanksgiving. So they are just coming back. I hope they had a good break. I hope you had a good break. It's like Monday, December 1st. Let's go. Everything happening right now. And, I'm told by many that it's supposed to get very snowy in Massachusetts tomorrow. We're supposed to get some snow here in Tennessee. Maybe? ? But it's cold. You guys let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. Thank you for being here with me for another trial. I made a cappuccino. This morning was a whole situation, but that's all right. We've got plenty of zoom room. We've got court, and we can just get to it. So Lawnards, are you ready? Hear ye, hear ye. We are once again gathered in the county of Norfolk, court in Dedham, for another trial in Massachusetts. It's day one, you guys. It's day one. So you're going to get all your holiday errands done, because if you don't, it's going to be Christmas before we're done with this. So make a list, because we're going to get it all done. We're going to have to. Let's ride. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time, so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. All right, are you ready? Let's rock. We are going to court. This is at the very, very beginning of the day. Those are very bright orange handcuffs. And the court will be coming on. There will likely be a few little check-ins. Did they say hear ye? I didn't even hear them. There will likely be a few check-ins with the attorneys. All I heard was a gavel bang. They will likely be a few check-ins with the attorneys before the jury comes
Your Honor,
in.
In the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe, Norfolk Superior Court, criminal indictment number 2020.
No, I don't have it sped up yet. We're just moving mass fast, but this is the trial courtroom. So we are going to get rolling. I brought breakfast with me, so don't worry. When I go to small screen, it's because I brought breakfast with me. It's been that kind of morning.
30091. The matter is called for trial. Defendants present in court with his attorney Larry Tipton and Kelly Porges. Commonwealth is represented by ADA Greg Connor, Ann Yaz, and Tracy Cusick. Counsel starting with the Commonwealth.
Said that very fast, but defense attorneys, prosecuting attorneys, let's go.
Kindly identify yourselves for the court and the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Mr. Connor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Ms. Yaz.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Ms. Cusick.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr.
Ms. Porges.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for
Mr.
Mr.
Tipton.
Welcome, everyone. Please be seated.
Defendant Walsh. New judge, who dis? I know the clerk was moving it.
A few things that I had on my radar for this morning, and then a few things that you put on my radar last night.
Already with the sass. I'm going to try to gain up the audio a little bit. It's going to be a constant battle today, I'm sure. I love that the judge is like, a few things that were on my radar and some things you put on my radar Sunday of Thanksgiving break before a Monday. Well, Your Honor, you could have ran trial Monday through Wednesday last week. The jurors would have hated it, but you could have. Tipton is the defense attorney that's been on this case the whole time, but we've seen him with the worst microphone in the world on Zoom arguing over Trooper Proctor stuff. It'll get better, I'm sure. Fingers crossed.
Wrapping up our statistics with regard to our impanements, I just want to put on the record, on the last day of jury impanement, we saw 45 jurors. 30 of those answered yes to question 5, 2 were seated. 1 person answered yes to question 8, 0 people were seated. And I think if my math is accurate, and I'm sure one of you will correct me if I'm not, at the end of the impanelment, the Commonwealth exercised 4 peremptories, the defense exercised 8 peremptories.
So the court's just making a record about the jury.
There are a few motions that have been circulating in the last few hours.
Oh, you
and I want
Lord.
to first address with the parties.
It's not surprising that there are last minute things before the jury comes in and opening statements begin. Remember, even before opening statements begin, the court has to do all of the jury instructions. We'll do that at 1.25. A lot of you are asking for closed captions. This feed and others do not have them. I'm hoping they will be on later today and we will switch feeds. But this feed that has the cleanest audio does not have them at the moment. They normally forget for the first day. Hopefully it will get better, but we will check for different feeds as the day goes on. I can't deal with all of the banner, but I will do my best to find one. So a lot of you are asking, wait, I heard he pled guilty. He only pled to some of the counts. He did not plead guilty to the murder. He pled guilty to disposing and improperly disposing of the body and of misleading police. So he's still on trial for the murder of his wife only. First degree murder, just 1 count.
It doesn't have a paper number, but has a title of defendant's motion in limine to exclude the evidence of the hole in the ceiling at the Walshe residence and the remainder of that, to which the Commonwealth opposed. Do either party wish to be heard on that in oral argument?
I forgot because it's been so long since we've been in court. Hold on.
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, with respect to the ceiling, I'd rest on the papers. However, with the Richard Walker email, through an investigation, nothing ties this email ruse to Mr. Walshe. We have indicated that we have no intention on crossing on this, on making this an issue in the case. So it really is just a red herring that could be potentially inflammatory. It has no relevance. As the court knows, he pled to misleading. And this is not
Casey, that's
consciousness
fair.
of guilt. This doesn't go to malice because nothing is tied to him. So I don't think it should be submitted to the jury.
Thank you.
These are last minute.
Your Honor, the
402s.
email was being put in to show the thoroughness of the investigation. The police received it as one of the many tips.
You think the prosecutors want to get out ahead of the thoroughness of the investigation when they know that Proctor's on the defense witness list? You bet they do.
And they actually asked the defendant about the name in one of the interviews. And so that is why the Commonwealth was seeking to enter the email so it would show why the police were asking about this particular name.
Defense's motion is denied. The evidence will be admitted.
All right. The court's
It
letting
is
in.
relevant to the issues, even with regard to the issue of Richard Walker. The Commonwealth gets to prove its case and prove that it was thorough. In its case, I'll permit it in my discretion. There's another motion that you raised by
So the email comes
to
in.
Madam Clerk yesterday or last night.
Remember, apparently this courthouse doubles as a fire station because all we're going to hear is all and all and all and all of the sirens. All.
With regard to the emails of Mr. Fasto. And I asked this morning, Madam Clerk, to ask you, what paper are you talking about? Because I know it was a long break, but I don't remember reviewing Mr. Fasto's emails since the time I reviewed them in connection with the grand jury. And that was in connection with the summer motions that we had. I got back. And,
I
it's
was
paper
being
number
facetious.
200.
They're just in a city
It's not
center.
paper number 200. Paper number 200 has to do with defendant's own text messages. So as a preliminary matter, we can handle it down the line.
Which
unless
docket
somebody
number?
feels that they are going to have a problem with that in terms of your opening statements. You know what I mean? All right. So is there a problem with that, not resolving that for the Commonwealth?
I was going to reference a image that was sent to Mr. Fastow in my opening.
Is that the photo of Anna Walsh and her son?
Yes. And the basis for that, Your Honor, is that Mr. Mutlu acknowledges in an interview that it was sent to Mr. Fastow that evening. And so that was where the good faith basis was to mention it. So I was intending to mention it. Also, the defendant acknowledged a text of that photo in one of the interviews.
All right. Is there a problem with that aspect of it?
So Mr. Mutlu saying that someone told him that this photo was sent is hearsay.
No, Mr.
However,
Mutlu sent the photo to Mr.
No, what they're saying is that Anna Walsh sent the photo to Mr. Fastow in this series of text exchanges. So it's contained in the text messages that we're objecting to.
All right. What paper number is it?
Your Honor, this was the government's motion in limb to admit text messages.
That's of the defendant. That's a different issue entirely.
I don't know, Your Honor. They had moved to admit text messages. I don't know the paper number. It's just the...
It's the defendant's text messages that they moved to admit.
No, there were text messages.
It sounds like Andy
There's
Mills.
also, maybe it's the nature of the relationship. Is it that one you're thinking of, Ms. Cusick?
When she's asking what paper number, she's asking what docket number, like what motion.
Somebody give me a paper number so I can get on the same page with you.
Did
Your
we
Honor,
handle this
Paper
in?
200 is the Commonwealth's motion to admit text messages. The last paragraph deals with Mr. Fastow and the victim's text messages.
So that's why she's asking what paper number, what docket number, like
To which
what,
I wrote in my effort to be.
what fucking motion are we dealing with? Tell me, what are we talking about? What did I already rule? Why is this coming up now? I feel for the judge. Tell me what page we're on. I can't help you. You don't help me, help you. So the judge is now going to read her own order, it sounds like.
Messages.
It's very per my last email when the judge is like, and
To
I
which I
said,
wrote in my effort to be ever transparent. This is going back to motion in limine number 13, paper number 197.
literally per my last email. Oh, my in-ears are staying with me.
That's not.
Cup of coffee said, hi, everyone, running late, but I'm
Your
now
Honor,
here
I
with
believe I
a
have it as paper number 199, which is Commonwealth's motion
macchiato.
13.
Here's
We're
what I'm
all
going to
running late.
suggest.
It's Monday. It's all good. They're still doing
The
preliminary
Commonwealth,
things.
I assume, intends to offer, or this testimony would be offered through Mr. Fastow. When is he testifying?
This week, Your Honor, I think maybe Thursday.
All right, then we deal with it later on down the line. And
Got my own.
all right,
Yes, Your Honor.
now
Okay, later. Perfect.
the other motion that was filed.
There's
Same
another
question.
one.
And that has to do with the Commonwealth's motion to eliminate to exclude the defendant from making any reference of his plea of guilty to the disinterment and to the lying to the police.
Oh, so the Commonwealth's on the same page we are, aren't they? The Commonwealth thinks that the defendant, I am speculating that the Commonwealth thinks that the defendant's going to get up on the stand and said, I took responsibility for the shit I did. I'm on trial for the first degree murder because that's the shit I didn't do. And the Commonwealth filed a motion because remember, that just happened during jury selection. The Commonwealth filed a motion saying, you don't get to talk about your guilty plea. I'm interested to see what the arguments are on this because that's exactly what he's going to do. Of course it is. That's why he's pleading guilty.
Is that impacted by anyone's? Is that going to,
we have to do
ruling
this
on
now?
that, is that going to impact anyone's opening?
It will not affect the Commonwealth's opening. We're looking to avoid it.
It will not.
It will not?
It will not for opening, no.
All right, so
I
I,
like
just
this,
want
Judge.
to
Can
be
we
as
do this shit
transparent
later?
and as clear as I can be on the record. So I have not ruled on that, which means failing to rule it at this point, which I'm happy to rule on it.
The judge is like, can we do this later?
I don't think the law is going to get any clearer because there is no law on this. But that means that's going to put limitations on the defense in terms of what you can open on, right?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
All right. I just want to make sure that we're all speaking the same language.
Judge, just so there's no surprise, there is a statement in my opening that said he lied to police. That doesn't trigger this issue.
No.
He can say that.
It doesn't. He did lie to police.
He can.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
Well, to the extent that you need to hear it out of my mouth, he can say that.
Yes, he can.
He can say, I misled the police. He can say, I lied to the police.
We're just talking about the issue of the guilty plea. And the court wants to put this over for later. But she also wants to be clear. The judge is like, I don't want anyone fucking around. Clearly. So we're not talking about his guilty pleas in opening. All right, we'll see how it goes.
All right.
This
Are there
judge is
any
like,
more preliminary matters? We have 16 jurors in the House. My intention with regard to them is to inquire of them first thing now, after I greet them, and ensure myself by asking the 3 questions that I go through. It's actually 4 in this case because I added the social media, no news media.
same 3 questions, jurors. Well, now 4.
Yeah. I'll presume for the sake of argument right now that all of them are going to have been obedient to that. If they aren't, of course, we'll deal with it and we'll address it.
Can you imagine going to Thanksgiving
And we'll go from there.
and
If we
telling
get,
your...
we
Mr.
have still-
Tipton is in such an awkward angle, I thought the feed had frozen. Can you imagine going to Thanksgiving, telling your family that you are a juror on a case that's starting December 1st and not being able to talk about it, and telling everyone, like, y'all can't talk to me. Y'all can't talk to me at all. That would be difficult.
We'll have 16 in the box. We'll swear them in. And then we'll be off and running. Any questions about that?
Yeah, that would be hard.
No.
That would be hard.
Your Honor, no question about that. There are some housekeeping matters. Counsel wished to have 4 witnesses recognized. I have them here. And in addition, we had a series of stipulations that we wanted to present to the court.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. And forgive me because I was focusing on the Richard Walker email. I didn't hear your judgment on the hole in the ceiling.
On the what?
The hole in the ceiling.
The entirety of that motion is denied.
Okay.
The hole in the
so
ceiling?
with that, I could have the officers that counsel wishes to recognize be brought in, and we could have them recognized right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to sign that? Sure. The hole in the
Bring up
ceiling.
one issue.
Dear Liza, dear Liza.
Before this?
Doesn't matter, just, I'll wait till they're recognized and I'll bring it up.
Identify yourself for the record.
The defense is asking to have some witnesses identified. I think these are probably the witnesses for today. So we'll see.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Oh, we might have said hole
morning.
in ceiling.
So you're all in.
I thought he said hole in the ceiling. He might have said hole in the ceiling. Wait a second. I got to back up. Did I hear any names of that suit looks really familiar. You guys, is that Buchanan? It looks like Buchanan.
Good morning. Good morning. So you're all in here because the defense wants you to be recognized, which means that you're under court order. You need to make yourself available for this trial whenever you're told, and the
It totally
lawyers will
is.
be back in contact with you when you are actually needed as the case goes along. Do you understand? Yes, sir. And you agree to come back? Yes, sir. All right.
So they're being ordered back. That's totally Buchanan. I recognize the guy next to him too. When I said there's going to be some overlap,
Thank you very much.
I still like that suit. As much as Buchanan irks me, I still like that suit. Oh boy. I know. It's like the crossover episode you never wanted, and there you are.
Your Honor, I'm handing up to the clerk
Good morning, Trooper
three
B.
series of stipulations. One is concerning the Richard Walker email, now that it's going to be admissible.
Stipulations are things that are agreed upon between the defense and the prosecution that need to be taken as fact by the jury.
I believe that stipulation could be read to the jury. There is also a stipulation concerning the chain of custody of the known DNA samples,
Oh,
which
boy.
would negate the need to call certain witnesses from the FBI. And then finally, there's stipulations. This third one does not need to be read to the jury, but it's just for the record and can be marked as for ID, concerning financial records. And so we were going to have that. And then also, I believe we have a stipulation concerning the federal conviction and federal charges.
All right. So I'll have these all marked for identification at this point. I don't usually send stipulations to the jury. I just consider it like any other evidence, and by
read them.
sending it in as a special something, it seems to me to improperly highlight that evidence. They've got to remember what the stipulations.
Remember, chat, this defendant had a pending at the time of the alleged murder or the death of Anna Walsh. They are here to prove whether it was a murder or not. He had a pending federal case regarding selling fake Warhol paintings on eBay. So there is like a whole separate non-violent, fraudy type crime going on.
Are. That said, if they ask
That I
me
believe
back
he's
what the
pled to at this
stipulations
point
were, I
and been
typically
sentenced
answer
to
that
at this
question.
point.
Yes,
But I don't send them in. So I'll have them marked individually for identification. Where are we right now with regard to that?
Letter D will be on next slide.
All right, D for dog is the stipulation regarding Richard.
I'll let the D is for dog go. D is for donkeys, Your Honor. It's Massachusetts. Come on.
Walker. E will be the stipulation regarding the DNA samples of Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh. F will be the stipulation regarding authentication of records. And G will be the stipulation regarding the federal prosecution of the defendant. And when we get to the point in the case that you wish me to read those stipulations, just cue me by ID number that this is the time you want them to be read.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right?
That's it for the Commonwealth for housekeeping.
All right. Attorney Tipton.
First, the preliminary instructions, we're asking that no consciousness of guilt preliminary instruction be given.
I don't have one in there. All I have is
Done.
the elements of first-degree murder by premeditation and the normal, beyond a reasonable doubt, and presumption of innocence,
The preliminary instructions are needed, but they can be kind of basic.
all that stuff.
Okay.
But there's nothing about COG in there.
Okay.
Consciousness
and
of
secondly,
guilt.
Our understanding was that the sentencing was going to occur today. Are we wrong about that?
What?
I don't know that we set the day to take place, but I also don't think it's going to have bearing on the ruling on that other motion if you're concerned about that.
The defense wanted Brian Walsh to be sentenced on the counts that he has pled to today. There's no need to do it before the end of trial.
I guess the next question is, does the court know when sentencing would be scheduled?
Well, we can talk about it. Nobody was pressing the issue, but now maybe that's changed. I think when we took the plea last Tuesday,
After
or
trial.
maybe it was the Tuesday before, right?
Yes, Tuesday before.
We had talked about giving the Commonwealth sufficient time to get a victim impact statement in. I haven't seen that. At some point, it sort of felt to me like maybe we just do it all together if there's a conviction at that.
Also, I don't know why the feed got hazy. It's like the sun is just in the eyes of the camera in court. I don't know. But it's not you.
And if not, I'll just sentence him on the other two charges. But I don't have any, firm beliefs about whether it needs to be done before or after. So if either party wants me to do it sooner rather than later, put the other side on notice that the victim impact statements need to be to me by a certain date so that I consider them. And if there's anything beyond in writing that the defense wants me to consider, I'm happy to consider that too. So
We'll talk to the Commonwealth.
all right, sounds good.
He's in custody. He's not out on bail. So he's in custody. The judge is like, we don't need to do this. I believe he already got sentenced on the federal crimes. I'll need to double check what it was. The judge is going to bring the jury in. Let me try to switch court feeds real quick. See if anything else happens before the jury comes in. And then I can switch feeds. We're going to have to deal with a little bit of something that annoys me one way or the other to get some closed captioning. Let's zoom. All right, give me a second. Let's zoom. All right. The jury's coming in. The judge is going to start to instruct them. I'm going to go to closed captioning because what I would love to do. Oh, maybe we get the hear yees. Hold on. I'm going to wait and see if we get the hear yees. What I would love to do is 1.25, the judge reading the jury instructions. A lot of you are asking if there is a plea. There was a plea. Well, there was a change of plea. He pled guilty. It was not a plea deal, but it was a plea. He pled guilty on 2 counts. The defense was just asking, hey, can we sentence him on those 2 counts? No, but he did. He had a change of plea. He pled guilty. There was not a plea deal. There's no agreement on what he will be sentenced to. He's facing upwards of 10 years on that, maybe 13. His federal case was selling fake Warhols. We haven't delved into the federal case. I think he's been sentenced on that. But what he is trying to negate in this trial is the first-degree murder that is life, period. So that is the fight here. And I think we'll see the defense arguing not only he didn't do it, but also that there's no proof of intent. Because remember, the victim here was not recovered. So the prosecution's not going to be able to say how she passed away. Don't worry, we'll fly to Massachusetts before opening statements. We'll have some time to get there. Let's see if they do the hear yees. I'm going to try to get us queued up to try to find some closed captions. We're going to have to deal with some scrolly bits on the bottom, but we'll deal with it. We'd rather have closed captions. I agree with you. I'd rather have them too. But you know how I feel about it.
Hear ye. All persons having any due for the Honorable Justice Diane Fernier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. Those of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this honorable court, please be seated. Please turn up your cell phones.
Huzzah! There we have them. There we have them, law nerds. There it is. Hear yees. And don't worry, if you all have to pop out, we will notify the Law Nerd app when opening statements start. The judge is going to do the opening jury instructions. I missed the hear yees too, chat. I absolutely did. I love me a hear ye. It is just, I'm charmed. There are a lot of things that annoy me about courts in Massachusetts. I am forever charmed by the hear yees. I absolutely love them. And I am so glad that they are back. All right, we're going to switch. We'll deal with some scrolly bits at the bottom so that we can have closed captioning. It's fine. It's going to be fine. But we got to the hear yees. At least we got some hear yees. Oh, we can't do court in Massachusetts without the hear yees. So let us get to, look, man, it's just going to be what it is. Let's get to closed captioning. At least Court TV has closed captioning.
Yes or no. And then
So this is the word I skipped as the jury, as the camera panned from the court. There we go. We're back to the hear yees. Oh, and now my audio is down again. All right. Let's get that audio. Where? Oh, that's why. Hold on, law nerds. That's completely my fault. I was in the wrong browser. And the audio gets way compressed. I had it all together. Lies. I had it partly together. I had us queued up properly. As best we could. I had us queued up properly so that we could get started. And then I was in the wrong spot. All right. Let's do this one more time with more volume. I'm excited. All right. Third time's the charm, everybody. It's a Monday. It's going to be a Monday. It might be a Monday even when it's not a Monday, but we're going to take care of that volume.
Please turn off your cell phones.
There we go. That sounds better. All right. We've got closed captioning. We'll deal with distractions on screen. We've got closed captioning. We'll fix it in post. Let's go. One more time. Just in time for the cars beeping and the rest
Morning,
of it.
jurors. Morning. It's nice to see you all as a group for the first time. The jurors, I
the
hope you
jurors
all
are
had a
in.
nice holiday break.
Law Nerds,
And,
I hope you
we're
did
here
too.
to start the trial today. Before we
go any further, we're going immediately to 1.25 speed. And at 1.25 speed, we are going to go through the preliminary jury instructions where she tells them how to listen to the evidence and take it in.
take any steps to further the trial, I want to go over with you and
1.25.
ask you each individually, as a group, but you're going to answer individually, whether you were able to comply with my orders that I placed on you when you were impaneled. So the way I do it is I'm going to ask
Those
you
three
the question.
questions.
There's 4 questions.
Four
and then
questions.
I'm going to ask you to answer once verbally, yes or no. And then nod your head, yes or no, until you and I make eye contact. And I will scan first from the left rear to the right.
She's like,
And front left to the right.
I'm looking
Keep
at
on
you,
nodding until
Kowalski.
you
She's
really
like,
know
I
that
see
connected.
you.
Sometimes you think I connected and I didn't, and then I'll have a long pause. Sounds more complicated than this. It's really quite simple.
She's like, look me in
Sir,
my
were you
eyes
able
and
to comply
promise.
with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case?
I'm watching you. Always
Were you able to
watching,
comply with my order that you
Wazowski.
not go on social media or
Always
access any news
watching.
media? And you all still have open minds.
Just let them all say yes.
With those 4 questions all answered in the affirmative by each juror, we're ready to begin today's work.
Would you like the jurors sworn?
Oh, I
in?
love that.
Members of the jury, if you could please stand.
I'm
and raise
ready
your
to
right
begin
hand.
today's work. I know, it's funny watching it
Do we
sped
solemnly
up.
swear or affirm that you will well and
Can
truly
you
try the
imagine
issue
how
between the
long that
Commonwealth
takes
and the
not
defendant
sped
according
up,
to the law
though?
and the evidence,
Damn.
so help you God. Thank you all. You may be seated. Members of the jury, hearken to the indictments returned by Norfolk County Grand Jury. Mr. Walsh, if you could stand, please.
Oh, they're going to reread the indictment.
Norfolk
in.
criminal.
All right, I'm going to slow this down for the rereading of the indictment for those of you that are new today and are like, wait, there's live court? Yes. I'm going to slow that down. I'll zoom it back up when we get to the reading of the jury instructions that we've now heard umpteen times. Keep an open mind, listen to the evidence, et cetera, et cetera.
Indictment number 2023-0091 alleges that Brian Walshe of Cohasset in the county of Norfolk on or about January 1st, 2023, at Cohasset in the county of Norfolk, did assault and beat Anna Walsh with intent to murder her, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder said Anna Walsh in violation of Mass General Law, Chapter 265, Section 1. Members of the jury, to this indictment, the defendant has pleaded that he is not guilty, and he has placed himself before his country, which country you are, for trial. If he is guilty, you shall say so and no more. If he is not guilty, you will say so and no more. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. You can be seated.
Yes, Chad, I also love defense counsel's pony.
Thank you,
It is
Madam
always
Clerk.
very cute.
So jurors, as I told you in the impanelment period, you will be responsible for deciding this case. Please pay careful attention to the evidence that you'll see and hear during this trial. When the evidence is complete, I will explain the legal rules that you must apply to decide this case. You will then meet in private to discuss and consider the evidence, apply those rules,
All right.
and work together to reach a unanimous verdict.
Your Honor, you're very clear and
Before we
articulate.
start the trial itself, I'm giving you some initial
So you're at
instructions,
1.25.
also known as the pre-charge. I will explain the indictment that Madam Clerk just read
is the
aloud
pre-charge.
and describe what will happen during the trial. I will explain my role as the judge, the lawyer's important role, and your role as jurors. I will discuss some of the legal rules that apply to this case, and I will explain and remind you of some important things you must do and must not do during this trial. A moment ago, Madam Clerk read the language of the indictment in this case. An indictment is a legal document that formally accuses someone of a crime. The indictment in this case charges Mr. Walsh with committing murder.
Murder!
The indictment is not
Emily, you've been
evidence
watching
in
too
this
much
case,
Traitors.
and the fact that the defendant is facing this charge does not mean that he is guilty of committing
I
any
only want to say
crime.
murder the way that it's
As I
said
told
on
you when we were
Traitors now.
choosing you as jurors, the defendant has pleaded not guilty to the charge. And at the end of the
I
trial,
saw
you,
the
the jury, will
rosary
decide
chat.
whether the prosecution has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt.
Look, chat, if you are ever in his chair, and none of you will be, and I hope that you never are, you play to your audience. This man is playing to his audience. So I am not surprised that he has a rosary in his hand. However, I am surprised that the bailiffs allowed it. But
Let me give you an outline of the trial. When I finish these initial instructions, the prosecutor and the defense will make their opening statements. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence will show. After the opening statements, you will hear testimony from various witnesses. The evidence may also include documents and other things. The prosecution will call witnesses first. Then, the defendant will have the chance to call additional witnesses if he chooses to do so. Both sides may question each witness. After you see and hear all of the evidence, each side will make their closing arguments to summarize the evidence and suggest conclusions you may reach based on the evidence and the law. The lawyer's opening statements and their closing arguments may help you make sense of the evidence you see and hear during this trial, but the openings and the closings are not evidence. At the end of the trial, I will instruct you in detail on the legal rules that you must apply in deciding this case, and I give them to you both orally, as I'm doing now, but you get written copies of the charge that go back with you as well. You will then discuss the case in private and work together as a jury to agree on a verdict. Let me next address the roles of everybody in this courtroom, and I'll start with myself first. As a judge, I am responsible to make sure this case is tried fairly, efficiently, and according to the law. I must make sure that you see and hear only evidence that's allowed under what we call our rules of evidence. Those rules determine what evidence the lawyers may and may not present to you. The purpose of these rules is to make sure that what you see and hear during this trial is relevant to the case and appropriate for you to consider. If one of the lawyers says objection, that means that that lawyer thinks a particular answer or an exhibit that's being offered violates those rules of evidence. If I'm not persuaded by the objection, I will say overruled. That means that the witness may answer the question or the other party may show you the exhibit, and you may consider the answer or the exhibit as evidence. If I instead say sustained, that means that the witness may not answer the question or that the proffering party may not show you the exhibit, because under our rules, you may not consider the answer or the exhibit. If I sustain an objection, you may not talk about or try to guess or speculate what the answer might have been. There are times when I may say to you, disregard something or allow a motion to strike, something that you've already heard or seen. If that happens, that means that the testimony or exhibit that I strike, you must disregard it and you may not consider it. As the judge in the case throughout the trial, there may be times when I give you mid-trial instructions on a particular area of law. And at the end of the trial, I will give you, as I said, those detailed oral and written instructions. Let me next talk about the role of the lawyers. The lawyers in this case have their own important role. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their position. They may also object to evidence, as I just mentioned, offered by the other side.
I know a lot of you are like 1.5,
Please don't hold it against any of the
1.5, not
lawyers
yet.
if they
That'll
make
get
an
too fast
objection.
for
The
everybody.
lawyers have to let me know when they think there's a potential evidentiary issue that I need to decide.
Yes, they do. That is their job.
Let me next talk about your role. Jurors, you have the most important role in this trial.
They do.
After you have heard and seen all of the evidence in the case, you will decide who and what to believe. Whether the prosecution has proved the defendant is guilty of the crime charge based on the legal principles I explained to you. You must decide this case based only on the evidence you see and hear inside this courtroom and on my instructions on the law. You may not decide this case based on suspicion, guesswork, or speculation. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses that you'll see from this witness stand, as you recall it, and any other documents or things that become exhibits in the case. Other things that you see and hear during this trial are not evidence. Again, the opening statements and the closing arguments, not evidence. And the questions that the attorneys ask, they're not evidence either. A witness's answers are evidence.
I like her
The lawyer's
inflection.
questions are not. A very important part of your job as jurors is to decide who and what to believe. Whether testimony is contradicted or it is not. It is up to you to decide whether you believe it. You may believe everything a witness says, part of what a witness says, or none of it. The same is true of each exhibit. You must decide whether you believe what it shows or you do not. In deciding who and what to believe, you should ask and consider some important questions. First, was the witness honestly trying to tell the truth or deliberately lying? Though witnesses take an oath to tell the truth, sometimes...
Just a note on that from the chat. The chat said, I love how the judge explains it. All of the judges have to read the opening instructions. These will be the exact same from the Reed case because they are written in the instructions that are approved. Every jurisdiction is going to have different opening and closing instructions for the jury. Her cadence makes it easier to listen to. So I completely resonate with the fact that, oh my God, she makes it easier to understand. She's reading the exact same words that Judge Cannoni read, but the pacing and the inflection makes it so much easier to understand this judge than others. It's everything. And the way she breaks up the sentences helps it make more sense, though these are the same instructions we hear over and over again. So yes, it makes a huge difference who the judge is and how they read the instructions. And that is something that just takes practice. Reading out loud is tough. Book Dragon Jen said, wait, we started on time? How much did I miss? Book Dragon Jen, no, we didn't start on time. And don't worry, we've got you. And opening statements haven't started yet. You're all good. Just jump in where you're at. Don't worry about catching up. We'll be fine. Watch the case briefs later. And if you don't have the Law Nerd app, get the Law Nerd app. You'll see the case briefs later. And it's just a few motions this morning, but you can catch up on those later. It's the delivery that makes the difference, for sure.
The witness says things that a witness knows are false. If you conclude that a witness lied to you about something, then of course, you should not believe that part of the testimony. Second, was the witness accurate? Or did the witness get something wrong without meaning to do so? Sometimes a witness may recall seeing or hearing something, but still be mistaken. If you conclude that a witness tried to be truthful, but that some part of that person's testimony wasn't accurate, then you should not consider the inaccurate testimony. I have no opinion about who or what you should believe, or about how you should decide this case. So please don't take anything that I do or say throughout this trial to suggest to you what you should believe or how you should decide this case.
Yeah, Chad, I don't know if I like this judge or don't like this judge. I like this judge's delivery. She's been clean. She's been easy to understand.
Our system of justice depends on judges like me
and she seems to make
and
decisions
jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I'm sure that you want to be fair, but it's not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions, and they exist even if we're not aware of them, and even if we believe we don't have them. Some of you may have heard of this as called as implicit bias, and that's what I'm talking about
And
now.
yes, I agree. I can like a judge's
As a judge, I
demeanor
have the
and
same
not always
problem
agree
as
with their
everyone
rulings.
else. So let me share a few strategies that I found to be useful.
I don't
First,
think I've
slow
found a
down.
judge where I agree
Don't
with
rush to any
100% of
decision.
their rulings.
Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect
Humans.
stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you'll have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to start making your mind up before then. Third, you should listen closely to the witnesses. That's the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence in the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of any particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial,
These are all of
or
the
gender
mandatory
identity
instructions
groups?
on
At the end of the
implicit
case, I will remind
bias,
you of these
bias.
strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you individually and as a group do your best to resolve this case based on the evidence and the law without sympathy, bias, or prejudice to the best of your ability as human beings.
Yeah, I didn't know there was a Traders Ireland either. I'm
I want to turn now
so
to
down for
certain
that.
legal principles and rules that you must follow in this case, and I will discuss these again in more detail at the end of the case. But here are some key things that you need to know from the beginning. First, let me talk to you about the presumption of innocence. As I told you during the jury selection process, every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of the crime. Mr. Walsh is presumed innocent of the charge.
We should be getting to the last
That means
of
that
the
you must
instructions.
consider
Presumption of
Mr.
innocence is
Walsh
towards
to
the
be
end.
innocent now and must still consider him to be innocent at the end of the trial unless the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented during the trial that the defendant committed the crime charged. And I will explain what I mean by reasonable doubt in just a moment. The defendant does
You
not
guys will
have to
notice I
do
keep switching my
anything to convince you
Pointer
he is
finger ring
innocent.
back and forth
He does
depending
not
on how
have to
much I'm
explain
writing.
anything to the
That
jury.
doesn't inhibit
The
my
defendant does not have to testify, call or question any witnesses,
skills.
or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume he is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charge against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. At the end of the trial, after you've seen and heard all of the evidence, you will deliberate with each other, meaning you'll discuss the evidence and decide on a unanimous verdict. If you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt on the charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on the charge. You may find the defendant guilty of the charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. So the burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charge made against him. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often
I gotta
used
be honest, I
and
miss that
probably
glorious
pretty
clock.
well understood, though it's not easily
Very much.
defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings
The
is
Lord in
open
the
to
chat
some
asked,
possible
will he
or
testify?
imaginary doubt.
I think he's
A charge is proved beyond a
I'm
reasonable
going to pause the judge. I think the defendant is setting up the best case scenario for him to testify. I think he has to.
doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true.
Michelle, I was
When
going
we
to wear mine
refer to
today,
moral
but it
certainty,
didn't
we
dry all
mean
the
the
way in the
highest
dryer.
degree of certainty possible
Tomorrow.
in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that's been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's
Beyond-
guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty. A certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your
There's the
reason
moral
and judgment
certainty
as jurors who are
language.
sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what I mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I've told you that the Commonwealth must prove the charge here beyond a reasonable doubt. To do so, it must prove each element or component part of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. As I said, the charge here is murder. And the Commonwealth is proceeding on the charge of first-degree murder on a theory of deliberate premeditation. In order to prove the defendant guilty of murder
Not
on the
your
theory
lawyer, you
of
must be very
deliberate
busy.
premeditation, the Commonwealth must prove 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused the death of Anna Walsh. Second, that the defendant intended to kill Anna Walsh. That is, the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause Anna Walsh's death. Third, that the defendant committed the killing with deliberate premeditation. That is, he decided to kill after a period of reflection. Fourth, that the defendant did not act in proper self-defense or proper defense of another. And fifth, that there were no mitigating circumstances. Those are the basic 5 elements. And really, jurors, what I'm trying you to absorb at this point is that there are 5 component parts. And each of those component parts, the Commonwealth needs to prove, again, beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me talk about some of the housekeeping matters that you may be thinking about. One or two of you may ask about
Housekeeping, e.g. schedule, lunch, breaks.
is actually when you're being selected as jurors. And I'll start first with note-taking. At the end of the trial, when you meet in private to deliberate, you will have all of the exhibits with you. We cannot provide you a transcript of any of the witnesses'
Members Only
testimony,
Live was a
however.
moment.
So you're going to have to rely on your own memories of what each witness said to you. You may take notes during the trial, if you wish, and our court officers
I take
will
notes.
pass out at an appropriate time a notepad and a note writing implement, a pen or a pencil. I don't know what we have here today. Some jurors find it helpful to take notes while listening to the evidence. It may help you focus on the testimony and to remember what witnesses said. Some of you may not want to take any notes, and that's perfectly fine too. Whether you take notes or not, it's entirely up to you.
Taking notes keeps me focused.
Whether you take notes or you do not, you need to pay close attention to each witness and what they say. In deciding who and what to believe, you should watch and listen carefully to each witness. Think about whether the witness seems believable, whether the witness's memory seems reliable, and anything else about how the witness testifies and what the witness says that helps you determine whether and how much to believe that witness. When you deliberate at the end of the trial, remember that it is your memory that counts. Your notes may help jog your memory about what a witness said, but they are not a substitute for what you and your fellow jurors remember about the testimony. Do not assume that because you or another juror wrote something down, that it is more accurate than your or another juror's memory of what the witness actually said. Your notes are confidential. No one, including me, will read them. The court officers will collect your notebooks and your writing implements at the end of each trial day and will keep them safe, and they'll be returned to you the following morning. And at the end of the trial, I will order the court officers to destroy any notes that were taken. Next talk, I want to talk about your comfort. If you have any trouble seeing anything, hearing anything, if you need an unscheduled break, please raise your hand and one of the court officers will come over. We'll make the necessary adjustments. I remind you that we take a morning break at about 11 o'clock, and that's usually about 20 minutes to 30 minutes.
Talking a
depending on
lot
what I have
gets
to do
ya.
during that time. And then we proceed on to the lunch hour at 1 o'clock. We take a break from 1 to 2, and then the afternoon session is the longest session, 2 hours long, between the hours of 2 and 4. So
The afternoon session is the longest contiguous section at 2 hours long. Florida's like, hold my beer, because Florida is like, we go to like 5, 6, whatever. Florida's like, our afternoons are like 5 hours long. The court's like, no. We take a morning break for 30 minutes. We take a 1 hour lunch, and then we roll through 2 hours in the afternoon. We're going to just zoom through all of that. But Massachusetts court days are definitely a bit shorter, which was part of me being like, okay, we can cover this one because we can zoom. Because we can zoom. I'm going to try to
how your day will lay out.
keep us close to ending time.
If you need
but
to
we'll
communicate
see.
with me at any point during the trial, again, let one of the court officers know and they'll get me the information. And do it through a note is the best way. Finally, jurors, I'm not going to give you the longer version of this because I just asked you about this morning. But it's imperative to the administration of justice in each criminal case, and in this one, that you abide by those rules that you agreed to. If anybody needs another written version of the order that I gave to you, I have plenty of them. Don't hesitate to ask. But I remind you, no social media, no news media. Don't do any research about this case on any media.
That was me.
Don't talk to anyone about this case.
Yeah, not at all.
Continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in the case. It's the first thing that I'm going to ask you every morning, and it's the last thing you're going to hear me remind you of every night. All right?
I mean, I've always done Mas or Menos before it was ever 6-7, more or less. But a lot of you are asking about YouTube changing the way your handles show up.
The lawyers decided that.
YouTube went to handles, not screen names. It was a push. It's a decision. It is rolling out differently across channels. But yes, you will see that your name might look different in the chat because YouTube switched to handles, not screen names. That was a YouTube decision, platform wide. I hope it means we will see being able to tag people on social media. So that's a YouTube decision.
Jurors, I know that you will try this case according to the oath that you took this morning. In that oath, you promised you would well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth
you can edit it,
and
but
the
it just,
defendant according
if
to
it's
the
not
evidence.
taken. I think part of the reason was that they were having a lot of trouble with impersonation accounts, and only one account can have a handle. So you can't have more than one handle. So everybody's showing their handles, so that YouTube's really trying to crack down on impersonators and impersonation accounts. So it'll make it harder because each person can only have one handle. So you'll see them show up a little bit different. Some handles are exactly the same as a channel name, some aren't, but that's what YouTube is changing it to. So the @ and whatever it says after the @ is not just your channel name that you would see. So that's why it was a YouTube change, but they've rolled out, and we can talk about this later, but we talked about it at Made on YouTube. They rolled out a bunch of identity protection for creators, for likeness, face, voice, etc. So I think this is part of that push to making sure that like one person, one handle. I love all of you in the chat just checking, and you're putting it in to be like just checking. I love it so much. I love it. So that's part of it. But YouTube's really trying to make sure that there aren't impersonator accounts, and it is an issue on every platform. So, all right, let's continue.
And the law. If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind, and make your decisions fairly, without prejudice or bias or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive at a just and fair verdict. It's now
I love
time
that
for
all of
the
you are
opening
checking.
Statements. And you'll
Free.
find, that
Feel
there are
free to
customs
check.
in the law, many customs in the law that dictate how the case plays out. And the first custom I'll alert you to is that the Commonwealth opens the case first.
I know, and members saw all the new gavels because you guys have new gavels. Yeah, you guys are free to check.
Your Honor, may it please the court?
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, theys and everyone, are we ready for jury selection? I always start with ladies and gentlemen because that is how we address the jury, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I'm waiting for us to just be like, humans, humans of the juries. Lawnards of the chat, are you ready for opening statements? Are you ready? Let's fly to Massachusetts since I didn't do it earlier because I was discombobulated. I've recombobulated. I have breakfast. Those of you who are asking what I'm eating for breakfast, I found the Starbucks egg bites that I like the most at Costco in the freezer. So Starbucks will still get my business. It's just going to be at Costco because the potato-y egg bites that I like so much are at Costco. I'm so excited. So that's what I have. I also have a croissant that we will get into later from Wild Grain. You know how much I love my Wild Grain croissants. They're so good. They're just a little harder to eat because they're so crunchy. We're not going to ASMR the food. I'm going to chew while they're doing opening statements. But it's time to fly to Massachusetts. For those of you, you will see your fellow Lawnards come flying in from the Lawnard app. For those of you that are like, Emily, I'm new here. We have a Lawnard app. We let you know when shit goes down in trial. It's when there are big moments in trial, we will ping you in the Lawnard app. If it's just a witness going through 900 photos and marking them, leave and go do the things you need to do and then come back. Turn your notifications on. We will ping you if shit goes down. We've got you. If you want to listen in the background, perfect. But if you need to go do something, the Lawnard app will let you know if stuff goes down. So don't worry about that. We've got you. Lawnard app at lawnardapp.com. We built it for you. It's free for you. Not for us, but that's okay because we built an app. I love it. Let's go to court. Let's fly and let's get to court. I got to make sure I put the prosecutor back at normal speed. Let's go.
It does.
On January 4th, 2023, Teresa Marchese returned to work after New Year's holiday. She works at Tishman Speyer, and she is the director of human.
I'm already immediately in. We started with the date. I have no idea what's about to happen. We're watching this as a juror. I'm already in. It's like, tell me with your Clark Kent glasses, tell me what's going to happen. I'm ready. Let me know. I love it. I love that beginning. It brings in a bit of curiosity, which I love. I backed it up because I immediately paused and started talking.
It does.
With the glasses on immediately. Lawyer mode activated.
On January 4th, 2023, Teresa Marchese returned to work after New Year's holiday. She works at Tishman Speyer, and she is the director of human capital management.
Human capital
that is
management?
To say that she's the director of human resources.
HR? Right.
And Tishman Speyer is a real estate management company, but it's a global real estate management. It has buildings all over the world. And this office that Ms. Marchese works in is in Washington, D.C. When she returned to her office in Washington, D.C. that morning, she was alerted that one of her coworkers' husbands was trying to find her coworker. The coworker was Anna Walsh, and her husband is Brian Walsh. Teresa Marchese knew Anna Walsh because she hired her. She hired her in February 2022 to work at the Washington, D.C. office of Tishman Speyer and to manage some of those buildings in Washington, D.C. She also knew that Anna Walsh commuted from Cohasset to Washington to work at Tishman Speyer.
How long of a
And that
flight
her
is that?
husband, Brian, and her 3 children were still in Cohasset at this time. She also knew where Anna Walsh lived in Washington, D.C. Anna Walsh had bought a townhouse right near where Teresa Marchese lives in Washington. So when she heard that Brian Walsh was looking for Anna,
I thought my commute was long.
and she spoke to her boss, Jeff Chubb. And the two of them went into a conference room and called Brian Walsh. Brian was calm, and he said that on January 1st, Anna left their Cohasset home for a work emergency and had to fly back to Washington, D.C. And he hasn't spoken to her since then.
This is what
This
he's
is the
telling her
longest they've ever
coworkers.
gone without speaking. So, Teresa Marchese went and drove to Anna Walsh's townhouse. She took another employee with her, and on the way there, she had another conversation with Brian Walsh. Brian was calm, and he gave her the combination to the garage so Miss Marchese could get into the building.
Okay.
Miss
That must be
Marchese got
stressful.
there. She was able to look in the windows.
Can you imagine how stressed Ms. Marchese must have been? What do you mean you haven't heard from her? Oh dear.
Nothing was broken. Nothing was out of order. She got into the garage, and she found some cardboard boxes that had yet to be unpacked, some car seats, no car, no Anna Walsh. Now the door from the garage to the home, that was locked, so she couldn't get inside. So, Ms. Marchese called Mr. Walsh back again. And she told him that she was going to loop into this conversation Tishman Speyer's global head of security.
It's the most corporate
who
phrase
also
ever.
works in Washington, D.C.
Let's loop in everybody.
His name is Hugh Dunleavy. He's a retired Secret Service agent.
Let's loop in Hugh.
Mr. Walsh is calm. Mr. Dunleavy is looped into this conversation on the phone, and Mr. Walsh's demeanor changes. He becomes very upset. Mr. Dunleavy calms him down, asks him a series of questions, and Mr. Walsh repeats. Anna left the home in Cohasset on January 1st to come to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. Mr. Dunleavy follows up. Have you called the police? What is the local police department in your town? You live in Cohasset. You need to call the police. The call ends. Mr. Dunleavy works with the Washington police and helps facilitate them getting into the home in Washington, D.C., and Anna is not there. He also calls the Cohasset police just before noon on January 4th. And he reports Anna missing. Hugh Dunleavy from
employer.
Washington, D.C. calls the Cohasset police, and that is the first time Anna Walsh has been reported missing to the police.
So Brian never
It was
called.
done just before noon on January 4th, and no one has seen her since January 1st. Over the next few weeks, it'll be the honor of Ms. Cusick, Ms. Yaz, and myself to represent the Commonwealth. And in that time, we will prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the premeditated murder of his wife, Anna Walsh. And we're going to do that by presenting evidence to you. And evidence will come to you, as Her Honor pointed out, in two different forms. One is kind of tangible. You'll see photos of the family home in Cohasset at 516.
I like that he got into the story, curiosity of, wait, what happened? Wait, what happened? He called the employer reports her missing. He doesn't report her missing. He calls work first, demeanor shift. Then he introduces himself. First, he pulls them in. He pulls in the jury to say, hey, this is what we're here about. Then into introducing himself. Then I think into the rest of the facts. It's a good layout because now I'm like, tell me more. I'm hooked. I want to know. I want to know what else you have to say.
Chief Justice Cushing Highway. You'll see videos from different stores.
I know where Chief Justice Cushing Highway is. It has the roundabouts, but they called them rotaries. And I was like, that's a really long name on a street sign. Last time I was in Mass, I was like, that's a really long name on a street. I know where that is, guys. That one I've got. Let's continue.
You'll see Anna Walsh's banking records. You will also see objects, like a Tyvek suit, like a hatchet, like a hacksaw.
Oh boy.
Now,
right into hatchet and hacksaw.
in addition to those objects, you will hear from witnesses. Witnesses like Teresa Marchese and Hugh Dunleavy, who I just mentioned. You'll also hear from a group of witnesses that are Anna Walsh's friends and colleagues. They will tell you that Anna was 39 years old in January 2003. She was married to the defendant. She had 3 children. Will tell you that she was a Serbian immigrant, that she came to this country and began working in the hospitality industry by working in hotels in Washington and Massachusetts, and that she transitioned to real estate. She got the opportunity to work for Jem Mutlu, who had his own real estate company. She actually wound up running that company for him. That was until February 2022, where she got what Brian Walshe would refer to as a dream job, where she got to work for Titian Spire, and she would make more money than she had ever made before in her career. She had purchased a townhouse in Washington, D.C., and she was expecting to have her family come with her. However, Brian and the children had stayed in Massachusetts. And the reason is that Brian had previously pled guilty to a count of fraud in the Boston Federal District Courthouse. But he hadn't been sentenced yet.
She's looking at the defendant in the defense table, but this is regarding the federal case. It is part of the underlying facts leading up to this case, according to prosecutors. That's the art fraud case. He pled guilty in the art fraud case. He hadn't been sentenced yet, but that case, they are arguing, ties into why he didn't go with her to Massachusetts, which is interesting because I wonder if the defense is going to say she was leaving the marriage, she was starting a separate life, but they talked before this that they were allowed to discuss the federal case, different and separate from the plea in this case.
Now, he was accused of owing over $400,000 of restitution. At this point in time, Anna was the breadwinner for the family, and she had moved to D.C. She was still commuting back and forth, but looking to have the family join her in D.C., and Brian too. However, when she bought the townhouse, she did this with the aid of a real estate agent by the name of William Fastow. She was introduced to Mr. Fastow from her former boss, Jem Mutlu. Mr. Fastow will testify.
It's a lot of names.
He will tell you that they became friends, and that friendship became romantic. And that carried on into November of 2022, when Anna needed to go visit her mother, who was sick back in Belgrade, Serbia. Anna flew to Dublin Island the weekend of Thanksgiving, and Mr. Fastow joined her for that weekend.
What?
She then flew and visited her sick mother in Serbia, and then would return.
Counsel, what? Counsel. Thanksgiving 2022, and she takes another dude home, like home with her to Serbia to spend Thanksgiving with her mother? Oh. So the defense is going to argue that she was already moving on. This is all leading up to New Year's 2023 when the murder is alleged. No, Trinity said you didn't know that. No, we're watching as jurors. All I know is that they were fighting over Proctor's phone. This is new information to me. The prosecutor's trying to kind of skip over that a little bit, that this friend that helped her buy the townhouse took the trip to, well, flew to Ireland and then went to go see her mother. Okay. All of you are like, well, Thanksgiving's only in America. I mean, fair, but she wasn't with her kids at home during that time period. So he did say they were romantic. That's true. Okay. Oh, boy.
Back to the United States, Mr. Fastow, after Dublin, would go back to Washington, D.C.
Right. So he stayed in right. He stayed in Dublin. She went to go see her mother. They went to Ireland. So they were chilling in Ireland with her, yes, paramour, with her Sancho.
But Anna missed Thanksgiving with Brian and the children.
Right? That's kind of a big deal.
And then on Christmas Eve that same year, Anna went out to dinner with Mr. Fastow. They went out to dinner in Annapolis with another couple.
What? They're
And she
double
stayed the
dating?
night. And she was supposed to get a flight out on Christmas Day. But she couldn't get a flight. So she had to drive up from Washington, D.C. to Cohasset. And she missed Christmas Eve and most of Christmas Day with Brian. She would fly back to Washington, D.C. And on December 29th, she would go to dinner with one of her friends who will testify before you. And that friend will say that she was uncharacteristically tired and emotional. You'll also hear from a series of witnesses that dealt with Anna Walshe right before New Year's.
She must have
She
been
returned back
gutted
to
about missing
Cohasset
Christmas.
on December 30th, and she was going to stay with the family until January 3rd. You'll hear how she went to a bar class, B-A-R-R-E. It's an intensive ballet class. You'll hear from the instructor.
I love that he has to explain what a bar class is. It's Massachusetts. He's like, it's not drinking. It's not drinking. We're not talking BACs. We're talking exercise. B-A-R-R-E. We're talking exercise.
Will say that she did exceedingly well now. A person who was with her in a nail salon will testify. She got her nails done on New Year's Eve. And Mr. Mutlu will testify. He went over to the Walshe family residence on New Year's Eve for dinner. 3 adults were there. It was Mr. Mutlu, Brian, and Anna. He got there around 8:30. He brought some snacks for the kids. Actually got to play with the oldest child.
I have no idea what the last name is. I keep hearing Wooloo, and I know it's not Pokemon, but that's what I keep hearing.
And he spent the night talking to his friends. He'd characterize them as jovial. They shared champagne. They weren't drunk. They were enjoying the new year. They actually signed the champagne box.
Massachusetts.
You'll see that.
They were drunk.
Where they were looking forward to the new year. Brian cooked. Brian was attentive. Brian also said to Mr. Mutlu that night that he had lost his phone, it had been misplaced, but he had felt free as a result of it.
Huh.
Mr. Mutlu left that home
Mutlu?
on New Year's Day at 1:30 a.m. And there was no mention of a work emergency in Washington, D.C. that would require Anna to fly out or leave the family home at 6 or 7 a.m. that day.
I mean, that's interesting. If you're going to be up till 1 a.m., 2 a.m., having some champs, and you've got to leave on a 6 a.m. flight, you would think that you would say to your friends, hey, I got to go throw some shit in a bag because I got to leave at 6 a.m. I might as well just go round the horn now. We're just staying up.
Now on January 4th, after Hugh Dunleavy had called the Cohasset Police Department, the Cohasset Police Department dispatched Officer Greg Lawrence to go speak to Mr. Walsh at his home.
Yeah, who else did they dispatch?
Officer Lawrence went. He was met outside by Brian Walsh. Brian Walsh informed Officer Lawrence that Anna had left on January 1st, had taken a Uber or Lyft to Logan Airport to fly out to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. Gave her a phone number for Anna Walsh, described her as 5'2", that she was 39 years old, approximately 115 pounds. He hadn't heard her. Officer Lawrence went back to the Cohasset Police Department, worked with other Cohasset police officers, trying to find any connection to Uber or Lyft or local taxi cabs. Cohasset police would then begin a process of pinging Anna's phone. You're going to get to see the records from that, but essentially the process involves the cell phone carrier.
Where was her phone?
Sending a signal out to the phone to try and locate it.
Yeah, where was it?
And the Verizon records will show that the last time that phone that belonged to Anna Walsh interacted with the network was shortly after 3 a.m. on January 2nd. And when it did so, it was in the area of the Walsh home.
Huh.
That same day, Cohasset Police also tasked detectives.
Yeah, if you're boarding a plane, you're definitely going to need your phone and your digital ticket and your Uber and your Lyft. Can't get an Uber and a Lyft without a phone. Interesting.
Schmidt with investigating this case. He and Officer Lawrence would go back to the Walsh family residence at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway and interview Brian Walsh. And he recorded it. You'll get to hear the recording.
Ooh.
And Brian will talk about how Anna was commuting back and forth from Cohasset to Washington for work, how there were some issues with his federal case, and how Mr. Mutlu had come over for dinner that night on New Year's Eve, and how Anna had to leave between 6 and 7 on January 1st. He also, in that interview, described what Anna was wearing when she left the home. Blue-gray hunter boots, a black jacket, and an Hermes watch. So Sergeant Schmidt will testify before you, and he will tell you that he worked on this missing person investigation and called in additional resources to help. On the 5th, he had his own department do a search of the
Also, a recorded interview. How nice.
woods near the family home. On the 6th, he called in a task force made of several different police departments to do further searching of the woods in and around the Walsh family home. Contacted the state police to use their resources.
Oh boy.
He also got the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh on January 5th, January 7th, and January 8th. And when he did those interviews, he was accompanied by detectives from the state police. And those interviews...
Remember, state police's jurisdiction is over homicide cases. So calling in state police, it looks like at this point they're treating it like a missing person, but they're calling in state police on a missing person to try to help with the investigation. Which is how Proctor ends up on the defense witness list.
were recorded. You'll get to hear those. You'll get to hear those interviews.
Look, recorded
Mr.
interviews.
Walsh, during those interviews, will explain that he and Anna were happily married. He had no knowledge of any extramarital affair. That Anna had her dream job. That it was taking care of the family. And conversely, he didn't take a salary this year out of his company that was a consulting company. He told the police
Was
that
it
he
art
owed over
consulting?
$400,000 in restitution on his federal matter. That this case was causing stress on his marriage. That he might have to go to jail. He said that they were very happy and that the biggest problem was that they were apart. Brian also told the police that Anna's job had caused her to miss Christmas Eve and Christmas Day with the family. And that Anna traveling to visit her sick mom caused her to miss Thanksgiving with the family. And that he did not want to have an argument with Anna about missing another holiday on January 1st. He had had a discussion with her about Christmas Day. He was concerned that by him looking around trying to find her, that she had embarrassed her. So he tells the police, I didn't want to have an argument. So I understood she was going to come back, and she left for that emergency at work. You'll also have access to financial records that will show that Anna Walshe had approximately $200,000 in accounts at Fidelity, and that there was over $1 million in life insurance in Anna Walshe.
Oh boy.
And that Brian Walshe was the beneficiary of those policies. And in addition to the Cohasset police, the Massachusetts State Police also worked with them on trying to find Anna. You're going to hear from two troopers in particular, Trooper Nicholas Torino and Trooper Connor Keefe.
Who?
They are digital.
Garino and Keefe? Because they're the only two digital MSP officers? Okay.
Forensic specialists. They have special training in examining
Do they?
computers, tablets, phones. And in this matter, they had the opportunity to examine a MacBook, iPads, and cell phones
Oh boy.
that were at the Walshe house. And they will explain that on Christmas Day, when Anna had missed Christmas Eve and was, after spending the evening with Mr. Fastow, and was driving up from Washington, D.C., the cell phone that Brian Walshe was using looked up Mr. Fastow on the internet. And that on December 27th, a MacBook that used the Apple ID for Brian Walshe, between 8:30 and 9 o'clock, researched best strategies to divorce for a man, best state to divorce for a man, Washington, D.C. divorce laws. On December 29th, Brian Walsh's cell phone was researching buildings.
I am very curious if Brian Walshe is going to testify and say, I was researching divorce so that my restitution wouldn't have to be paid out of her accounts because it was a strategy for the kids. I really wonder if that's going to be part of his defense. Interesting. All the Google searches.
That Anna Walshe managed for Tishman's Fire and emergencies she had handled for them in the past. Trooper Guarino will also explain to you the internet history of that MacBook that had Brian Walsh's Apple ID beginning on January 1st.
Oh boy.
At 4:54 a.m., the MacBook searched best way to dispose of a body, and then went to similar websites for more than an hour. At 6:24 a.m., same day, the same device searched how long for someone to missing to inherit, how long missing to be dead, can you throw away body parts?
Oh boy.
Later on that morning, on January 1st at 9:33 a.m., the MacBook went to search how long does DNA last?
Does everyone just start their Googles with how's long? No, it was how long because he was on a MacBook, not on a phone. How long missing to inherit? Not another 6 a.m. how's long search. Come on, what is happening?
And then an article. Is it possible to clean DNA off a knife?
Oh boy, I didn't know about
30
that.
minutes later, the MacBook.
Is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? Does no one watch television? All the Google searches. Google's gonna fucking tell on you, folks. Not legal advice. How to clean DNA off a knife is not
33 a.m., the
I had to back
MacBook went to search, how long does DNA last? And then an article. Is it possible to clean DNA off a knife?
Wow.
30 minutes later, the MacBook researched disposal of a cell phone. At 10:28 a.m., the MacBook researched, I am the user of my wife's credit card. She is missing. And again, on January 1st, at 11:28 a.m., it searched, best way to dispose of body parts after a murder.
What?
Trooper Guarino will explain the numerous websites and searches done by the MacBook in the morning and early afternoon on January 1st, and that these websites were about cleaning blood with ammonia,
After a
bleach, and
murder?
hydrogen peroxide. Websites visited included those as whether
I don't even know what to do with that. I've lost my record scratch.
Mention it all. Mention it all.
These are new to me. The after a murder part and the how to clean DNA off a knife are not going to be helpful for the defense. The cross-examination of Trooper Guarino is going to be so based in the Karen Reed case and others, because we are going to see so many questions. But the after a murder is going to be difficult. Oh boy, I had to back that up. I wanted to hear it again.
best way to dispose of body parts after a murder.
Wow.
Trooper Guarino will explain the numerous websites and searches done by the MacBook in the morning and early afternoon on January 1st, and that these websites were about cleaning blood with ammonia, bleach, and hydrogen peroxide.
Oh.
Websites visited included those as whether it is better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them. One site was entitled,
He called them
Want to Get Away with
called them crime scene clothes? Is it better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them? Oh boy.
Wash them. One site was entitled, You Want to Get Away with Murder? Use a special deterrent. This type of activity on the MacBook continued into January 2nd, when it looked up, how long does Lowe's keep security footage? How to saw a body. How to dismember a body.
Oh my God.
Can you be charged with murder without a body?
Yes. Yes, you can.
Can you identify a body with broken teeth?
What?
The MacBook also visited websites for apartment complexes in Brockton and Chelsea. One in particular, Chatham West in Brockton.
Oh boy.
Brian Walshe told investigators that his phone, which was an iPhone 13 mini, had been misplaced and not found until the afternoon of January 2nd, 2023. When investigators examined that phone, they learned that it had been connected to a power source. It had been unlocked 4 times by either using the face or the passcode. Investigators will also tell you that the location data from that phone
Oh boy.
showed that it remained in the Walshe residence until the afternoon of January 2nd, 2023. However, there was another phone in the Walshe residence, an iPhone SE, which belonged to one of the children. When investigators examined the location data from that phone, they found that on January 1st, the phone traveled to a Walgreens in Cohasset, then to a liquor store nearby the defendant's mother's home, an apartment complex in Swampscott,
The children are
to a
young.
CVS in Danvers,
The children are not
to a
driving.
Lowe's in Danvers,
Oh
and to
boy.
a Stop and Shop in Swampscott.
Well, if there was going to be a bingo card, I think we hit it in opening statements. We've got how long, we've got stop and shop, we've got disposing of phones, we've got using the kid's phone. Oh, well, the kid's phone was all over the place. And the stop and shop.
You will see the surveillance video from those stores. You'll see the video from Walgreens, where a white man with dark hair using a credit card buys Band-Aids and antibiotic. You'll see on the surveillance video at the CVS in Danvers that a white man with dark hair, now wearing a mask, buys hydrogen peroxide using cash. You'll see the surveillance video from the Stop and Shop in Swampscott, where a white man then goes buys ammonia with cash. And you'll see the surveillance video from the Lowe's in Danvers, where a white man...
Was he breaking up where to buy the different things? Huh.
Wearing a mask and dark hair, buys several items that cost more than $400 using cash, including a Tyvek suit and cutting instruments such as shears, snips, and a hacksaw. The investigators will explain how this...
It's a very Dexter shopping list with the Tyvek suit, shears, snips, and a hacksaw.
Cell phone location data from the iPhone SE shows that it went to a Home Goods in the morning of January 2nd, and that Brian's iPhone 13 mini went to a Home Depot in Rockland in the afternoon of January 2nd. You will see the surveillance videos from those stores. You'll see a white man with dark hair at Home Goods buying scented candles and area rugs.
Scented candles and area rugs.
And you'll see a white man with dark hair at the Home Depot buying more cleaning supplies. 20 pounds of baking soda, mop, buckets, and a hatchet.
Jesus.
The investigators will also explain to you.
For those of you asking what an area rug is, it is not a carpet, but a rug that you can lay out over something. So it is just a standalone rug. This is very dark. And the kids are living at this house. Oh. And I imagine the rug and the candles are for smells and stains, right?
That Brian Walsh's cell phone on January 3rd was located near apartment complexes in Bronte. You'll see the surveillance videos from some of the apartment complexes, including one of Chatham West. You'll see someone going to the dumpster and then leaving. The investigators will also tell you that on January 5th, Brian Walsh's cell phone was in the area of dumpsters and a trash compactor by his mother's apartment complex in Swampscott, and that this was before he was interviewed by Detective Schmidt later that night. On January 9th, the police went to those dumpsters, and they took that trash compactor and that dumpster to a facility in Peabody, where they searched the contents of both. And they found an Hermes watch, blue-gray hunter boots, a black coat, a COVID vaccination card with Anna Walsh's name on it.
Wow.
Rugs, a Tyvek suit, a hammer, shears, snips, a hatchet, and a hacksaw. The police will tell you that these items were packaged and brought back to a laboratory, and they were brought there for examination. And how some of these items were examined for DNA.
I bet they were.
And the DNA was compared to samples they had from Anna and Brian.
Yeah, I bet it was.
Scientists from the state DNA lab will identify DNA of Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh on the Tyvek suit. They will explain that Anna Walsh's DNA was found from items in the dumpster, including drugs, the hatchet, and the hacksaw.
That's awful.
Jem Mutlu said goodbye to Anna Walsh about 1 o'clock, 1:30 a.m. on New Year's Day. When he left, she was home, she was alive, she was with her husband.
No one saw her
No
again.
one has seen her
Ever
since
again.
her husband said she left
Right.
on January 1st. She has not accessed her finances, her email, her phone has made no calls, and no one has found her body.
Zero proof of life after that.
During this case, we ask two things. The first is that you keep an open mind. Do not rush to judgment, but instead, see how all the evidence fits together. Pay careful attention to the timing of certain events. And second, use your common sense. Don't leave it home. Bring it with you here as you make your examination of every piece of evidence. And at the end of this trial, we will
We're going to
speak
ask
to
you
you
to
one more
find
time.
her guilty.
And it is at that time we will ask that you find the
Him
defendant
guilty.
of murdering his wife with deliberate premeditation. Thank you.
That was a good opening statement.
Thank you, 88 Connor.
And I interrupted it numerous times. There was a lot of new information there. But I think the Commonwealth gave a very good opening statement. They, I imagine, did not give us all the facts that they are going to prove, but they gave us a substantial amount of information, including dates and times. But they also told us that two of the witnesses we're going to see are Trooper Garino and Trooper Keefe, who we did see in the Karen Reed case. I imagine that cross-examination is going to be extensive. We heard a lot of Googling. We heard about all of the security footage they're going to show of this defendant purchasing cleaning supplies, a hacksaw, a hatchet, a Kyvex suit, and more, and that the suit, the hatchet, and hacksaw were found with the victim's boots, watch, a COVID vaccination card with her name on it, a jacket, and more. Plus, her DNA, they say, was on the hatchet, the hacksaw, and more. The Google search that was a revelation to me was the Googling of how or can you get DNA off of a knife, and numerous Googles relating to murder. Like, is it better to burn or wash crime scene clothes? And other things related to a murder. It's going to be a very interesting case. I still think after the prosecution's opening statement that the defense will say that she died in some other way and he disposed of her. The only searches before the murder are regarding divorce. And so I imagine they are going to say that he was looking at divorces, that he suspected that she was already moving on with somebody else. She wasn't home. She wasn't home for Thanksgiving. She wasn't home for most of Christmas. She wasn't home for Christmas Eve. And he was saying that they needed to divorce. Or he's going to say that the divorce was a strategy to not impact her finances for his restitution in the case or the federal case, even though the sentencing hadn't happened yet and that restitution wasn't set. So perhaps the divorce was to protect the finances and the kids. It'll be interesting to see what they say in their opening statement, because the Google searches plus the purchasing of area rugs, scented candles, and a shit ton of cleaning supplies that one would use or would Google to use to clean blood is going to be very interesting. And I imagine their defense would be easier to argue if some of those Google searches didn't include words like murder, can you get DNA off a knife, how long is somebody missing before you inherit, and more. So I'm very interested to see what the defense opening statements are. So let's get to those next. Yeah, the 20 pounds of baking soda is wild, isn't it, chat?
Why don't you take a break and stand up,
stunned.
shake a leg?
Oh, stretch break. Stretch break from the court. The Alec 1522 in the chat said, is he charged with premeditated murder? Yes, he's charged with a
Regain your focus.
premeditated first degree murder. That was a good opening statement. It was concise.
I'll hear from the defense for the opening statements. Attorney Tipton.
I really liked that opening statement from the prosecution. It was concise. It made the jury, I'm sure, curious. It made me curious to know more about the case. It laid out, I think, the most challenging points for the defense in a interesting but matter-of-fact way. They didn't make it salacious. It wasn't overly dramatic. But I'm sat. I want to hear everything. And it was what? 30 minutes, maybe? That was a good opening statement. A very good opening statement. All right, let's hear from the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Tipton.
Brian Walshe lied to the police.
Wow.
Lied to him on January 4th, lied to him on January 5th, lied to him on January 7th.
Because he was afraid?
Brian Walshe went to Lowe's and bought tools. Brian Walshe went to Home Depot and bought tools.
I think what we're going to see from the defense is Brian Walshe did all this, but Brian Walshe did not kill Anna Walsh. Tipton's wandering, though, so he's going to be hard to hear. Brian Walshe lied to police. Brian Walshe bought tools. Brian Walshe did not kill his wife. Interesting.
Lied to him on January 7th.
I mean, you can't argue those facts. It's on audio.
Brian Walshe went to Lowe's and bought tools. Brian Walshe went to Home Depot and bought tools. Brian Walshe, beginning about 4:54 a.m., began a frantic and tragic search that you'll hear about. You'll hear the evidence of that. You will hear evidence that those searches evolved from how best to dispose a body to even darker subject matter.
Oh, boy.
As he wrestled with the fact that Anna Walsh was dead.
Well, there's that defense.
That evidence that you will hear will be hard to understand, but it is true. On January 1st of 2023, Jim Mutlow left the family home of Brian and Anna Walsh sometime between 1 and 1:30 in the morning.
God, I hope he's the first witness.
Anna and Brian Walsh continued to celebrate the New Year's. They went upstairs to the bedroom.
And
About an hour later, you'll hear evidence that Mr. Walsh got up, went back down the stairs to clean the kitchen. You'll see evidence
what time is this?
that
Like
he
3 a.m.?
looked at his email. You'll hear evidence that he then returned to the bedroom, intending nothing more than to crawl into bed with Anna Walsh, the woman he loved.
And
When he entered the bedroom and began to get into the bed, he sensed something was wrong. You will hear evidence that it made no sense to him. But he nudged Anna, his wife.
if you're asking how is he saying this is in evidence, because it would have been in one of his police interviews, I imagine, because what the defense can't open on is things they anticipate Brian Walshe saying if he testifies. This has to come from police interviews. I think they are going to argue that she spontaneously passed in her sleep. We'll see.
She didn't respond. He nudged her again, a little harder. She didn't respond. He nudged her now in a frantic and panic reaction to where she actually rolled off the bed.
Oh, he's definitely going to testify.
You'll hear evidence that now he is panicking and he doesn't understand what has happened and what is happening.
And so he called 911 and said, my wife's not responsive. I
It
need
didn't make any
an ambulance immediately. My wife is young and healthy and not responding. I need paramedics immediately, right? That's what happens next, right?
sense to him. It didn't make sense that somebody that he had just been with and enjoyed New Year's Eve into New Year's Day would suddenly be dead. Not him. You will hear evidence in this case of sudden, unexplained death.
Well, there's the
You will
defense.
hear evidence that it is rape. You will hear evidence that it happens in young people and old people. You will hear evidence it happens in male and female. You will hear evidence it happens during the day and during the night, that it happens to trained athletes.
Sir, I don't think there's a question that people do, die. But generally when that happens, ambulances are called. So, and then like autopsies are done because people want to know what happened. But yes, it does happen. We can agree.
You will hear evidence that it can be the result of both mechanical and or electrical problems within the body. You will hear evidence that it might be cardiovascular, pulmonary, neurological, or other reasons. You will hear evidence that it occurs in people
Mechanical?
who have never manifested a symptom that something might be wrong. And in fact, you will hear evidence that sometimes the first manifestation that something is or was wrong with someone is the sudden, unexplained death. That's the evidence you will hear in this case.
Well, that's
Sudden,
what they're going with.
unexplained death is known within the medical community and the forensic community.
Well, sir, normally there's an autopsy and then they attribute it to heart, brain. Normally there's an autopsy and then it's explained. So it's not unexplained once there's an autopsy. It becomes explained later. But I guess the argument is not going to be anything other than I went to get in the bed and she was dead. I guess that's the argument.
But it is to this day not well understood.
I broke into his flow. Apologies, Mr. Tipton.
Be wrong. And in fact, you will hear evidence that sometimes the first manifestation that something is or was wrong with someone is the sudden, unexplained death. That's the evidence you will hear in this case. Sudden, unexplained death is known within the medical community and the forensic community.
I think the jury is all sitting there going,
But it is to this day
call
not
paramedics.
well understood, and that is the evidence you will hear. And it is not well known to non-medical professionals. And you will hear evidence. Brian Walshe never imagined somebody suddenly died. 1 hour he's with her, he cleans the kitchen, he
Yeah.
comes back up,
Death is a motherfucker,
and
sir.
she is dead.
Yeah, it's awful. That
You will hear
happens.
evidence in this case Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe loved each other. Yes, there was stress in the marriage. Stress born out of a simple problem.
Her job?
That took its toll. And that's the pending federal case.
Oh, his criminal
case. That had begun in 2018 and was still going forward. And what happened was, over time, Anna Walshe got a job in D.C. with the support of Brian Walshe. It was a huge stepping stone in her career. It paid twice the salary. And they talked about it, and you will hear evidence that they had to make a decision. Brian could not leave Cohasset because of the pending federal case. So who would take care of the children? While Anna worked in D.C., Brian would. And he did. There was stress in commuting back and forth between D.C. and Cohasset. Brian Walshe experienced that stress too. And Anna Walshe and him talked about it. They talked about it on Christmas Day of 2022. And that's what the evidence will be. Yes, there was an affair. You will hear evidence of an affair. An affair does not make someone a bad person, does not make someone a bad mother. Make no mistake about that.
Okay.
But yes, there was an affair. Not between Brian Walshe and anyone, but between Anna Walshe and William Faster.
Interesting that he's taking the step of the affair wasn't a problem. It was Brian's criminal case that was a problem, and an affair doesn't make her a bad person or a bad mother. He's trying to undercut what the prosecution might yell is motive. Did I say yell? Might say is motive, because he's definitely yelling. He's keeping them awake. He's projecting. It's giving old school vibes, but it is shouty for sure.
The evidence in this case will be that Anna Walshe did everything she could to hide that affair. That she did not tell her closest friends, her confidants, some of whom lived in D.C., the same person, Alyssa Kirby, that she spent December 29th with, drinking and talking about her life. She hid the affair. William Faster will tell you that he was unaware of any plans of Anna ever telling Brian about the affair. William Faster will testify that they behaved differently in public in D.C. to make sure there was no appearance of the affair. William Faster will testify that Anna Walshe told him she would be devastated if Brian ever learned about the affair. Brian Walshe didn't know about the affair. He did know.
Okay.
Anna Walshe had a crush on William Faster because she told him. And he did not react in a jealous way. And you will hear evidence that over the close to decade that these two people were in love, and all you have to do is look at the evidence and the photograph you'll see of Anna Walshe. And the evidence will establish she is a beautiful woman. And it was not unusual for her to comment to Brian. I had some man look at me today. I think he liked her. That didn't upset Brian, not over a period of 10 years. And when she told him that she had a crush on William Fastow, the man who had sold them the $1.3 million townhouse in D.C.,
that interesting.
didn't upset Brian. He trusted her. In fact, you will hear evidence from Alyssa Kirby that Anna Walshe told her, I wish he would be jealous. You will hear evidence.
That's when he
that
gets quiet?
There is no financial issues or problems. Anna Walshe just got that job in the early part of 2022 that paid close to $300,000 a year. They own that townhouse in D.C. It was worth over $1 million. They owned whole life insurance policies on their sons in the amount of $1 million each. Whole life that you will hear you can borrow against if you need cash. You will hear evidence that Brian Walshe's mother gifted them money, and actually you'll hear from the landlord of the home that they were living in at the time that Brian was living in, taking care of the 3 boys while Anna worked in D.C., that it was his mother who was paying the rent, because that's what grandmothers do. There was no financial problems here. They owned investment property in Massachusetts.
Did you just say Brian Walsh's mom
The
was
evidence in this
paying
case
the
is that Brian
mortgage or the
Walshe
rent?
Loved Anna Walshe. You will hear that she spoke of him in glowing terms to William Faster.
That's
she
weird.
said, I want people to see the Brian that I know.
That's
You will hear how
okay.
she talked about her relationship with Brian with Alyssa Curry. And notwithstanding the fact that Anna Walshe was having an affair, she described their relationship as open and honest.
How open?
He believed their marriage was open and honest.
What meaning of that word are you using? Because we're using the word affair and open. Do you mean
You'll
transparent?
hear how she described Brian as her
Or are we
best
talking like
friend to her friend Alyssa Curry.
Secret Lives of Mormon Wives open? What level of... Sir, I've got questions. Excuse me. I think you mean transparency.
Of text messages
Oh,
that you may use to determine for yourself if there was love between these 2 individuals. The importance about those text messages that you'll see.
I mean, I don't know what love's got to do with it at this point, but determining there's love in the marriage doesn't negate that 2 things can be true at once. Especially when we're dealing with crimes of passion, sir, but okay.
Is simply that they're dated. The ones you'll see are dated beginning December 25th of 2022, 7 days before New Year's Day. 12:25, Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe are texting each other, and she is sending him 7 properties, listings, primarily out of Zillow, 7 listings of properties in the greater DC area. Bethesda, Annapolis.
Why?
They're searching for future investment property.
Okay.
You'll see that, and you'll hear evidence that then
Well-
she comes up.
She's planning for the future, but is he planning for the future?
To celebrate Christmas with Brian and their 3 beautiful boys. You'll see on 12/27, now that she's back in D.C., these text messages between them. And they're talking about one of their properties. And they're talking about the fact that it, in fact, sold. So
If they have
now
this many
they need
investment
to
properties-
figure out what to do.
Why is his mom paying rent? I've got questions about cash flow.
You'll see on 12/28, text exchange between Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe. Now, she's back in D.C. She's not feeling well. She's telling Brian, I don't feel well. So I'm going to stay at home and work at home today in D.C. And they joke. And on the text, Brian says something like, well, I guess I'll have to get you a plunger.
Not the
And a
diarrhea
response.
jokes.
I'll tell you what. I'll buy the plunger. you buy me that Porsche. Why? Because Anna Walshe wanted a Porsche. And what you see on that text exchange, right after she says that, is you'll see postings that he sent to her of the Porsches he'd been shopping for the women he loved. And you'll see in his medical that he was shopping for Porsches because she had asked for one. On 12/29, you'll see a text exchange between them where they're talking about a 3-story brownstone that she had found that maybe they'll buy for investment. And you'll see the text references to how much it cost, the square footage it's up and below. You'll see text exchange between them where they're talking about possible renovations in the future. They are talking about the future. And this is on 12/29. And then on 12/30, simple texts between them about her catching her flight from D.C. to get to Cohasset for New Year's.
When was he
And what you see in those text messages
searching for divorce, though?
She begins to send Brian pictures of her playing with the boys now that she's reunited with her 3 beautiful boys again. And then you see 7 pictures sent by Brian Walshe back to Anna, taken of her playing with the boys. And how do they sign off these texts? You'll see them. Brian says, love you. And Anna Walshe says, love you too. We've come full circle in this opening, and now we're back to New Year's Eve. Jim Mutlow, the family friend, is invited by Anna to come to the house to celebrate New Year's Eve. You'll hear evidence that he was thrilled. He was thrilled to be with 2 people he'd known for years, but he hadn't seen in some time. He knew their kids, 3 beautiful boys. He'll describe how when he drove up in the driveway, Anna Walshe ran down the driveway in her heels, no coat, on a cold winter day to hug him. And then what happened? They all went into the house. And what was occurring in the house? Brian was cooking New Year's. He was feeding them as they all talked for 4 to 5 hours. And what were they talking about? They were talking about the future. They were talking about investments. Anna Walshe told a story about how Brian had found a ring for her and the whole adventure of finding the ring and buying the ring. She talked about it in glowing terms when she talked about how Brian did that.
Well, we're not worried about whether or not she's unhappy. We're worried about what he's thinking.
Mr. Mutlow will describe that for the 4 or 5 hours that he was there,
Sorry, that was my
no
mouse.
problems between them. Said that Brian was happy and Anna was happy. He described the atmosphere as jovial.
I mean, sir, I don't think we need to tell you that how people act in front of friends and then not in front of friends can be different, because it seemed that she took her Sancho to Ireland. So, I mean, there was some level of discontent, one would think.
Festive. He described it as loving.
Okay.
As adults do for New Year's Eve, they celebrated with wine and champagne. You will have that box, or at least photographs of that champagne box, where they signed it.
Box?
And what Anna signed on that box she wrote, "Let's make 2023 the best one yet." She went on to say, courage, love, perseverance, compassion, joy, and signed it, love.
I actually like that tradition.
Nothing
I'm
was
interested to
more
see the
important
box.
To both Anna and Brian, with those 3 beautiful boys. They had talked about the problem of the federal case. It was stressful. When you heard in the Commonwealth's opening the reference to a divorce search, please understand that.
Wait, what did Brian Walshe write for the new year? Wait, but what did he say? What did he sign about his plans for 2023? Not her plans for 2023. His plans.
The other evidence will be that that singular search occurred between conversations between Anna and Brian about the sale of their property. You'll see that that search occurred about 8:30 on 12/27. And why is that important? The evidence will show that the only time Anna Walshe talked about divorce with William Fastow, she talked about it in terms of Brian and I attempting to preserve the family assets. Why is that important? Because yes, there was $400,000 of restitution that was going to come due. And yes, Brian may have had to go to prison for some time. And what did that mean? It meant that there was going to have to be arrangements, not just to pay the money, which wasn't going to be a problem, but the boys had to move up to D.C. because Brian could no longer take care of them. And there would be all that added expense. And they went so far as to talk to Robin Howe, their nanny, their babysitter.
I mean, they already had
and
the
asked her if
house.
she would consider moving up. So there were expenses. So when you talk about preserving the family assets, you have to decide, how is it that I make sure, how is it, as Brian Walshe will tell you, how is it that I make
He's going to do it. He's going to do the thing I said he was going to do. He's going to do the thing. The divorce is to save the assets. The divorce is to save the assets before the restitution was ordered. They have to get divorced so that she keeps the assets. That's exactly where we're going. We thought so.
sure that my wife and my 3 sons are financially secure.
I'm going to back that up because I interceded.
Assets.
One more.
And asked her if she would consider moving up. So there were expenses. So when you talk about preserving the family assets, you have to decide, how is it that I make sure, how is it, as Brian Walshe will tell you, how is it?
He did say it. I didn't think he said it, but he did say it. Brian Walshe will tell you. If y'all had any question, the defense has promised in his opening statement that Brian Walshe is going to tell the jury. Oh boy, Brian Walshe will tell you. I had to back it up to see if I heard it because I wasn't sure I heard it. And some of you in the chat clocked it. You're like, wait, what? Brian Walshe will tell you. Well, we'll see if he will or not.
That I make sure that my wife and my 3 sons are financially secure if I have to go to prison for a day, for a week, for a month, or for years. That's what they were talking about. And in all of the other digital data that the Commonwealth has been poring over for 2 years, you will not hear evidence of any other conversations about divorce. And you won't hear it from William Fastow.
So the conversations about divorce were to
In
protect
fact, William Fastow will tell you
the assets.
he had resigned himself to think Anna Walshe was never going to leave Brian, father of their children. Jim Mutlow left around 1:30. Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe went upstairs. He went back down to the kitchen about an hour later to clean it up. And then,
So 2:30?
impossible, the unimaginable happened. It didn't make sense to Brian Walshe. It was confusing. He never thought anybody would believe that Anna Walshe was alive 1 minute and dead the next.
Sir, sadly, people have all kinds of things. It happens. And if you call paramedics and say, my spouse is non-responsive, they'll figure out why.
All he could think about were those 3 boys. What would happen to their 3 boys now that Anna is no longer here? What will happen if they think he did something bad to Anna? Where will
Why would
those
they
3
think that?
boys go?
Why would they think that?
And so, he told the story. He told lies. He tried to hide so he could hang on to those boys.
I mean, God forbid if your spouse has a fatal stroke, heart attack, pick other things. I can't imagine that the first thought is, what if my children think I did something bad? I would think the first thought is, holy fuck, I need paramedics. Immediately need paramedics. His immediate thought in the opening statements of his lawyer are, what happens to the 3 boys if they think I did something bad to their mother? That's a weird first thought, counsel. It's just an odd first thought. Interesting.
Brian Walshe never killed him. Brian Walshe never thought about killing him. He would never think about that. Brian Walshe is not guilty.
You must be almost done. Oh, absolutely done. Well, at the end of the defense opening argument, definitely a different style of opening than we saw from the prosecutor. Much more impassioned oration and very loud narration, including an interesting phrase Brian Walshe will tell you. But as we thought the defense was going to do, and as it seems they are going to do, the defense said to the jury that Brian Walshe did not kill Anna Walshe. He did not think about killing her. That goes to the premeditation first-degree murder. And he is not guilty. They also said that the concern or the searches about divorce were regarding protecting the family assets because he had pled guilty to the art fraud case. And there was going to be about $400,000 of restitution, which the defense said he can easily pay. But the crux of the defense's statements in opening statements are that Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe on New Year's Eve into New Year's Day early in the morning had a lovely time. We're planning for the future. He went downstairs and cleaned the kitchen and checked his email, as one does, at 3 a.m. after they've been drinking on New Year's Eve, and then went back upstairs to get into bed, felt that something was amiss, nudged Anna. She was unresponsive, nudged her again, and then nudged her so hard, his words, not mine, that she fell out of the bed onto the floor, and he panicked, knowing, it seems he didn't say, but panicked, knowing that she was deceased. And as he got back to that later in his opening statements, said that he didn't think anyone would believe that his wife just passed. He didn't think anyone would believe him. And what would the boys think, their 3 young children, if he did something bad to their mother? And what would happen to his kids? Where would they go if he has to go to prison on his federal case with their mother being deceased? So he said Brian Walshe lied to the police. Brian Walshe went and purchased the things he purchased, but he didn't think about killing Anna Walshe. He didn't kill Anna Walshe, and says that the divorce conversation was about protecting the assets, he said, of which they had many. I wonder if the jury's sitting there going, yeah, but all those Google searches about DNA and a knife, and if you find someone and it seems that they have had a medical emergency or, God forbid, are deceased, I think the jurors are sitting there going, but you don't call 911? It'll be interesting to see how they continue to argue this. But again, it was a easy to follow opening statement from the defense. Not everybody appreciates the volume with which the defense made it, but I think he would have kept the jury engaged and interested in, well, what is Brian Walshe going to have to say about all of this? Because I think the defense promised an opening that Brian Walshe will testify, which we have suspected, especially when he pled to lying to police and disposing of the body. But if you come across something accidental and awful, do you call it a Google in your searches? Or do you call it a Google in your searches? That's the fix it and post. We'll fix it and post. Do you call it a crime scene in your searches? And so I think one of the hard fought areas of this trial are going to be the Google searches. And we already know that there are going to be some interesting aspects of cross-examination for Trooper Guarino. So how much faith will the jury have in those Google searches? And will they try to call in someone external from MSP to testify about those Google searches? We'll see. We'll see. All right. Let's get to our first witnesses. Linda asked if he was already convicted for the fraud at this time. He had already pled guilty to the fraud at this time. He was waiting for sentencing. So those were 2, I think, very, very compelling opening statements. Whether you agree with the statements made, and I don't want to say arguments, but you know, when you agree with the way that they pointed things out or not, I think the jury is going to be paying attention and curious about what's coming next.
Jurors, once again, why don't you stand up, shake a leg.
Oh boy, stretch break. I think they're going to go to their morning break.
15 minutes before the break, but it's been a long little stretch here, so I can either break you now or we can start the evidence. Does anybody, just by show of hands, need a bathroom break?
Just take the morning break now.
15. All right, we're going to take your break early, and we'll see you back in about 20 minutes.
All rise for the court, please.
What is that?
Janet True in the chat said, why isn't he Googling how she could have died? It's a great question, Janet. He's not Googling heart attack. He's definitely not. We've got Zoom room. They're going to get to witnesses. We're going to zoom. But the jury got a little stretch break. Let's see if the lawyers put anything on the record before we zoom. I'm curious if they will. Janet's question does make sense. Lauren suggested,
Anyone need to
how
address anything with me?
did my wife die?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll take about a 20-minute break. And Commonwealth, what's the lineup today?
It's going to be Sergeant Harrison Schmidt for the entirety of the day. The intention is to try and get through the audio interviews today, Your Honor.
And everything went well with the editing, so to speak, of the
Yes, we've made all the edits that we encouraged and the ones that the court told us to make.
All right. And the defense is all set with that? Have you watched it yet, or?
Yes. we have.
All right. Let me know if you need me.
Yes, Your Honor.
Maybe Judge,
The judge has already stood up. They've already muted the cameras. All right. I guess today is going to be a day of Brian Walsh's own words, which, to be fair, could be what they mean when they said Brian Walshe will tell you. I think it means he's going to testify, but I'm also heavily biased in that because I very much want him to testify. So if the interpretation is he'll testify, he won't testify, I'm very heavily leaning towards he will testify. But also with those two pleas, I think it foreshadows that he is going to testify. We're going to zoom past the morning break. And while we do that, I'm going to take a very quick restroom break because I would really like to be able to zoom past all of the breaks today as best we can. So I am going to take a 5-minute or less break to use the restroom. And that's what I'm going to do. Maybe I'll make another cup of coffee. Oh, that does sound delightful. I'm going to make another coffee. It's 12:50. It's going to be fine. 5 minutes. And then hopefully we'll be able to zoom through all of lunch as well with maybe a 5-minute break to grab a snacky poo. If you do not have the Law Nerd app, get the Law Nerd app. We will message you when we are back, but I'm 5 minutes for real. And if you are just listening in the background, you will hear that when I'm getting ready to resume court. So you will have an audio cue as well. We're going to take a quick restroom break. Court's on break. Law Nerds mods, don't forget to hydrate. Court days are long days. We're back in trial. It's day 1. And we're getting ready for witness 1 in just a moment. I'll be right back. All right, chat. Are you guys ready to ride? I hope so. I had to go rest my my Lola blanket from Fred and George. They figure it matches them. That means it's theirs. Don't worry, they still have the other one. But my legs were getting cold in the office. It was just we needed to rearrange. It's winter. And I took the space heater that I normally have over here out of the office when I like I need to turn around and show you. But Dr. B and I did a live stream for the members, and we moved it so Dr. B would have plenty of room to sit. And then I have to bring it back into the office. I totally forgot. And I was like, oh goodness. So we're getting into witness number 1. It seems like who's going to be the entire witness for the day. And we are going to hear Brian Walshe's own words. So I made myself another coffee because why not? It's only 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We've got some food to finish. It's my goal to just zoom through the lunch break. And I'm sure that I will see a very displeased Fred back up in here for the blanket. But there is another one. He'll be fine. Fred has not been deprived of cozy blanket. He still has a blanket, but it is a little chilly in the house. It's getting cold outside. All right. Are we ready? Let's get to witness number 1, shall we? It's time to get back to court. Hear ye, hear ye. Gather near and let's get to court with witness number 1, who's already on the stand. I queued this up right to the witness taking the stand. So the witness is being sworn in. I'm going to let him say his name and then we're ready to rock. I think the prosecutors are ready for day 1. They're just going to queue up roll the video and see everything that Brian Walshe said. It's a great strategy. Let's hear everything Brian Walshe said to law enforcement. The jury's already invested. This is a really hear it from him and then go back and see all of the statements later. Let's go.
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in the
Oh, I forgot to feed my Snorlax this morning.
So help you God.
Discombobulated. It is a pretty courtroom. This is the one with the witness stand that Alan Jackson hated. We'll see how it works for the jurors.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Harrison Schmidt, Schmidt.
And sir, I'm going to ask if you can keep that microphone a little bit closer to you so it will help amplify. Now, sir, where do you work?
Cohasset Police Department.
And what is your rank at the Cohasset Police Department?
Sergeant.
And how long have you been with the Cohasset Police Department?
Full-time since 2012.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
Since January 2023.
Before January 2023, what was your rank within the police department?
Detective.
And how long have you been a detective?
Since 2014.
And what were your responsibilities in January of 2023?
General investigations.
In addition to doing general investigations as a detective, did you have additional responsibilities with the Cohasset Police Department?
Yes. The lead firearms instructor, taser instructor, certified to certify officers to become firearm instructors, use of force for the department, and active shooter.
Now, in addition to the Cohasset Police Department, do you work with any other law enforcement organizations?
Yes.
Which one, sir?
The Metropolitan Law Enforcement Council.
Can you tell us what that is?
It's MetroLEC. It's a consortium of police departments that come together with mutual aid to share resources and personnel to create specialized teams.
How many police departments are a member of MetroLEC?
About 50.
And how long have you been a member of MetroLEC?
Since 2015.
I've got questions.
And what is your
for you about
responsibilities
Canton.
within MetroLEC?
I'm on the SWAT team, and I'm the lead firearms instructor for the SWAT team.
And does MetroLEC have a search and rescue team?
They do.
Can you tell us about the
That's helpful to
SWAT
know.
team's interplay with search and rescue?
That's
The
helpful to know.
Metro SAR team, search and rescue. If they need physical searchers, they will pull from the SWAT pool.
Now, as a result of working with MetroLEC and Cohasset Police Department, how many fatal investigations have you been involved in?
Dozens.
And how many missing person cases have you been involved in?
Between both, about a dozen.
And, sir, with your missing person cases, have you been able to recover each individual?
No.
And what are some of the reasons why not?
Medical issues, exposure to the elements, suicide.
Now, are you familiar with the investigation into the disappearance of Anna Walsh?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that investigation, sir?
I'm the lead investigator.
And when did you become involved in that investigation, sir?
January 4th, 2023.
So you admit you're the lead investigator. Wow, that's so incredibly normal to just say, I'm the lead investigator, because this was a missing person case before it became a homicide investigation. We're going to...
And about what time on January 4th did you become involved?
I was notified on my way back from SWAT training by a supervisor that there was a missing persons investigation beginning in patrol. So I was requested to respond and assist.
And so about what time of day do you think that may have been?
I went to the police station about 4 o'clock p.m.
Now, sir, when you went to the police station, what did you do to begin your investigation?
I coordinated with the patrol officers that initially responded
That took the
to
call.
investigate.
Yes.
I reviewed their reports. I conducted queries in law enforcement databases to get background information.
But was it snowing?
And after doing all of these activities, did you have the opportunity to do anything else to further your investigation that afternoon or evening?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went to Mr. Walsh's home and interviewed him.
Now, where is Mr. Walsh's home?
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And can you tell us about that street? First off, I take it's in Cohasset.
Yes.
And does that street go by any other designation?
CJC Highway or Route 3A.
And so, as it being Route 3A, is it a busy street?
Southerners, not 30A, different. Not 30A, 3A, not the same thing. Different.
Street, or is it like kind of a smaller side street?
It is 2 lanes divided by a double yellow line, main thoroughfare through town.
And about what
Is it a smaller street? No, it's a 2-lane main thoroughfare. I relate to that.
time did you go to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
About 6:30 p.m.
And who went with you?
Officer Lawrence.
And why did you bring Officer Lawrence?
He was the initial
Lawrence
patrol
or
responding
Lawrence?
officer.
And so that night when you got to the Walsh residence, can you tell us what happened when you arrived?
I was greeted by Mr. Walsh.
Okay. And when you were greeted by Mr. Walsh, who else was home at this point in time?
His 3 children.
So far, I very much appreciate the very normal questioning by the prosecutor. What happened when you got there? What happened next? Then what happened? And dude is just cop answer. Just what happened when you got there? I was greeted by Mr. Walsh. And then, yes, counsel, you're going to have to ask. And then he is just answering exactly what you ask.
And what were the children doing?
They were eating McDonald's.
And whereabouts?
In the kitchen, there's a kitchen island that they were seated at.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to what's been marked as Exhibit 1, a photograph with the file number SLD 7068.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
Ms. Gilman?
Marked and admitted as Exhibit 1.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do we want to move them all in? Are there
There's no objection.
objection to this group? I just want to be as efficient as possible. Do you want to move them all in?
We love
Yes, Your
efficient
Honor.
with the
All right,
capital
how many
E.
are there?
52, Your Honor.
Okay. And do you have an index of what their designation is, or can you get that to the court just so that we have a record of that?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll give that to the court at the lunch.
All right. So any objections? I know you've, and by the way, jurors,
How many conversations are we going to have over which one is the front door? Because the house is very Massachusetts, but like the front door on the side, the front door into the garage, the front door in the storm door, the front door up the stairs. Lots of houses, lots of front doors.
before a case starts, the parties work together collaboratively to see what evidence they can agree to and what they can't to limit the rulings. And they've agreed that these 52 photos are fair and accurate representations of what they report, and so the defense is agreeing that those 52 photos offered by the Commonwealth are now marked and admitted into evidence.
It
They
looks
will be
really
marked
similar to
by
34
the,
Fairview.
appropriate court staff. as
It's just a
1
really
52.
clear photo.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No, in evidence. Thank
Really
you.
helpful photo, but it looks like
Now,
it looks
sir,
a bit like 34
looking at
Fairview
Exhibit
for
1,
sure.
can you tell us what we're looking at? Oh, well, you were going to have a tough time looking at the back. And if I could, sir, I'm going to ask that you could put that as close to the judge's bench as possible.
Yes, I don't see a flagpole.
Blocking any view of you.
Sure, sorry.
Thank you. Sir, can you see it?
Yes.
Excellent. What are we looking at?
This is the front of the residence at 516 CJC Highway.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 2, file number SLD 7067. What is this we're looking at, sir?
Still the front of the house, focusing on the right front corner.
And at that right front corner, are there any other entrances or egresses to the house?
Yes, there's a side door recessed on that little three-step porch.
When you went to the house that night, which door did you go to?
That door.
And perhaps now's a good time for me to ask you, can you tell me how this house is situated from the street at Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
It's set back a long driveway. In front is another house and a used auto car dealership. It's in a wooded area.
And that's what's around the house, is the wooded area?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 3, file number 7175? Sir, what part of the house was this?
This is the kitchen.
And when you got to the home that evening, where were the children?
In those island bar seats.
It would be a high top
Now,
bar then.
you get to the house. What is it that you do with Mr. Walsh that evening?
Also, here we are seeing the photos from the inside of the house. I know. I don't know what to do with myself. I love a farm sink.
We sat at the dining room table and conducted an interview.
And do you see Mr. Walsh here today?
I do.
Could you identify him for the court, please?
The gentleman seated over there, blue shirt, blue suit, white shirt.
And then they
Your Honor,
identified
if
the
the record may
defendant
reflect
just
the
at the
witnesses
beginning.
identified the defendant.
So
The
helpful.
record will so reflect.
Look at that.
Now, sir, where did
Just
the conversation
ID,
with Mr.
right
Walsh take
there.
place?
The dining room.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 4, 7178?
Look at this. And conducting interviews.
So, what is it that we're looking at here?
This is the dining room.
Dr. Who, this is
And-
a great question. Why are they conducting interviews in the house? Because this is a missing person case, and they are going to ask all of the relevant questions as fast as you can. And then they also might want to be in the house for things like pictures of the missing person, any articles of clothing, things like that. They are conducting the interview in the home because it's a missing person. Tell us when you last saw them, what happened. But it sounds like they recorded those as well.
Where was Mr. Walsh when you had your conversation with him?
Seated in that front right corner towards the camera.
And where were you seated?
The far seat, the seat that has that black jacket on the back of it,
Where was Officer Lorenz?
on the window bench.
And where were the children while
Love
this
a
interview
window
took
bench.
place?
They were in and out of the room.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 5, 7177? Sir, what are we looking at here?
This is the area in between the dining room table and that kitchen island.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have the next exhibit?
Why did you
Exhibit 6,
photograph it? Because we
7131?
photographed everything.
I'm sorry, 7124. My apologies. And sir, what is
Yeah,
this
the white
again?
balance on these photos
This
is
is a
not
closer
ideal.
view of that buffet table.
Oh, there must be something there.
And then
dining
when
room.
you were there that night,
Wait, is that the champagne
what was
box?
in the house
Is that the champagne box with the writing on it? Maybe it is.
as far as pets?
A dog.
Ms. Gilman, can we have 7131?
Wait, there's
which I believe
actually
is
a
exhibit
photo
now
of the
7.
dog?
Sir, where is this in the
What's the dog's name? Does everyone own a German Shepherd? What's the dog's name?
home?
If you go in that side door, you're in a hallway. If you take a right, there's a sunken-in family room.
And is that dog, the one that was home that night?
Yes, Hans.
Any difficulties with the dog that night when you were talking to Mr. Walsh?
No.
And where was the dog that night when you spoke with Mr. Walsh?
In that crate.
The dog's like, hey, what are we
Your
doing?
Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to play the interview of January 4th. I have not marked it as an exhibit yet, but I have it on the individual drive.
All right. Subject to the objections that have been preserved. Any other objections?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So this will be, are you offering it?
I'm offering to have this marked as the exhibit, and
All right.
Ms. Gilman will be able to play it.
It'll be marked and admitted now into evidence.
It's always Mrs. Gilman's job, apparently, to just play it. They're like, Mrs. Gilman, back for another trial. Play the exhibities.
This is Exhibit 53.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. And we're going to hear the interview with Brian Walshe optimistically.
Now, Exhibit 53, you've had the opportunity to review that, correct?
Yes.
And does that fairly and accurately reflect a conversation you had with Mr. Walsh?
That witness box is awkward as fuck, though. It really, that witness stand does look awkward. It really does.
That night.
It does.
Thank you. At this point in time, Ms. Gilman, I'd ask if you could press play on Exhibit 53, the interview from January 4th.
This is January 4th, 2023. Interview with Brian Walshe.
Okay, the recorder is on. It is 18:39 on Wednesday, January 4th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is Officer Lawrence. And Sir Brian, could you state your name for me?
Yeah, Brian Walshe.
Brian Walsh, okay. Brian, what's your date of birth?
13175.
Okay, and we're at your home, 516 CJC Highway.
Yes, it's right now.
Perfect.
Audio interview. I'm going to try not to interrupt it too much.
So could you do me a favor?
So Q,
I know
Emily,
you've
you
explained
seem
a lot
quiet. Yes.
Today, could you just do me a favor and just start at the beginning? So I understand your wife, Anna, she travels a lot for work.
She's in DC for this great new job she got.
Okay.
And we're to follow shortly, but it's taking longer.
Awesome. So starting most recently, she was at work.
1 second.
Yep.
That's okay. Can you please let me finish this and I'm going to get you what you need, please? Yes.
This recording is just audio, probably because it's in the house and they would have only had their audio recorder with them. The video recordings of interviews generally happen when they're at the station. Oh, the kids' voices are going to break my heart. Just absolutely break my heart.
Whatever, we're on your turf, so do whatever you need.
Honest, you guys will behave. Thank you. All right. Yes, go ahead.
So most recently, so Anna, it's my understanding that Anna came home on, was it Friday?
Friday morning she arrived. Yes.
Friday morning she came home, okay. And she flew from DC to...
Yes, I can show you she sent me that information.
Sure, I would love to.
You can look up. Yeah, you can look through all of them, but that was the last one she sent me.
This is...
Sounds like they're talking about text.
No, she texted me so I would know when she was coming in. I'd ask.
So this is your text...
Yeah, my text chain was on it, so you can take a look at that, whatever you want to do with that.
All right, so it looks like on last Thursday at 7:36 p.m., there's a screenshot of the JetBlue app. And it's a travel itinerary. It's a flight B6254, dated December 30th, from DCA, Terminal 2, gate C28, to Boston, Terminal C, gate C33. So it departs at 6:30 a.m., arrives at Boston 7:57 a.m.
So a pretty quick flight.
do you mind if I just look at?
Please look at anything that's going to help you. Please look at anything. She sent me some, she had a day with Thomas, so she sent me some.
That would be consent to search everything in the phone. Please, 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 just look at everything. Just look at everything. Anything that'll help, look at everything.
Some videos of that, and then you'll get into the area where I start texting her. She doesn't respond to me. And if you want to look at it, there's probably a year's worth of text there. If any of that is supportive, please.
Sure. No, I'm not looking to pry. I'm just really.
I'm open. Trust me. That's.
No, I appreciate it.
I think he said I'm wide open.
Friday
Just
around
anything.
6:01 a.m. You text flight on time.
Right.
She responds amongst other things, yes, boarding now. So, okay, Friday, 7:59 a.m., landed. And then it looks like Friday, 12:07 p.m., photos of Anna and the oldest? Thomas.
Yeah.
6 years old, my man.
Seattle Rules 322 asks, is this the first time EDB has covered multiple trials from the same county courthouse? I think so. Yeah. Because the retrial of Karen Reed doesn't really count. And
Did you take these photos?
this is the same
I took that
courthouse.
photo. Most likely.
You took these and sent them to Anna?
She usually would just send them to herself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so
She'd take my phone and send them to herself.
Okay,
The ones that she had.
very good.
Okay, I know it's exciting for you guys.
It sounded like he was talking to the kids.
So that was a series of 7 photos sent Friday at 6:33 p.m. And Anna sent this group of photos?
I believe so.
Oh, that's
I
true.
take the photos. A lot of times I take the photos and she takes my phone and sends them to herself.
Okay. Monday, 2:33.
It's fair with Baldwin and Hannah Gutierrez Reed. I consider them kind of part of the same case because they were part of the same incident. So I kind of lumped them together the same way I lumped Reed 1 and 2 together. But yeah, this is different. But now Paltrow and Richens are the same courthouse, but we haven't gotten to the Richens trial yet. So yeah, we'll get there. I mean, the districts that stream court seem to be in the same one. But yeah, Richens is in the same courthouse as Paltrow. So it'll be another one.
3 p.m. A text from you to Anna. Monday, 7:18 p.m. Another text. Yesterday, bring a text.
I'm going with that child just said bucket, but I'm not sure. Oh, kids.
6:39 a.m. Continuing to 8:30 a.m.
Like you guys heard, stop
You should
it.
be back in touch with me at this
It's a
point.
Monday for me. My brain
What's,
first went to
what's
fuck
Viber
it.
calling you in Viber now?
Viber is what her sister uses. That's how it's like a WhatsApp or something.
Oh, okay.
So Viber is from a long time ago. She would use that.
Yeah, Viber's old.
To communicate with Europe and stuff like that. So when her SIM card died last week, she called me on Viber. So I thought I'd call Viber.
Okay.
Sister uses it. So I tried every sort of situation I could to get in touch
Okay.
before blowing the whistle or ringing the bell or whatever.
Sure. Did the SIM card issue ever get resolved?
I believe so. Her phone was working when she came here.
Okay. It's my understanding that it's a company phone.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So,
And it's on Verizon, if you know.
no, so we're on Verizon. I don't know what the company is on, but I know that she was part of our family plan, and then she just ported the phone over.
She brought the number over to their system.
She took the phone over.
Okay.
Don't do that. 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 Get a separate number for work. Do not port your personal number over to a work phone. Get a separate number for work. I don't care if it's easier. Get a separate number for work.
So like that was canceled and was moved over.
Okay.
But I think she took the number as well because we didn't change numbers.
Right, okay, so she took the family plan number
And the phone.
to work, and then work just started paying for it?
Yeah, basically,
Okay,
yeah.
excellent.
I guess they call it porting it over.
Important, yep, when one carrier picks up the other carrier's.
Yeah, but I think they don't use Verizon.
Okay.
T-Mobile maybe.
Okay. Okay, so she flies in, I see the text around 7 a.m. How does she get from the airport to home?
Yeah,
here?
she always Uber or Lyft.
Uber or Lyft,
Yeah,
okay.
and Uber was one and Lyft would be two.
Okay, and then, so she gets dropped off here?
Usually they drop her off further down because no one can find the place. So,
Okay.
but that's pretty much.
Sure. So,
That's why I was in contact. When she's arriving, there's more contact than when she's going to DC. Normally, like, she's off pretty quick.
Headed to work, focused on
right.
work, right.
So if it had just been reversed, it would have been a totally different situation. But I heard from her, I don't remember what's going on now.
Sure.
She's supposed to be here, so.
sure. Okay, so she comes home Friday morning.
Yes.
Do you guys do anything together, or what are you doing? What,
Yeah, so
Run me through the weekend if you don't mind.
Yeah, with pleasure. I had some appointment. She was running late, so I took William and Brian to kinder care. It's where the daycare is where we pick them up from.
Yep.
And Thomas was off, so I said, "Would you like to have a day with Thomas?" I was going to go. Okay, Thomas. I just am going to do a few errands that I've already scheduled for. And then she was having a good time, and then I came back, and then we spent the rest of the day with the evening with the kids, and then.
Reximoto, that doesn't surprise me. Rexy in the chat said, you don't pick up your wife from the airport. Not with 3 small kids, you don't. Not with 3 small kids, you don't. I don't know how far Cohasset is from Logan, but if she's leaving regularly at 6+ o'clock in the morning to commute to DC, nope. I imagine work pays for an Uber and she just Ubers to the airport. That's one of the least strange things to me, because trying to load up 3 kids into the car in January to drive into Logan seems like a freaking nightmare. And it, depending on how far you have to go. Also, I think at this time he is on house arrest or limited movement based on pending sentencing. So no, not weird at all when you travel a lot. I would expect that. So a lot of you are saying he had an ankle monitor. I wasn't sure if he had an ankle monitor or not, but yeah, he also is pending sentencing on a federal case. So I imagine he can't travel that much. But with 3 little kids, I'd be like, like, nope. So let us continue on, because traveling a lot, the Uber doesn't surprise me.
Hung out. And then, she was a bit tired when she came. She wasn't feeling well. Okay, guys.
Oh,
okay.
the boys.
And so Saturday was December 31st. She went to work out in the morning, and
What's the gym?
yeah, it's bar method in Hingham.
Bar method?
Yeah.
That was loud.
Okay.
She went to Glossy Nails to have her nails done for the new year.
Is that also in Hingham?
I believe so, yes.
Sounds like a good morning.
Go back to Friday. Do you guys just hang in the house? Or do
Yes,
you
that's it,
either
yeah.
go
No, we didn't
dinner
go.
or lunch? And
No, we were just taking the house.
So she was here, you ran some errands?
Yeah.
And then you just hung out in the house?
Yeah, then with the kids, doing family time.
All right. So then she hits bar method in Hingham for the gym in the morning,
Yes.
Saturday?
Yes.
And then Glossy Nails?
Yes,
Okay.
because that was the last time I used my phone to say, they're okay.
Yep.
And she said, yeah, I just decided to get my nails done. I was like, okay, great. Oh, thank you. Okay. Oh. And then she said,
I'm not reading too much into his disposition yet. I know a lot of you are. I'm not telling you not to. His kids are running around, and I would think even if your spouse was missing and you were freaking out and your kids were running out of the room or in and out of the room, I think most would do anything that they can do to not alarm the kids. So I'm not trying to read into his demeanor just yet until he is alone, because having the kids running around can change the way people may behave, because this audio is in the home and the kids are coming in and out. And so it's going to change the way somebody behaves. So we're getting a filter through the kids being there, is what I'm thinking. So I'm not trying to evaluate it beyond that, other than there's reasons he might be acting more calm, or he might just actually be calm. We'll see. So, but the kids running in and out is because they're at home, and this is a missing person case. So there's grace for me on that. For him.
Then she came over and she said, hey, I'm going to take the kids. I'll give you a break. I'm going to take the kids to a place in Canton, the Wonderland over there. It's an indoor play. Okay, so this is what, and then my son took my phone up to his room. Okay.
My son took my phone.
Sorry. Okay.
So you took his phone?
Oh, thank you. Okay. Thomas, can you make a movie? Can you organize a movie for your brothers? Thank you so much. This guy's mesmerized by you. So what happened was I was like, that would be great. So I get ready because we're making dinner for her former boss, Jen.
Okay.
So she hadn't seen him face to face for a while. So I said, I got some time alone to prepare dinner, get everything together, and she took the Jim. Yeah. A lot of people call him Jim. He's been on the phone with me 5 times today as well. So he came over, and then we had
dinner here.
Yeah, we had dinner here. Yeah, we had dinner here. We celebrated the New Year, and then signed the bottle. She signed 23 being the best year ever, and then I'm working on it. I'm working on it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There you go. Okay. Okay. See, that's how it happens.
Without video, it is hard to tell, because this is just an audio recording of the interview with law enforcement. It's hard to tell when he's switching between talking to law enforcement and talking to the kids.
Time I didn't have access to my phone. Okay. So, sorry, he does that a lot. I apologize. He's not supposed to.
I think the kids had the phone, right?
So William, the excited one, took it up to his room. I didn't know it was there, but I knew it was going to turn up. We have a lot of worry that it's going to be thrown out. And he had thrown out my wife's phone apparently a while ago. That's the age of the kids, but they have a tendency to throw stuff away. Yeah. So then.
You thought your kid threw away your phone?
She was on the phone a lot. Or texting with work, and she mentioned with Jem that she was worried about work and things like that.
Okay.
And I was like, all right. She was scheduled to leave Tuesday morning early. And then she said that there was an emergency.
That does contradict what the prosecutors said evidence would show in their opening. In their opening, they said that she wasn't talking about work with their friend that was over for New Year's at all.
At work, one of the buildings, and that she had to leave early in the morning, Sunday morning. And I was like, okay, normally I would have been like, that's ridiculous, but she worked up until 7 p.m. on December 24th in another building in D.C. Okay. So I thought, all right, this is, we're going to be together soon enough as a family. It's fine, when we make this decision together. So,
do you know what kind of issue arose?
She didn't explain it to me.
Some kind of.
But there was one of the buildings had a bunch of leaks. Another building the FBI raided at one point. Another building there was a disgruntled tenant.
What? One building had leaks. One building the FBI raided. Potato.
And so she was dealing with all of that. She's the regional manager there. So I didn't know.
Not the assistant to the regional one. I couldn't help it with the regional manager.
No, because I didn't want, I was like, all right, well, whatever has to be done. Then she said, hey, I'm going to have time off for Martin Luther King Day. I can be here for 4, maybe 5 days. And I was like, well, that's great. That's great news. And then So then she only brings her bag. Her carry bag is normally a Louis Vuitton bag.
Okay.
And she didn't bring, she just brings a little bit of stuff. She's got a bunch of stuff all over this place. Or she just goes and buys it. And then what happened? Then she woke me up around 6 and said she was going. She came down. I guess Thomas heard her and came down, and she said, I have to go. And he said, I love you very much. And
you are inserting things that you are saying that your child said after an opening statement. Your defense attorney just said that she spontaneously died, and you have spent the last few days, I mean, they didn't say that in opening, but we can assume that you've spent the last few days disposing of her. And now you are going to tell law enforcement that one of your children was saying goodbye to their mother, ensuring that law enforcement will probably ask said child, what are you doing? Ew.
And she said, I love you very much. And then he said that she left and got in a taxi, but I don't think he saw it because it was further down. But if you want to talk to him, but he said it was a taxi. And I was like, can you describe the car? He's like, well, I really didn't see it, Dad. So I was like, okay. So he was coming down to get, I think,
Maybe Anna said taxi. And
maybe she's my driver. But I know that she was not driving. There's no way she was driving a vehicle. There's like zero possibility of that.
Okay. When was she originally scheduled to fly back?
Well, it was Tuesday at probably 8:30 or 8 or the early flight that she takes. What was I going to say? I never got the confirmation for that.
Okay.
But she usually just sends me her arrival because that's the most important for us once she's with the kids and everything and scheduling.
Right.
So.
Okay. Does she particularly travel on JetBlue?
Yeah, she got a JetBlue credit card.
Okay.
That gave her 80,000 points, and she doesn't like getting new credit cards, but she was like, well, we're doing this a lot. So she had gotten that. I had no access to that. She just got it, but she also started to use it more because she needed to spend a certain amount of money to get the points. So that changed our whole dynamic.
Relatable.
Over the last month.
Yep, that makes sense. So, she's been flying JetBlue lately. Is it a particular airport that she's going to as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's JetBlue or American Airlines. American Airlines would be the second.
Okay.
This is Jim. You guys don't want to talk to him, do you?
Not yet. Yeah. To focus.
Yeah.
One
Gotcha. So JetBlue number 1, American Airlines number 2. That's all I know. I don't think she ever took anything else. And someone said maybe she took a connecting flight.
Somebody who?
She never.
Why in the fuck would she take a connecting flight from Logan to DC? Somebody said she might have taken a connecting flight. Who? Who is somebody?
Took a connecting flight. Even once in the summer where they had the thunderstorms and she spent 8 hours at the airport. She didn't even consider, like, well, I just go get stuck somewhere. It's not DC or Boston, so it's no good. So I don't think that happened at all. I can't imagine that. And then it was always DCA and it was always Logan. It was never, she never went to national or anything like that.
Okay. So what, you heard this from William as to the whole taxi mention?
Thomas, it was my 6-year-old, yeah. William doesn't have it.
Yeah, well, that was time.
Yeah, William's story would be much more fantastical.
Why do you think Thomas was up?
He gets up early, and he's always watching. I let him sleep with his iPad, so he wakes up and starts doing that. And then I guess, anytime he hears action downstairs, like during when we were having the dinner and celebrating, he came down to say hello to Jem. So anytime he hears something, he comes down. So he must have heard his mother, and he was like, "Oh, great, I'm awake," so he came down.
Okay.
Because when he was on the couch, I came down and said, "I'm sorry, mommy had to leave early."
Yep.
And he said, "I already met that, Daddy." I said goodbye to her.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Because I was like, okay, because he was on the couch earlier than normal but he had been off the whole week, so he had a lot of rest. So.
Okay. So going back to New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
So it's you, Anna,
And
the
Jen.
boys, and Jen.
Yeah, well, the boys were all, we put them to bed. Jen didn't get here till 8.
Okay.
And Anna took
They're all
them.
in bed.
Yeah, Anna took them to that indoor play, so totally.
Is it Wonderland?
I call it Wonderland. It's probably indoor play Canton. It's in Canton. It's an indoor play, but I don't have the
There's Canton.
exact name. Anna was on top of that.
Okay. So it's you.
Canton has
Jen,
officially
and,
entered the chat.
Anna, and then
doing the dinner.
Yeah, then Thomas came
Okay.
and hung out, and we heard it was going, and then finally went to bed.
So how did the night progress? How late did Jen stay over?
Yeah, Jim stayed till almost 1 or so. Like after midnight at our age with kids, we're like, okay, good. We get it. I was like, it's past our bedtime. When you're younger, you're like, hey, what's next?
I was in bed at 10:30.
Yeah, right. There you go. So, and that's when during that time, Anna was dealing with her phone a lot, and she'd gotten a message from Adela, who I've spoken to today, who was like, hey, you didn't see me before you left, and so he was upset. And then she was seeming, I don't know, like she seemed like the last couple of weeks, she seemed like under pressure at her job. And she made mention, even Jem spoke about it today, there were a lot of things she didn't like doing or she was not good at. So that seemed to be on her mind. She spoke to me a few days before saying she wanted to see a psychiatrist. And I was like, yeah, we're apart. It's been difficult for all of us. I've seen a therapist, like I told you today, the last 35 years. So anything that would support you is fine. And then, but I mean, I always make fun of her, my super sturdy woman. So, it seems like she was invincible. And
It's interesting to me he didn't say therapist.
so that was going on, and then she said that she had to go. After Jem left, she said she had to go.
Okay.
And I was like,
So maybe around 1:30.
yeah, maybe before, like, after.
He's saying a lot of what she talked to Jim about. I imagine we're going to hear Jim testify as one of the next couple of witnesses. And I imagine that Jim is going to contradict what he has to say.
1 before 1:30.
Okay.
And then, because she was like, we're going to go to bed. And I was like, what's this? She's like, Brian, I really have to go back. And that's when she told me. And I was like, that seems odd, but I get what's going on. She was supposed to be here the whole week.
Right.
But she didn't get to Friday because she was just too much work that she was trying to keep up with. So the schedule has been, hi, thank you. thank you. But the schedule has been like that for the past few months, like where she's been having to cut back on family time. And it's been difficult for all of us, definitely.
Sure. When exactly how many months ago did she start the job, or when did the whole new arrangement?
Yeah, it's been a while. We've been here for 9 months almost.
At 9 months, is it still a new job? Ish?
We were supposed to be here for a few months, and then things took longer. Hello, hi. Okay, thank you.
I mean, within the year, I guess.
And then at first it was supposed to be in Boston, the job.
Yeah.
And she worked at the Boston property. And then that wasn't working out. And then she moved to DC. And then I was like, all right, well, we'll do this. It shouldn't take long. And then, things progressed. So that was not the best.
Okay. I can imagine that's got to be tough.
Yeah. But, the only problems that we had in our marriage were that we weren't spending time together.
Did law enforcement just ask him a question? Oh, no, they didn't. They said basically it must be tough that she's commuting. And all of a sudden, he's like, yeah, the only problem in our marriage. Sir, you were just talking about work. That's a lot of exposition. It's a lot of exposition. Nothing's wrong here, officer. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Nothing's wrong. Okay. I backed up. I wanted to hear it again.
That was not the best.
Okay. I can imagine that's got to be tough.
Yeah.
That's got to be tough.
The only problems that we had in our marriage were that we weren't spending time together. That was like, during the pandemic, after we got divorced, we enjoyed family time.
Loved it.
Yeah, everybody loved it. Yeah.
Sure. Okay, so what's the time frame? So Jem leaves between 1 and 1:30?
No, Jim leaves like 1, let's say 12:50, 1 o'clock. Because I remember looking at the clock, it was close to 1.
Okay.
And then Anna and I were talking, and then I went to the bathroom, and she said, I have to, let's go to bed. And I said, sure. And then I was like, let me clean up. And that's when she said that she had to go. She was like, I really have to go tomorrow.
Okay.
And she'd made mention that she might have to leave early.
Yep.
Earlier on Saturday. Then she confirmed it, but she always was like, hey, I'm gonna be there early, I'm gonna stay longer, and then she's like, I can't do it. So I think maybe I was putting a lot of pressure on her for more family time, and she was having a hard time
That's
speaking.
understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Officer, all I wanted to do was spend more time with my wife.
All right, so you think by 1:30 you both were upstairs and going to bed?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Both asleep at 1:30.
Okay, and then she was to catch a early flight.
Early flight. So
Sunday.
she only got, this is why she's always been tired. She wasn't feeling well
Yep.
on Friday to begin with, and she was very ill the week before, I want to say. Because I got sick too. The kids got sick, then I got sick, and she came, everyone got sick.
Three boys run around. Everyone
Yeah, so everyone's sick a lot. So, but I want to say on February 27th, she worked from home. She was so sick, which is very rare.
Okay.
So, but she was feeling better, but I noticed a difference there. And then she probably got 2.5 or 3 hours of sleep.
He's nodding along with it.
Then
Like
she gets
he's
up
like,
and you hear her like in the bathroom getting ready.
Yep.
sir, are you still thinking that you nailed this interview? He's like, just bopping his head along.
And then it must have been 6. I didn't see the clock, but it was dark outside still. So,
Okay.
and that's when she came down. Then she does the final, like cleans up and stuff
just like,
that. You know.
Yep.
Did you sleep through that whole morning
Yep, that's what I
routine?
said.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I used to get up, and she was like, "You're gonna be ruined. The boys are gonna get up." So
Yeah.
I was like, "You're right." But she comes and kisses me.
Okay. Okay. And then, have you heard any other communication or seen any other, does she have social media?
Yes, she has a bunch of social media. People have already been looking into it.
Yeah.
I guess her iMessenger comes up on my
People?
phone for some reason. I don't know. So people have been sending messages, and I think that for me, but they're
Excuse me, which of her messaging is on your phone? It just comes up for some reason.
for Anna. And her Instagram, I have some access to, but I don't do any social media really. So it's her domain. But everyone is called saying that they thought that they saw some action on the Facebook, Jem and Adela, and I said it must be me. Comes through and I look at it because normally I don't. But now I'm looking at everything that comes in.
Yeah.
But there have been I don't think there have been any new posts because I've asked everyone who does it
To keep an eye out.
yeah,
Okay.
there have been any new, but it does not seem like she's on Instagram and Facebook.
Instagram and Facebook.
I don't know of any other platforms.
All right. So Sunday morning when she leaves,
Yeah.
you haven't heard anything?
Don't know.
Okay.
But just to be clear, I didn't have the phone, and last week on it was the 24th. She had that work at Mazda building or something. So I didn't hear. We spoke in the morning, but I didn't hear from her all day. And then she was supposed to be here on a flight, and she missed that flight on the 25th.
Okay.
And she drove up.
Okay.
At that point, that's when I freaked out because she was coming here. So I'm like, well, where is she? I haven't heard from her.
Right.
Super weird. And that's when I said, you're missing. And I'm going to call Sally, her sister.
This is the 24th.
Yet you called her work and not law enforcement, and then law enforcement was called by work.
The 25th, I'm sorry, 25th, yeah.
So
Christmas Day,
Day.
because she worked all night, New Year's Eve,
Yeah.
which I was not happy about, but I understand. She was supposed to be here early on the 25th. She wasn't here, and I didn't have, she hadn't sent me her flight info.
Okay.
That's one of the few times. So then I started to
Is it 'cause she
really get
didn't have
nervous.
flight
I
info?
called Sally and Alyssa, and I called Jem, but I didn't say anything to Jem. And then I called my mother, and I was gonna file this first report right there. So I was like, and then she called and said, I'm driving up. I was at the airport. My flight was canceled. I was busy. I couldn't get in touch with you.
Oh, this sounds like Christmas.
And I was like, okay. So this time around, it was a bit different. She's going to DC now, and I didn't have the phone, so I just emailed her saying, I hope everything's okay, and all that's fine.
So, where was your phone on Sunday?
So Saturday at 11 a.m., I guess William took it and put it up in his bed. It was under, Thomas found it under his pillow on Monday at that 2:30 time when I got in touch with her.
Okay.
But I emailed her twice before that, but I was like, you know what, it's fine. I don't want to, I'm going to see first every time my wife needs 5 minutes. So, and then I started getting nervous, and then on Tuesday, I started to call around, and I remember her telling me, hey, don't call work. Don't embarrass me at work, Brian. And I was like, sure. So I called Sally and everyone, and then I was like, and then this morning, that's when I was like, I have to, and
we're going on another day.
Yeah. So now it's Wednesday, today's Wednesday, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I lost, and then this morning, that's when I started calling everyone, and then the Tishman Spy group got back to me very quickly. I left a message at
a lot of explanations.
I said, can you please say Brian Walshe called? I called another building that we didn't pick up, and I was going to call her boss, Jeff Chod, who I didn't have his number, but I was looking for it. Yeah. And then it was Graham that called me and said, is everything okay? And I said, I don't know. She at work. And he said, I didn't see her yesterday. Okay. And that's when things kind of moved a lot quicker.
Okay. All right. Very good. That all sounds reasonable. Has she ever forgotten her phone or left her phone here before?
She's never left her phone here. I mean, she's pretty good at it. It has happened. Yeah. It has happened, but I don't think she's ever left her phone here.
Okay. Does she ever turn the phone off or put it on vibrate or anything like that, or does she always keep the ringer on?
No, she definitely turns it on. In the evening we have to. So,
is she on call at times where she would always keep her phone on, or is she okay to just shut it off at night?
It seems like work was awful busy.
She never turns the phone off though.
Okay.
So the phone is almost always on. I mean, a lot of times she's running out of battery.
That would be my next question. Is she one of the types that's always looking for her phone charger?
No, we have also the kids are destroying them all the time, and so here at the house she's always looking for juice for her phone.
Okay. Does anything else come to mind that we should be aware of?
I mean, I talked to my wife. Even though that we've been doing this for a while and we haven't had it, I talk to her a lot. And even if she can't talk, she sends me a text saying, I'll call you right back or something. I mean, it's very rare. It's one or two times that I didn't hear from her, and then I freaked out, and then she's like, you need to take it easy. I mean, it's too much pressure, Brian. I said, sure, of course, I understand.
Right.
And now this time, I feel like I was not high pressure enough. I should have done something more. So my mother is calling, and she's like, what's going on? She wants to hire private investigators and stuff like that. So I was like, so the detectives class are coming, global.
What about your mother and private investigators? What Anything else we should know? And then he starts talking about his mom and private investigators? That seems out of left field. I'm backing that up. That's a weird thing to say.
Or something. I mean, it's very rare. It's one or two times that I didn't hear from her, and then I freaked out, and then she's like, you need to take it easy. I mean, it's too much pressure, Brian. I said, sure, of course, I understand.
Right.
And now this time, I feel like I was not high pressure enough. I should have done something more. So my mother is calling, and she's like, what's going on? She wants to hire private investigators and stuff like that. So I was like, so the detectives class are coming, global, the gentleman at Tishman Spy is head of global security. So,
okay.
So I think.
Is he saying that his mother hired private investigators with regard to this? Because he's talking about the global head of security who called the police, but what?
I think there's a good shot here.
Yeah. Do you have like shared or access to her Uber or Lyft accounts? Or does she run her own?
Yeah, I don't use any of that stuff. Yeah, I'm driving around, and I never did. It worked out when I was single. My friends would pay for all the Ubers, but Anna was always ahead with the tech and things like that. And since she was, I never did anything to learn about it because I didn't have to. So I was
I mean, that tracks.
Does she have any family here stateside or New England?
Me and the boys. That's it.
Okay.
And then her sister.
My wife handled it. I didn't ever have to learn how to do Uber or Lyft. My wife just handled it.
Is in Toronto. I told her sister you guys were coming, and that she's available to talk. Everyone's available to talk, whatever you want to ask.
Okay, perfect. Appreciate that. So she got a sister in Canada. Where's Anna's mother?
Okay, so Anna's mother's in Belgrade, and Anna was just there. Her mother has been sick. She was here, and then when she got back to Belgrade, so she went up. She was going to the hospital to do some work. So she and her sister were both there to support her mother at the end of November, beginning of December.
Okay, so not too long ago.
No.
And that's Serbia?
Yes, sorry, yes, Serbia.
Okay.
And Sally, her sister, called and let her mother know what was happening.
Okay.
So
any other siblings?
It's basically just the three of them. It's her and Sally and Malaka as her mother.
Okay. No brother or anything?
No.
Okay. Any like half siblings or anything on the father's side?
There is someone, his name is Milan. He is a cousin that they share land with, that they've been in a dispute with for, 30 years or 20 years.
Okay.
And that's been going back and forth for our entire marriage. They had a deal. It just fell apart. They went up to deal with that as well.
Okay.
Yes, but Sally and Anna do not get along with Milan at all.
Okay.
But he's
that's kind of a tumultuous relationship.
There,
and there was activity related to that as recent as early December.
Yeah, they had to go deal with the lawyers, and they had a contract that was signed 5 years ago, but they had to cancel it.
Okay.
It didn't work out.
And it's like a land dispute.
It's a huge land dispute. Yeah.
Okay.
He's talking
do you have any other
so
best friends?
much.
I know you mentioned Jem, which was an old.
Jem is there's a girl named Carrie Westbrook.
I was really worried where that name Carrie was going to go. I got to be honest. I don't know how much overlap is in this case. I'm going to continue to be surprised, but I was like, what last name is coming up next? Because apparently she's a talker too. But he's just chat. Not, hey. It's interesting to me. He hasn't said, can you get access to my wife's phone? Can you get access to my wife's Uber? Can you get access to the airline? How fast can you get access to my wife's phone to see where it last was? Can you, can't? Like, he's not asking them to help him find his wife. He's not once asked, can you help find my wife? She took an Uber. Can you get into Uber? Can you get into this? Can you get into this? Not once. He's not asked for help once.
Carrie Westbrook. She's a very good friend of Anna. They both worked at the Inn at Little Washington. Jem Annabella called to say that she posted something about it's been 10 years or 13 years, and Anna would normally always say something. Okay, thank you.
Where did they work together?
At the Inn at Little Washington. That was Anna's. I think Anna's one of Anna's first jobs when she was here.
Okay.
So Carrie, and then in town there's Adela who works at the Melrose. He's been in touch with me several times today. There's a neighbor. She made good friends with the neighbor. I don't know who the neighbor is though. That's Winta is her name, but I don't have any numbers. And she hasn't spoken about it for several months, which is, I guess now I think about it, is odd. There's Alyssa Kirby. Peter Kirby lives in Marshfield, that's her brother, and Alyssa Kirby lives very nearby. When I called on Christmas Day, Alyssa was going to go over and check on the house.
Okay.
And that's an Anna call. and then all is like settled down. But Alyssa has, she's like, I can go over to the house. Well, I said, everyone's already been to the house. Alyssa, thank you.
And these are DC contacts?
These are, Alyssa is a DC contact, Abdella is a DC contact, Carrie's in DC. The gentleman who sold us our townhouse, William Fasto, is in DC, and his office.
The gentleman who sold the townhouse? Okay.
This is very close by. When I called him, he's like, oh, I just got back in from Idaho, but he immediately went over to take a look at the house if he could.
Okay.
Abdella did too.
Did you really call
Just so I
him?
have the dynamic right, you guys started in DC and you came up here?
Yeah.
The Boston opportunity, and then that kind of brought you back down?
I'm curious if you really called.
She was in DC. I was always involved. Like, you're going back, like, from the beginning of our relationship. Yeah. Oh,
So,
yeah,
like,
sure.
how long, like, when did you guys meet and when did you guys get married?
Oh, right. Yeah. So we met years ago at a place called the Wheatley.
Okay.
And then she went to DC for a job, and I was traveling, and then I called her in November 2011 to say, I'll be in DC, and then we met up, and we started going out again, and then in 2013 we lived together in DC, and then that wasn't working out, and I came up to Boston, and then she quickly came back after.
Okay.
And then we were in Boston since then, and then she got this job in DC, and she said, oh, we go back to DC now as it works out. And I said, sure. And then but we were in Boston for 7 or 8 years together.
Okay. Do you have any, does she have any other phones, or is it just that one work phone, or like an Apple Watch, or anything?
She wanted to get an Apple Watch, and we were actually getting one. I don't know. I didn't see. She would have told me. We talked a lot, so I don't think she was talking about getting another phone and an Apple Watch. I don't know if she got the Apple the extra phone, but I was wondering if she had a second device as well.
I was wondering if she had a second device as well. Okay.
Okay.
But she normally likes to just have one device. There have been times over our marriage where she's had 2 devices, though.
Okay. Is it, who's typically in charge of either the finances or the accounts?
Anna's very good at that. I like, we do it together, but when it comes to being.
Who's in charge of the finances? Oh, she's so much explanation.
On time paying the bills, she's much better at that stuff. So
Okay, great.
with me, like more broader advisory, like let's do this, let's spend money on that.
Sure.
But no, she is an operations expert. That's my
Perfect. Logistics, that's her thing.
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay. How about, if you don't mind me asking, like overall, like financially, like everything good and in order, or
yes.
are there any stressors, or
Yes, I'm okay. Yes, definitely. Hi. Okay. Well, financially, in some ways, better than ever. This job was 3 times what she was making.
You're financially doing better than ever?
Yes, I'm okay. Yes, definitely. Hi. Okay. Well, financially, in some ways, better than ever. This job was 3 times what she was making with Jack.
Oh, wow.
That's why I think she did 315 this year.
Oh, wow.
So that was huge for us.
Sure.
And then, yeah, definitely. So that's why we decided to do the deal. But I've been having legal problems for many years now.
That's
one of the reasons why I
understandable.
couldn't leave, because I'm dealing with that now. And it was supposed to be done a long time ago, and it wasn't. So we've been really depressed about that. And there is restitution that I get to pay, but we have the money, and we're just waiting to get a final resolution.
So you have the money to pay the restitution, and your mom is paying your rent at the home that you're living in. Legal problems. Not criminal legal problems, just legal problems. Could be civil. Just
So the stress was
legal problems.
being a part and not being the authors of our own lives. I couldn't move when we had to. And then our mothers had both of their health a bit difficult. So she had to go to Belgrade instead of coming here for 2 weeks.
Right.
And that was a hard hit. And then my mother she needs a lot of assistance. She recently had cataracts and she's had 3 cancer surgeries. So
I'm sorry.
no, she's doing well. So thank you.
Good.
Knock on wood.
Yeah,
Those were everything okay, Thomas? Okay. This is the whole time, but yes, the biggest stress was not being together. Before, when I was dealing with it, we were together. It was fine. It was it was one of those, we were a magnificent team. We were able to get through anything together. I was reading her.
Our biggest stress is not being together. Not that I might go to prison. Our biggest stress is that we aren't being together, or that we're not together enough. That would also be exaggerated or exasperated if you go to prison on the fraud case that at this point you are pending sentencing on. So yes.
A love note just the other day from 4 years ago about how we're able.
Oh, he found a love note just the other day.
When I was dealing with it, we were together. It was fine. It was one of those, we were a magnificent team. We were able to get through anything together. I was reading her a love note just the other day from 4 years ago about how we're able to blossom under such difficult circumstances. So
Perfect. I appreciate you being so open.
yeah,
Is it okay if I ask about?
please ask any questions you'd like.
The legal stress?
Absolutely, yeah. Do you have a specific question, or would you like
Just a rundown of, what.
Yes, he has a specific question. What the fuck is going on with the legal stress, sir?
Yeah, I misrepresented a Warhol piece. You can read about it in the papers.
Are you an attorney?
Are you an attorney? I'm waiting for him to say, just Google me. What are we doing? I misrepresented a Warhol piece. It's a federal case, sir. Oh my goodness. Are you an attorney? No.
Absolutely, yeah. Do you have a specific question, or would you like
Just a rundown of, what.
Yeah, I misrepresented a Warhol piece. You can read about it in the papers.
Are you an attorney?
Am I?
What's your representation?
No, I
I don't even know what you do. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
He's the defendant.
Well, we have a chocolate. I had some art, and I lost money on it, and I misrepresented it to another person, a gallery in LA.
Okay.
And then the FBI got involved, and I was arrested, and that occurred in 2018. So I've been dealing with that. And then I went to sentencing in October 8th of 2021, and everything was going to be fine.
Yep.
But the bank had called for the bank check saying that some of the money had been returned, but none of the money that was in the bank check, and then things were postponed.
Okay.
And then things continue to be postponed, and that's, so I'm kind of locked down here at the house. Part of my sentence was
I'm locked down here at the house.
home confinement, but it's gone over the 12 months because of things have not been resolved yet.
Okay.
And that's why I've been able to be in Massachusetts with, I'm sorry, in DC with my wife, and she's been doing this. So, but we were just the other day there was possible resolution for the whole thing.
Perfect. Obviously, let it be the time.
That's what we're looking for. The prosecutor definitely. I will. Give me one moment. I'm going to make the note for you. But the prosecutor definitely was interested in more, and he saw a second opportunity at the Apple. So that's why things have taken a lot longer. And,
Okay.
But that's where we're at. And if there's any other information, you can. I'll give you my attorney's number if she can also tell you about it.
Sure.
She'd probably explain the law better than I can. But I acknowledge I was out of integrity, and I'm. Thank you. And
I acknowledged that with integrity. To law enforcement, I acknowledge that with integrity. I lost some money. I tried to pass along the losses. Isn't that what people do? But I acknowledge that with integrity. Yes, he pled guilty to that.
And I'm dealing with it. The whole family, unfortunately, is dealing with it because of my actions.
So we're not here to catch judgment.
No, it's but I just I know. I want to
get a whole picture.
I don't want to hide anything from you because if that could lead to finding my wife sooner, that's the most important thing.
Right. Yeah. So I just.
But it's I do want to acknowledge extremely.
It's a stress or anything like that.
But it's extremely embarrassing for me to talk about. But under these circumstances, it's worth it.
We're not. Again, we're not here to judge anything.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Is there any? But please, if you have any other questions, please ask me. This is don't hold back.
You're asking them less questions about than Alec Murdaugh. You've asked them no questions. Y'all ask me any question you want. Y'all ask me any question. Ask me any question that you want. Vis-a-vis him saying, can you get to my wife's phone? Can you see the last location that it pinged? Can you check her Uber app? No, he's not asking those questions. Well, we know why he's not asking those questions after those opening statements, don't we? Because he knows. That's why he's not asking those questions. He knows that his wife is deceased, having this conversation. Now the defense is going to argue that he didn't kill her. It was spontaneous. And the prosecution's going to argue he knows that he has already dismembered her and has lit the scented candles. So we'll see. But no, he's asking no questions about finding her.
She obviously has a passport, right?
Yes.
Is her passport still here?
No.
Is that something she normally carries with her for traveling, or?
Yeah, I would say yes, because what happened was she lost her ID at one point.
Yep.
And now she had to start carrying her passport.
She was using that as a...
But now she always carries her passport. She brought, William does not have a passport. Thomas and Brian do.
Okay.
What?
And when I got nervous about, not seeing her and stuff, I was like, hey, whoever is with the kids should have their passports. It's the only form of ID. Also, my mother wanted to open an account for Thomas, and so the only way to identify him properly. Sure. So she brought those passports here, and they're here now.
Okay. Is she on any medications?
Not that I know of. She so for health, I'm out of shape, but she's in great shape. But she, we had a bit of a cancer scare last year, but they biopsied and said it was fine
on her side.
On her side, and but
no,
yeah,
she's in great health.
But she kept saying that she felt that she was pale recently, and I said it's because she hasn't had a lot of rest. She'd be working hard and flying. Okay, and flying in, and then when she gets here, it's not restful. The kids are like, so I would give her some weekends off and say, hey, stay in DC. I'll take care of the kids. You've got to get, because she's here the whole weekend and leaves early in the morning for work, and then now her work schedule had really, when she got back, the work schedule really got very tight because she'd taken 2 weeks off.
Okay.
So we really didn't have any time for the holidays or our anniversary, so it's sad.
So you're not aware of any medications. Any other health issues or anything coming up? The one biopsy?
No, nothing. I mean, it's very unlikely that she would hide something from me. Right. We really talk about everything, and no, I can't think of that there'd be anything else.
Okay. Luggage wise, she probably has a full set of clothes in DC.
Oh yeah, most of my clothing's in DC too. So the idea, she thought it was going to take a month or two to get there. Yes. It's taking a lot longer. So we had to buy stuff just to like everything. We keep having to buy new stuff
up here. Okay. So
we just buy new stuff.
I assume she travels light.
Very light. Okay. Yeah. So one time she just brought her purse.
Yep.
And then this time she brought up my heavier coat because I was getting cold. She said, "I'm gonna bring." So she brought her little carry-on.
Okay. And you had a coat in DC, so she brought your coat up here.
Yeah, because I was wearing this light coat, and she said, "Come on, I'll bring it up." And I was like, "All right."
That makes sense. Sure.
But that means she has to bring more luggage, so I felt bad. She's like, "Don't buy a new coat, don't get cold and get sick." So.
Right.
What?
You described the carry-on?
Absolutely, it's a Louis Vuitton carry-on. It's
Is like a big purse. Like,
Well, no, it's the duffel bag, the Louis Vuitton duffel bag.
The officer. So it's like a big purse. No, it's the Louis Vuitton duffel bag. It's the Louis Vuitton duffel bag. But okay, I need a wheelie bag. But you know, you do you through the airport. Yeah. But he's like, no, it makes sense to me that she carried light. But he's just like, no. It's a Louis Vuitton duffel bag, officer. Our finances are fine, officer.
My mother actually, she wanted me to ask the Washington police if they saw.
Why is he talking about his mother again? Excuse me, officer, my mom wanted me to ask you.
you describe the carry-on?
Absolutely,
I had
it's
to
a Louis
back up.
Vuitton carry-on.
It's like a big purse. Like,
Well, I know it's the duffel bag, the Louis Vuitton duffel bag. Yeah. My mother actually, she wanted me to ask the Washington police if they saw that bag at the house, because if that bag was there, then she's definitely at that. She'd been to that house.
what color is it?
It's the
Not him. My mother wanted to ask the police if they saw the Louis Vuitton duffel bag at the house, I assume in DC. Because if the bag's there, then she's there.
brown, the
Classic.
classic, yeah.
With all shades.
Yeah,
I'm
with
not
the
a purse guy.
LV. I mean, I had to become one. My wife is.
Yeah. Any like memory issues?
Yeah, she has terrible memory. We make fun of it since we've been together. Yeah, she's like, I said that's why she's always happy. She doesn't remember anything.
But I mean, so she's not losing like big gaps of the day, like. It's not
No.
like hours go
No,
missing.
nothing
Just
like
classic,
like some
like what I had, like I forget what I had for lunch.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. It was. Yeah. I mean, she. But that's the joke it always made. It's like, well, I don't know. I think. I mean, you know, she was always. That was always the thing. Or even. You know, further back, I was the one who had the memory, like I said.
Okay.
But I told her it was good. I could repeat stories, so it'd be a fresh marriage forever. So it was good.
I like that. Any substance abuse?
No. Anna basically drank nothing when she met me. She started to drink more.
Okay.
And then we both with the kids and stuff pretty much shut it down. But New Year's Eve we did have some champagne and stuff.
He's just joking at this
no,
point.
Anna's totally straight arrow always.
Do you have any sort of like family tracking on the apps? Like Find My iPhone,
I don't.
AirTags, anything like that?
So my mother just bought AirTags for us, and Anna had picked it up on Saturday. She said, "Can I have one?" I said, "Yeah, one of these is for you."
Sure.
But because things went so, those are her sunglasses. What did you find those? You forgot
Because
those?
things what?
All right. But because she left early, we're going to do a lot of work for the new year and stuff, and she was going to be having an AirTag with her.
Okay.
My mother was like, I'm going to have an AirTag.
No Find My
But
iPhone?
They're right on my desk, all wrapped up and everything. And she's the one that like launches all of it. She's the one who puts stuff together. So
Yeah.
So, and I would always just say, oh, okay, we'll wait till you come back. I was always waiting for her to come save us. Four guys over here.
That's what happens.
Yeah, that's pretty much. Okay, thank you. Okay, I should take these. No.
Those look expensive.
Yeah.
So mom got AirTags.
Your mother's gonna get upset. Okay. Don't break them. Okay.
Bella asked in the chat, why can't we see video? This is just an audio interview
Where did he find those?
at his
I
home.
don't know. They must have been over here or something like that. I didn't notice. I just noticed them.
They're talking about something the kids handed. It sounded like, where did he find those? They're talking about something the kids just interacted with.
Okay, no swearing. Sorry for that. I thought he was saying truck for a while.
I heard truck.
I'm not mad about a sweary kid. I just wanted to hear what it was said. But they're talking about the kids. I wonder if they'll ask the interviewer, glasses, sunglasses, something. I wonder if they're hers, though. Right? I wonder if they're her glasses.
I don't know. They must have been over here or something like that. I didn't notice. I just noticed them.
I'm going back a little bit more. I wonder if they're her sunglasses. I didn't notice them. He says a couple times, I didn't notice them. I didn't notice them. Like he sounds a little caught off guard about her sunglasses. Hold on. Let me back that up a little bit because I feel like it might be important later. But also him being caught off guard is interesting. I didn't notice them.
Bachelor House.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, I should take these. No.
I'm going to back up just a little bit more. I think, well, I want to hear it again.
But
Thank you, chat, for coming along with me.
they're right on my desk all wrapped up and everything. And she's the
So
one
air
that
tags.
like, launches all of it. She's the one who puts stuff together. So,
Yep.
so, and I would always just say, oh, okay, we'll wait till you come back. I was always waiting for her to come save us. Four guys over here.
Bachelor House.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, I should take these. No.
I should take these.
Those look expensive.
Yeah, your mother's gonna get upset. Okay.
I should take these. The detective says those look expensive. And he said, I think what he said was, Mommy's going to get upset, okay?
Don't break them. Okay. All right.
Don't break them.
I don't know. They must have been over here or something like that. I didn't notice them. I didn't notice them. I just noticed them. Okay, no swearing. Sorry for that. I thought he was saying truck for a while.
I heard truck. I'm on his side. I heard truck.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Did she bring the big duffel bag back with her? Have you seen it
I
yet?
know we haven't. So when you asked me what she might be wearing, her black coat, but it's a small coat.
Yep.
The hunter boots were gone. Blue and gray. The duffel
Black coat, hunter boots.
bag, and then the purse that you brought.
Okay.
A black purse, Prada probably.
Okay. Do you have any cameras at the house?
Not this one. Oh,
Ring doorbell. I know it's a
no.
rental, but
Yeah, no, we don't have any here.
is the landlord or property owner or anything?
I don't think so. I haven't called Peter yet. I've been calling a lot of people, but haven't been ready to go to the next level again. But I don't think he's got. He might have something down by the garage. He might have some stuff down there.
I'm assuming the
But,
landlord.
I don't think he's got anything on it. I haven't seen any ring doorbells anywhere.
Okay. Any cameras at the townhouse in DC?
There's she installed. We had the door. What's the not ring, but what's the other one? Not our
Blink.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them now.
Ring, Blink,
Net.
Arlo.
The cops are just naming them. Which one is it? Ring, Blink, Arlo, Eufy? Who is it?
What's the one that has the thermostat too?
Nest.
The Nest. I think we had a Nest camera. But that would be on her phone. But when we were, I'm going to one moment. When we were at Jerusalem Road, we had three, so I'd be out playing with the boys, and she'd call or she'd talk through it and stuff like that. She's very good with that. Yeah. But no, I just not here. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Any other questions? Or?
Sheila, anything else you can remind?
I can't think of anything else that you haven't already explained. Appreciate it.
No, I appreciate it. No, I appreciate it. I know it's 7:30 and you guys are still here, so thank you for that.
Do you mind if I take a look at the camera roll? Maybe if she took your, if she took
The photos I have on this?
Yeah. Just if there's something that jumps out, you know what I mean?
Sometimes the kids get it, so sorry. But that's
He sounded a little hesitant.
everything there. You can take a look. There's probably 1,000 photos.
He seemed a little thrown off by the glasses, but then again, I might be reading into it because we just heard the opening statements. So it's tough. So Chata in the chat asked, what did he plead guilty again? What did he plead guilty again to? To lying to the police and to disposing of the body.
Glasses back, please. Glasses, please. Okay. You said it would be okay if I ran around.
Yep. That's fine. You just enjoy the happy meals.
Yeah. I always make the joke, I'm going to make it extra happy for you guys tonight. Yes, Thomas. Okay, well, please tell him not to. That's not.
Daddy! Who said the F word? One of the brothers said the F word. Okay, tell him not to.
William, please.
William Thomas, please stop fucking cursing in front of the fucking cops for fuck's sake. Stop it. Stop fucking saying fuck, please. Fuck. The kids are just, it's, half of me is just delighted to hear the kids. Half of me is just heartbroken to hear the kids just having a normal, well, chaotic with 3 littles, but a normal interaction while his dad's just sitting there telling law enforcement, yeah, I have no idea what happened. I have no idea what happened. None at all.
Oh, no. I would like to say I don't know where you learned that from, but I'm pretty sure it was me. You're taking that. That's your brother, so he's going to get very upset. Thank you. All right. Can I have the glasses back, please? No. All right.
If you don't mind me asking, what kind of errands did you run on?
On Friday. Yeah, basically I just went down to see a friend of mine, Paul Fleming. We hadn't seen each other in a while.
Yep.
And then, brought back some of the stuff for New Year's meal and things like that. And trying to think what else.
Where was that? Where did you meet him?
It was in Boston.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, in Kimball Square. What? Oh, great.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if you, anytime you want to go through this, feel free.
Sure.
It's so weird, like my whole life is like on this thing. I would be like, here's my life, go enjoy it.
So are you shaking your head at yourself? Are you shaking your head at yourself? Anytime you want to see it, go ahead. My whole life is on this thing, but here's my whole life. I don't think he wanted to shake his head, but do you guys see him? For those of you listening in the background, come back and take a look. It looks like he is shaking his head at past him, telling law enforcement, yeah, my whole life's on this thing. Just come take a look at everything. Anytime you want, come take a look at it.
Oh, great.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if you, anytime you want to go through this, feel free.
Sure.
It's so weird, like my whole life is like on this thing. I would be like, here's my life, go enjoy it.
Yeah, I just looked. I saw the
Did you
photos.
see it? It was a little.
Oh, great.
Yeah, of your wife and the boys.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, the same, yeah.
And that was Friday.
I'm trying to think. I also went to, I had some interview banking stuff to do, so that was the other thing.
Sure.
Okay, please, thank you.
Do you mind if we just do a walkthrough of the house, just see if anything jumps out to us?
Yeah.
It would be a fresh set of eyes.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
let's do it.
So, is there anything else? Because I'll shut this off. Is there anything else that,
I think that's it, that's all, yeah.
Greg, do you have any ideas? I know we covered a lot. I really appreciate you going.
Yeah, no, of course, absolutely.
Sometimes every little thing helps, you know?
I believe that, I honestly believe that.
You know, there's fields, move the ball on and see if we can track something down. So,
Right.
all right, it is 7:31. I'm shutting off the recorder.
Sergeant, I have a few questions about that interview.
Me too.
How old were the children at this point in time?
2, 4, and 6.
And the oldest child, what was produced?
Immediately to the sunglasses. Immediately to the glasses. Immediately to the glasses. What did the child bring that Walsh said, I didn't even notice those? Because I think he was like, I mean, do you travel without your glasses? I guess for people who have more than one pair, minor prescriptions. So the one pair is like the one thing, but immediately to the glasses.
During that interview,
An iPad.
an iPad. And
Oh,
when
the iPad
it's
first.
heard the defendant saying 121212, what is going on at that point in time?
The child needed help unlocking the iPad, and the defendant assisted in punching in the code to unlock it.
Now, in addition, at some point in time,
I didn't even catch that with the iPad and the 1212 with him putting in the passcode for the iPad. I imagine that becomes a point of contention then.
someone produced glasses. Who
There are
did
the
that?
glasses.
The middle child.
And directing your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 6, file number 7214. Ms. Gilman, if we could have that.
Ooh, pictures? Are those photos of the glasses?
Sergeant, did you see the glasses there in that photograph?
Yes, there were ladies' glasses there in the black case underneath the mirror on the counter.
Now, after...
I want to see.
Or during the interview, he showed you his phone. What did you look at on his phone?
Camera!
Text message thread between him and Anna and the camera roll.
And what did you see as far as travel arrangements?
There were screenshots of the JetBlue app that Anna had sent him for the flight from DC to Boston.
So at the end of the interview, there's mention of doing a walkthrough. What did you do next?
We concluded the interview and began the walkthrough.
Okay, and so what is a walkthrough, sir?
We just went throughout the house to see if anything jumped out or seemed important.
You're telling me that when you have a missing person or an unknown situation, that you sit down and interview them, recorded, and then walk through the home to see if anything is amiss? Huh. Weird.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 8, 7115?
Yes, same Miss Gilman from the Reed trial, I would imagine. I would imagine that Miss Gilman's days are full of, I can't make my computer work. Can you help me with my email? It seems like Miss Gilman is the tech go-to.
So, sir, what part of the house was this?
This is the front of the house it's not the front door, but it's like the primary access door to the right.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 9, 7120? Now, where are you in the house at this point in time, sir?
If you go into that door from
I would guess that that's the same monitor that they wheeled into the Reed case as well.
the last photo, you're in a hallway. If you look left in that hallway, this is the entryway into the kitchen and dining room, that open floor concept.
And Ms. Gilman, if we can have Exhibit 10, 7122? Where is this in the house, sir?
If you go in from that outside door and you look straight from the hallway, that's the first floor bathroom.
And what is inside the first floor bathroom besides the bathroom?
Washer and dryer.
Ms. Gilman, Exhibit 11, please, 7169.
We love a first floor washer dryer.
And I take it this is the washer and dryer inside that first floor bathroom?
Next to the mudroom.
Could we have Exhibit 12, file number 7137? Where is this, sir?
If you come in that same door, that hallway, if you look right, there's a sunken-in family room.
And what is at the back end of this sunken-in family room?
There's a staircase that leads up to a single bedroom.
Could we have Exhibit 13, 7138?
Like a loft?
Where is this, sir, in the house?
Those are the stairs leading up to that single bedroom.
Exhibit 14, please, 7140. Now, where is this in the house, sir?
This is that single bedroom on that right side of the house.
What access does this bedroom have to the rest of the house besides going down those stairs to the sunken living room?
None.
Could we have the next exhibit, which is Exhibit 15, 7141? And where is this, sir?
This is the same bedroom.
Could we have Exhibit 16,
Yeah, I
7152?
imagine the whole house is not carpeted thusly.
What part of the home is this?
This is that sunken-in living room. This is the closet door beneath the staircase leading up to that single bedroom.
Did you have the opportunity to look inside that closet?
I did.
Could we have the next exhibit, Exhibit 17, 7153. Is this how the closet appeared, sir?
Yes.
Now, can we have Exhibit 18, 7165? Where is this, sir?
This is the hallway as you enter through that door. So that door would be to the left, bathrooms to the right, and then the kitchen dining room straight.
Could we have Exhibit 20, file
Look at
number
that.
7235?
Photos of the whole home, it seems. Well, I don't know if there's a basement, but photos
Now, what part of the
home
home is this?
That door on the left is the front door. So this is, if you're looking away from the dining room,
the main family
you'd be
room?
looking at the stairs upstairs to the main part of the house, and the living room straight ahead.
What's at the far end of the living room?
A fireplace and a TV.
And if we could have the next Exhibit 21, 7236. Where is this, sir?
That's a close-up look of the living room with the TV, the fireplace, and the bureau.
Exhibit 22, please, Ms. Gilman, file number 7237. What part of the home is this now?
So going into the
Still,
kitchen?
right in the living room. It's the stairs leading upstairs to the main part of the second floor of the house. A view into the kitchen and the backyard.
Now, are there any other rooms by the kitchen?
To the left edge of this frame is a small office.
Could we have Exhibit 23, file number 7246? What is this, sir?
small
That's
office.
the small office.
And could we have Exhibit 24, 7288? Where is this in the home, sir?
That is the second floor bathroom.
And can you describe the second floor layout for us?
If you walk up the stairs to the second floor, the front door would be to your back. You enter a hallway. Straight ahead is a second floor bathroom. There's 2 bedrooms to your left, and there's a primary bedroom to the right that also has a bathroom in it.
Could we have Exhibit 25, which is file number 7298? What are we looking at now, sir?
The dark.
If you were in that hallway coming up the stairs, if you look left, that would be the doors to the 2 bedrooms on your left.
Could we have Exhibit 26, file number 7301? Which room is this, sir?
This is the front left bedroom on the second floor.
And who is residing in this bedroom?
The defendant.
And, sir, what is in the drawer next to the bed?
Some sheetrock or drywall
What?
from the ceiling.
Could we
Wait.
have the next Exhibit 28?
What?
Well, actually, I'm sorry, 7301. Could we have 27, 7302? And, sir, where is this?
That same bedroom.
And then could we have Exhibit 28, 7309? And what orientation is this, sir?
This is looking at the
There's a fucking hole in the ceiling. It's a popcorn ceiling. A popcorn ceiling would be pretty hard to clean without it being really obvious. Do you just cut a hole in the ceiling? Or is it water damage? I have questions. But a hole in the ceiling. But a popcorn ceiling would be harder to clean without making it super noticeable. But there's actually a hole in the ceiling. But then why would you have the drywall? I have so many questions. I have so many questions.
bedroom door from that same bedroom.
Your Honor,
Doesn't look like there's a water stain to me.
we would object
either.
for the reasons stated before.
Excuse me?
We object for the reasons stated before.
Thank you. Preserved.
Yeah, they object to the hole in the ceiling.
And then I'd like to have Exhibit 29, if I may, Ms. Gilman, 7319.
I have questions about the
What is
hole in the
this, sir?
ceiling.
A hole in the ceiling in that bedroom.
Yes, it is.
Now, what is above the ceiling in that home?
An attic.
Did you go into the attic that night?
No.
Now, can we have...
It doesn't look stained, but you don't see the floor of the attic. Oh. I got a lot of questions. But it sounds like they didn't go to the attic. I have questions.
Have Exhibit 30, 7320. What room is this, sir?
This is the second bedroom to the left in that hallway.
And could we have Exhibit 31, 7321? What is this, sir?
That same bedroom.
And who was residing in this bedroom?
The middle child.
And who was residing in the bedroom that was by the sunken living room?
The eldest child.
Could we have Exhibit 32, 7259? What room is this, sir?
This is the bedroom to the right, the primary bedroom.
And with this primary bedroom, what was it attached to as far as a bathroom?
There was an attached bathroom.
Could we have Exhibit 33, 7269? What is this, sir?
That's the attached bathroom.
And
I have so many questions.
could we have Exhibit 34, 7335? Bless you. What's this, sir?
If you're standing in the kitchen, looking towards the front of the house, this is
Down
the
to
basement,
basement?
door.
And what was on this door as far as child safety locks?
Up top was like a child
There's definitely a lock.
safety device.
I love my two
Could we have Exhibit
Fichons
35?
said, where are her clothes? I imagine most of her clothes were in DC because it seems that she was primarily living in DC and was in Massachusetts on the weekend. So that's, I suppose that is why we don't see a ton of her stuff in the home.
7336. Where is this, sir?
That's the doorway from the last photo looking down into the basement.
Could we have Exhibit 36, 7340? Where is this, sir?
If you go down those steps and you look right, this is the view of the basement.
And could we have Exhibit 37, which is file 7343?
There's photos of the basement.
And where is this?
If you go down those steps and look left, this is the view of the basement.
And then could we have Exhibit 38, 7557? Where is this?
Those are the basement steps.
Now, what access did the basement have as far as to the outside of the home?
If you come down those stairs and look right, there's a outside door that leads to the left side of the house.
Did you have the opportunity on January 4th to do any examination outside the home?
Yes.
Could we have Exhibit 39, file
Look at this. They explored ingress and egress from the basement.
number 7077? Where's this in relation to the house, sir?
This is the left side of the house, so that basement door would be just off frame to the right.
And there's a fence there, sir. What's the fence around?
That's leading into the backyard and the in-ground pool.
Okay.
Could we have Exhibit 40, 7080?
In-ground pool.
And what is this?
View looking into the backyard.
What condition was the pool that night when you were there on January 4th?
It was full of water. The water was dark green and cloudy. It was unseasonably warm that night, and so no ice or anything. And there was no pool cover on it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
There's no pool cover on it.
Could we have Exhibit 41, 7084? Now, where are we in the house, sir?
You're within
What?
the fenced-in portion of the backyard, looking at the pool.
And how is the
When was this photo taken then? When was this the next day? When was this photo taken?
pool different in this photograph than when you were there that night?
It's drained in this photo.
What is, sir, in the left-hand corner, what is that part of the house?
Shed.
Could we have Exhibit 42?
Can we talk about when these photos were taken then? Please?
7091? And where is this?
This is in the backyard, a view of the back of the house.
And Exhibit 43,
Chat is saying January
7092?
4th. The interview was January 4th.
What about this part, sir?
The pool
This
was
is
drained by the time the photos
the
were
back
taken.
left corner.
I'm so
If you're
confused.
looking at the back of the house.
And,
I might have
sir,
missed it.
did you have the opportunity to look at that shed as well?
I did.
Could we have Exhibit 44, 7097? And did you go inside the shed?
I did.
Could we have Exhibit 45, 7390? And where's this, sir?
It looks
That's a
empty.
view inside the shed.
With broken windows?
Got a siren going by, sir. I'm gonna let it go.
I mean, this courthouse has a siren issue. Oh, I'm turning that back down.
Sir, did you find anything that night when you were there on January 4th?
No.
And did you have the opportunity to look at any vehicles that night while you were there on January 4th?
Yes.
What vehicle did you look at?
Volvo XC90.
Could we have Exhibit 46, file number 7057? What is this, sir?
That's the Volvo XC90.
And sir, if I can just ask if you can keep your voice up, did you have the opportunity to look inside the Volvo?
I did.
What did you see inside the Volvo that night?
I noticed the trunk portion of the SUV was lined with plastic sheeting that was folded.
And anything else inside the Volvo?
In the trunk, I noticed like a maple seedling, it looks like a V they spin when they fall from the trees.
Now, how long did it take to do this walk around?
Huh.
About 30 minutes.
And what did you do after the walk around?
I returned to the Cohasset police station.
And what did you do when you went back to the station?
Furthered the investigation.
How so?
I checked for any international flights, if Anna had taken any, by putting a flag on her passport.
Fair.
Yes, sir.
I reached out to the Metro DC police to do a walkthrough of the townhouse down in DC.
Yes, sir.
And I called Anna's sister.
Now, after doing those things, did you ever have the opportunity to return back to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes, that evening.
And why'd you return back to the home?
I brought the fire department back to the house to investigate the pool.
And so, how did you do that?
They're doing a whole ass investigation. They brought the fire department back to investigate the pool?
Sir.
The fire department brought high-powered floodlights and a pike pole to
see if she's in
scrape the
there.
pool to see if there's anything inside.
And what did you see happen when they did that?
They found a pool skimmer at the bottom, and then they used that pool skimmer, because it was wider than the pike pole, to scrape the bottom of the pool.
And was anything recovered?
No.
And about how long was this? Did it take to do this checking of the pool?
15 minutes.
And
That's just so sad.
after you did that, what did you do next?
Returned back to the police station.
But what time do you think you got back to the police station?
10:30 or so.
And so, did you do anything further on January 4th?
Would have reviewed the notes I had thus far.
Okay. And then what's next in the investigation?
Yeah, I imagine after the interview with Brian Walshe, you would want to take a minute to review because he talked fast and said a lot.
I spoke to Jem the following day.
Okay. So now we're on January 5th.
Yes.
Okay. So walk us through January 5th as far as what you did as
spoke to
the
Jim.
investigation to find Anna Walsh.
I began contacting friends and family, gathering more background information. I created a missing persons bulletin, and I disseminated that
So missing persons bolo.
to the department internally. I believe it went out on our social media. I sent it to the Mass Fusion Center, the Mass Crime Net, and the South Shore Detectives as a shared distribution list.
And may we have Exhibit 47,
That's
the
probably
poster?
the bolo.
So, sir, this is the poster that you circulated?
Yes.
And I want to ask you about some of the places that you circulated it. You can.
This, I think, because nobody used any PowerPoints or anything in their opening, this would be the first time that the jury is seeing Anna Walshe, unless any of them saw maybe a news article but didn't really pay attention to it. So it's the first time in the trial that they're seeing that.
Take it down now, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. You said Fusion? What's that?
The Massachusetts Fusion Center. It's a information sharing system for law enforcement.
And besides them, what other organizations did you share it with?
He said that.
Mass Crime Net. It's a distribution list for detectives and investigators.
And then was there a third?
South Shore Detectives.
And so I take it that's just the police departments in the South Shore.
Correct.
So you've circulated the flyer. It's January 5th. Now what are you doing?
I began checking for financial records to see if there were any recent transactions. The phone was pinged the night prior, and we were reviewing the phone location data that day.
Okay. And so you're reviewing phone location data. And in addition to that, do you do anything as far as searching?
So they were able to ping her phone on the 24th and were reviewing the phone data on the 5th, in addition to calling her sister, sending out the bolo, and the rest of it. I imagine the sister's a first call. Hey, have you heard from your sister? Also, you know, law enforcement, I would imagine, would consider, did she leave of her own accord? Is she missing to everyone in her family, or is she just missing to Brian? So I imagine that those would be the calls that were being made.
The area that day?
A canine track was conducted and
they got the
area
canines?
search with a canine was conducted in the house.
The wooded area?
Can you
In
tell
the
us?
rear
And
of
the
the
house?
house, excuse me.
The rear of the house. All right. So what's the rear of the house like at 516?
It's wooded. If you go through the woods straight back behind the house,
Because we are in Massachusetts, we need to differentiate canine as in the letter K, number 9, not as canine, the genus, not as canine, the tooth, because it got real confusing last time. But canine more like Doctor Who.
you'll reach another neighborhood.
About how far is it between the two neighborhoods?
Less than a quarter mile.
And how is this area search conducted? You said a canine, but what's that entail?
A canine handler and the dog will do a scent search to see if there's any odors that jump out to the dog, if there's any indication.
Who is the canine handler that worked on this?
Sergeant Reardon,
And what department is he affiliated with?
Cohasset.
And so was anyone else involved in the search at this point in time?
No.
So after the canine search is done, what else do you do on this case on the 5th?
We checked for any Amtrak travel. We had troopers from that are assigned to the Logan Airport check each ticketing agency to see if there's any travel for Anna.
And what did you do as far as checking in with any cab companies or anything like that?
They are doing a lot of work, aren't they?
Like that?
I began calling cab companies from Quincy to Plymouth.
Any other ride shares that you checked on?
We checked with Lyft and Uber to see if there were any pickups in that area of town.
And besides checking with the troopers at Logan Airport and cab companies and ride shares, what else did you do on the 5th?
We requested additional resources.
And who did you request additional resources from?
My
MSP.
supervisor reached out to the Norfolk County, the troopers assigned to the Norfolk County DA's office.
And did you have the opportunity to meet with any of those troopers on January 5th?
Yes.
About what time did you meet with the troopers on January 5th?
About 5 p.m.
Where did you meet with them?
Cohasset Police Station.
And who did you meet with?
Trooper Diccico and Sergeant Buchanan.
And
Diccico and Buchanan on January 5th, 2023.
what did you do when you met with the troopers on the 5th?
I brought him up to speed on the investigation thus far, and we listened to the audio recording of that first interview.
After that was done, did you do anything else besides just reviewing the recording with the troopers?
We went to the house,
About what time do you think you got to the house?
8:30.
And who went to the house?
Are we counting how many times they've been at the house? I don't think I'm going to be able to escape juxtaposing this to the Karen Reed case. I don't think there's any escaping it in my brain. But I don't think Proctor ever went to Fairview. Dude's been at the house, 4 times now? Are we at 4 times? Initial interview, searching the pool, dog search, back to the house with Buchanan and Diccico. 4 times in 24 hours. Where'd you go at the house?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Trooper Diccico, and Sergeant Buchanan.
Who is Sergeant Hunt?
Cohasset Police Sergeant. He's now retired.
And who is Detective Lieutenant Lopes?
My supervisor.
And the other 2 were the state troopers.
Correct.
And so who was...
How much do you think the prosecutor is going to specifically identify who's from Cohasset and who's from MSP and try to distance himself by MSP as much as possible? Remind me where they're from again? Cohasset, great. Not MSP? Not Norfolk DAs? Great. How many? All. Every single time. Cohasset, 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 Cohasset.
Present at 516 CJC when you arrived on January 5th?
The nanny, Robin Howe, was leaving as we arrived. Present was the defendant, his mother, and his 3 children.
His mother.
And so what did you do that night as far as dealing with the defendant?
I conducted a second interview.
And who participated with the second interview?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Trooper Diccico, and the defendant.
And where did this interview take place?
That same dining room table.
Where was Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant Buchanan?
They were in the living room on the other side of the staircase.
And who was with them?
The mother?
The defendant's mother.
And what access did people have to, what access did you have to the living room?
It's an open floor concept, so the only barrier in between those 2 rooms was the staircase.
She's telling me everything.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He has been able to very easily illuminate exactly what they did in this investigation. It is such wildly different
That interview
testimony
on January
than we've
5th
seen
was
in past
recorded?
cases.
It was.
And have you...
It's refreshing that it's just so neutral, linear, and factual. No selling, no defensiveness. I mean, we're not on cross yet. It might all totally change. But just, we did this, we did this, we did this, we did this, we did this. Boop, 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 boop. It's refreshing.
Reviewed that interview?
I have.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the...
Ooh, let's listen to the interview.
You had with the defendant that night, and Sergeant Hunt and Trooper Diccico?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to enter a drive with the interview from January 5th as the next exhibit, which would be, I believe, 54.
Subject to the earlier objections, any new objections? It'll be marked and admitted as Exhibit 54.
The sock snatcher, AKA my dryer, said, what's our what if anything count? 0. We're still at 0 on what if anything. We've heard Canton once, but we're still at 0 what if anythings.
Thank you.
Proctor got involved at some point because Proctor is on the defense witness list. I just don't know how Proctor gets involved or why. Chat, no spoilers. I want it to be revealed together. We are new to this case. Actually, while we kick off this interview, remember this is probably going to be an audio only interview. While we kick off this second interview with Brian Walshe, I'm going to put a poll in the chat about how much you know about this case. We are watching as a jury. There is so much I don't know about this case. I know very little about the discovery fights over Proctor's phone. That's about it. Also, is that a Buc-ee's sticker on the court reporter's water bottle? Because we love Buc-ee's. All right, let's continue.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we play Exhibit 54?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could you play the interview from January 5th? Thank you.
Miss Gilman's got her own little desk off in the corner. The layouts of these courtrooms are so different, but remember, this is the courtroom that Alan Jackson did not want to be in because of where the jury box is. A lot of you are asking any sidebars. There was one sidebar before the jury came in, but no, it's run very smoothly so far.
The reporter is on. It is 1956, January 5th, 2023. We are at your home. We're at 516 CJC Highway. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is Trooper
Diccico. I'm assigned to the Northwest Police Office. My name is spelled B-I-C-I-C.
and Sergeant Garrett is at Cohasset.
Brian Walshe.
Beautiful.
Telephone.
So I'd just like to circle back to. I'd like to circle back to.
The court's looking towards the jury box, but I wonder if that cell phone was in the interview or not.
Last weekend. So could you start me with in the morning? So when you woke up, I remember when we talked, I was just.
There's so many noises happening.
When we talked, I had up until Anna left. Could you fill me in starting from when you woke up on the first, so Sunday morning?
Oh yeah, definitely. Maybe Brian normally gets out of there for the 7 or around 7ish. So
it's a little hard
when it's about light, and then I get up. Sorry.
No.
And then I get the day going. I'm supposed to change William and Brian in the morning.
Yep.
I didn't. I'm 50-50 out of 100%. So we went down and I made French toast for one of the days off. I make French toast and
Why are you explaining why you're making French toast? Why are we it's New Year's Day. Why are you explaining why you're making French toast? It's New Year's Day. You do you, boo-boo. We do Malins. I want to watch the Rose Parade. No one else cares. I love the Rose Parade. Look, we all have our New Year's Day things. I got up and I decided I made French toast. It's New Year's Day. So
French toast. I was expected to see my mother and later. So the kids and I played with all the new gifts and things that we had at the house. And then Robin showed up at 2. And then I had to go out to get for low on orange juice and milk and things like that. So I went to Shaw's. And then I went to, then I got off a good bit late to go see my mother. And then we went to Whole Foods and CVS. And then I came back. That was pretty much the whole day.
Okay.
Before that, I listened to your interview with Detective Schmidt, and you said that, I think you said at the beginning that had woken you at about 6 when she was leaving.
She kisses me goodbye normally. Yeah.
So you did wake up and you didn't.
I knew, yeah. I mean, I didn't get out of bed or anything. She just said bye and I went back to sleep.
Okay, no other conversation.
That's pretty much what I had to go. We've gotten into a routine. I used to get up with her And then I would be too grown up for the kids. So
Okay. And then, but your son also saw Connor before he left?
yeah, when I came down.
I really wish that they would just let him give a narrative and not question him about the kids, but they are treating this as they should be, as a missing person at this point. And I wish very much that they would just let him talk and ask him what next. But law enforcement's like, wait, well, you said one of your kids said goodbye. And now he's backing up and catching up to that. If people are willing to talk, let them talk. Do not confront them. Just let them talk. And he is just ready to talk. Let them talk.
I said, sorry, Mom, I had to go early. And he said, I know it's fine.
So this is like, he was about 7 years old?
Yeah, I came down at 7. He was on the couch playing with his iPad.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's
fine.
yeah.
To clear that, because it wasn't kind of completely.
No, I understand. Nothing's clear anymore.
Can you talk about what she was wearing? Like when she left, if you remember?
I wish they would just pause this so that the sirens can go by, but
I'm sorry. I really. She didn't have a dress on. She had her underwear. I guess the stuff is down here. Sometimes she keeps it under her arm. So sometimes, because she's getting.
we're just gonna have to work with closed captioning.
So I don't. I mean, but I know she always got a black dress normally or something on. That's her standby, or she has one of the flowery dresses. But I don't know what she was wearing that day. I do know that she wore. She had to have worn her short black coat because I was listening. She wore her hunters, which is odd. Normally she wears fancier shoes to leave.
And what color are the boots again?
They're blue gray or something like that.
She was wearing her hunters, which was
pocketbooks, stuff like
unusual.
Yeah, she had a Louis Vuitton bag,
Yeah.
and then she had her black bag. I think it was Prada one, but she has like 5 or 6 Prada bags.
You're confident that she took that with her, like that hasn't turned up in the house here?
The only thing that turned up was when we were here last night. Her Tiffany sunglasses.
Sunglasses.
Yeah, she did not take that.
And were you able to track down where she left those, or where
she left her sunglasses?
It was Thomas that found them,
The sunglasses that were found.
right? No, William?
Brian, I thought. Brian was playing with them. Maybe Thomas found them. I think they were right there because they go in there and start like taking stuff. So.
Okay.
Sorry if I sidetracked there. Has anything like this ever happened before?
No, it's totally is not a normal thing at all. And the reason why I didn't call sooner, one was that when she leaves, if she was.
They didn't ask that. Anything like this happened before? Is she ever out of contact for a few days? No, nothing like this has ever happened before. But the reason I didn't call sooner, he's trying to explain what might be unusual, it seems.
A normal thing at all. And the reason why I didn't call sooner, one was that when she leaves, if she was coming here and she was 5 minutes late, I would freak out. And the week before, she was late for Christmas because she, as I said, she worked late for December 24th.
Yeah.
So I was like, are you coming? You're missing. I emailed her and I called people and she's like, hey, I missed the flight. I was canceled. I'm driving up. So I didn't have the phone and she wasn't coming, so I held off.
Did she miss the flight or was it canceled? Those are not the same.
And then I should have called work on Tuesday. I don't know.
Go ahead. Sorry. So going back to Sunday, you didn't have your phone for the.
It's a lot of
duration Sunday,
exposition.
I didn't have. I have the phone was with I think it was bed the whole time.
Okay.
Because Thomas found it, Robin took the day that you just met, was up there, and then Thomas, I guess, they went in the garbage to report because I guess Big Brian had thrown on his phone away a while ago in the garbage. So they were out in the garbage, and then they came back, and Thomas went upstairs to play with William, and then brought the phone down. And I think Robin was there, so. And then he got a journal for my mother. So.
The boys had his phone.
And that's when I called, when I got my phone back, called me. And that's when things, I got, normally now, you can call, it's been a while, you've had some rest, I don't know what's going on.
Right.
So I didn't give you the exact what was going on with the emergency. Normally, she updates me. She's had several emergencies with the FBI, storm crossing at one point, that was her building. Huge leaks.
Sorry, that was me.
Or TJ Maxx was going to leave.
Elizabeth Johnson in the chat said, if his partner is missing, wouldn't he be more alarmed? Do you think the cops are suspicious? During these interviews, his kids are around, so it definitely adds a layer of maybe he's downplaying. I don't know if they have conversations with him. I don't think they have outside of the kids being around. They haven't indicated they've talked to him on the phone or anything, but he keeps saying, well, normally if this, I would freak out. But in this situation, I'm not freaking out. And so he keeps trying to distance from, like, if she was 5 minutes late coming home, I would freak out. But I didn't call sooner because she was heading to work and I wasn't freaked out. So he keeps trying to explain his behavior to them in the interviews a bit. Or that's how it reads to me.
Disgruntled, resident that she was dealing with. So anytime she had one of those big, she debriefs me on it pretty quick.
Yeah. Okay. So then, when was it that you got your phone back?
I called on at like 2:30 or 3:30 on Monday.
Okay.
So it was a Monday.
You said about 2:30 to 3:30?
So yeah, I think it was 2:33 because at the moment I got it, I called.
2:33. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So then, going back to the morning of the first, so you do French toast. You run some errands, OJ and milk.
Yeah, that was later. That was later in the afternoon. And during the morning, it was we had the French toast, and then we played with a bunch of toys from Christmas. They were going to watch a movie and things like that. So.
Okay. So then, you went to see your mother?
Yeah, after I left around 4.
Did you take the boys and go?
No. They stayed with Robin.
They stayed with Robin.
Yeah, they
okay.
stayed with Robin.
When did Robin get there?
But I was considering if Ivana was here, maybe we were all gone, and I was gone, and then some of the things changed, switched up. But we had Robin scheduled for.
Okay. So, what vehicle did you drive up?
Did I drive up?
Yeah.
No, I drove.
Oh, okay. Where's that now, if you don't mind me asking?
It's so a bunch of people have come to visit and support, so I couldn't get in, so I parked right out there. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And then, so
where's the car?
That belongs to Robin.
Okay, and then so
That belongs to my mother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then we have other cars in here, and then the press. So.
Okay, very good.
Lots of people have come to support, so I parked down the road.
So how long were you visiting with your mom?
A few hours.
And what is she? It's the Swampscott.
Yeah.
Excuse me, address.
330 Paradise Road.
That was loud.
What was that? I'm doing something.
They said, what's that? And he's like, my mother is doing something? To be fair, Lucy in the chat said, what sort of glasses do you have? To be fair, these are, in fact, Dolce & Gabbana reading glasses. But I also do wear a pair of Tiffany glasses. But the arms keep getting loose, so I'm changing them. But I get it.
I had a really stressful job.
That's a trend. Some people call them. Yeah, I bet.
I can't tell if that's in court or in the interview. I really can't tell if that's his phone in the interview or a phone going off in court. I have no idea.
Sounds like Anna had a really stressful job.
So, just to be clear, her experience was that she was over her head. As I said, it was a huge it was the job of his dreams, and she'd gone like 2 or 3 times the money that she'd been making before, and she was worried to a certain extent that she was over her head, and she kept talking about that. And then being away from the family was very difficult too.
Yeah, that's a lot. And what did she do prior to this job?
She worked for Jen, who was here on New Year's Eve.
But what did she like?
Yeah, she was his, he runs a real estate company, and she was the operations officer.
So it's just a similar job, just larger scale, more money.
Yeah, I mean, like,
that's definitely in the interview.
Way larger scale, multi-billion-dollar company, and it was a lot. It was overwhelming, unbelievably overwhelming.
I know that in the previous conversation we had with Detective Schmidt last night.
So Jem, I think Jem, not Jim.
The distance, the issues that you were having on your end.
Yeah.
This job, you caused some depression between you guys.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, I'm just going to ask, a pointed question there. Has she ever talked about suicide?
Never, no. She never said that. She talked to Jem for an hour and a half. I know you spoke to her about how the year had been and how she was really unhappy about the trial and things taking, or the court case taking longer and us not being able to be together. And she kept saying I could come back, and then she's like, well, I can only have $100,000, a smaller job. And I was like, no, we've made these huge sacrifices for you to be there at the townhouse. We'll stick it out. She was going to see a psychiatrist, was the first time she brought that up. But I spoke to Jim about it today. He's spoken to me 8 times today, and he basically said, hey, it's fine. It doesn't mean there was any problem. She had a problem, and she should deal with it in a healthy way. So that was his experience.
Okay, so no past talk of it, no.
That's the second time he has said.
No.
The second time he has said, not she's going to get therapy, not she's going to get some support. She's going to see a psychiatrist. It's very specific, which I find interesting. I don't know. It's noodling at me. We'll see what happens as we go through this trial. But for those of you that are like, I can't follow him at all. Yeah, same. He's just chatting a lot and saying not much.
Is the marriage okay? Have you guys talked about separating or?
No, not at all. I mean, we've been separate, so it's been sad for us. We love spending time together, and think about when the kids grow up, how much more time we have together. So during the pandemic, with all the family time, it was best for us. Second
time he's brought that up.
It wasn't like that. We really enjoyed each other's company. So our friend, my mother was like, what do you think about Anna? And we're good groups of friends. It looks like they really enjoy each other.
Why does he keep bringing up his mother? Chad, don't tell me. I'm telling you the questions because somewhere in this trial it might make sense, it might not. How is your marriage? And again, bringing up his mother. No, we loved the pandemic. And then to his mother, again, just like the day before.
This company, I keep bringing that up to her all the time, but that wasn't, that was the problem. Also, I mean, it's just the idea of separation for her comes from like a family that, her mother and father were for 47 years. And for me, coming from a divorce family, not enjoying what that was like, it just really wasn't in the, I mean, I don't think so. At least for me, that was my experience. And maybe she wasn't telling me something as well as that possible. But for me, I just couldn't imagine it.
You mentioned that in the past, years ago, you lived together in D.C., right?
We lived together, for a year.
And then there was some problems, like I think 2013, and you came here.
Yeah, I came back to Boston. I was like, DC's not working. And then she, a few months later, she basically said, okay, she came to Boston.
So that was just in like D.C.?
Yeah, I mean, it was, I guess, no, that's not a...
He didn't like D.C.
Well, I didn't like D.C., just, it was... Maybe I wasn't ready for such a serious relationship at the time, and I was uncomfortable in a new town. So obviously there was more layers to it, and I wasn't used to what a relationship meant. I was just a solo operator, and now I wasn't, and that was difficult for me. I struggled with that. So I think that was it, and then Anna realized that it might be, that she wanted to be with me, and then that being in Boston, it was fine. So, and then things.
Ms. Gilman, could you pause, please?
Miss Gilman, can you pause? What the fuck is he talking about?
For the record, Your Honor, this has been paused at 14 minutes and 33 seconds on the media player.
All right, great. We're going to take our lunch break.
Oh, the court wants a lunch break. Damn it, counsel, can you ask some questions so we can explain? I'm so confused. They're going to take their lunch break.
We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to zoom past the lunch break. We are now at the lunch break of day 1 of the trial of Massachusetts versus Brian Walshe. And many of you are confused. You're like, Emily, the defense said in opening statement that Brian Walshe went to climb into bed and found Anna Walsh not responsive. So what is happening? Well, that is what his attorneys are saying now. That's not what he was saying when he was interviewing with police, which is why the defense got out ahead of it in opening statements that Brian Walshe lied to police. So as the jury is listening to this, the jury already knows that he has lied to police. They're already sitting there listening to the defense having told them he lies to police, and the prosecution told them he lies to police. So they're sitting there listening to this going, he lies to police. So he's lying. But I'm sure they're also trying to parse what, if anything, is he actually saying, because it's a lot of word salad. So I'm going to zoom us past lunch. I am going to pause just real quick to say that it is the feed is fighting with me. It is a different, I need to make sure that the lawyers don't put anything on the record. Hold on. The feed is mad at me for trying to jump around. So give me 1 second. I wanted to see if the lawyers put anything on the record. I jumped to the lunch break way too fast. Give me a second. Let's see if the lawyers say anything before the jury goes out. I started zooming very quickly. My bad. I don't want to miss a moment. Let's jump back to court real quick.
We were at your home. We're at.
Hold on, because they go. I went way too far. Nope. Where?
And that was the
Record, Your Honor.
All right. This is when they pause it.
Great.
They're going to the lunch break.
And we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
All right, please. Close the notebooks.
All right. The jury is going out. Okay. I just want to see if they put anything on the record.
Anybody need anything before the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
That was a worthy endeavor, EDB. Worthy endeavor. So they're going to take the defendant out of the courtroom for lunch. I will say that this courtroom also has a fan. It's a different fan, but this courtroom also has a fan. So there you go, chat. Different fan, but we're back to a fan. Let's zoom past the lunch break. Since I took a break a little bit earlier, I'm not going to take a break now. We're just going to get back to the lunch break. I'll probably take a break at some point to use the restroom again, but we'll see where we get in this court day. So let's zoom. They're going to resume his interviews. I imagine we're not going to get to cross-examination today. For those of you new to this case or new to watching cases with me, yes, we're commentary. Yes, we run behind court schedule with an agreement amongst chat that no spoilers, because then we can zoom through all of this other stuff, which is fantastic. So we're going to go back to court, and I imagine we're going to hear the rest of this interview and maybe another interview today, and we'll resume with this witness on the stand tomorrow morning. So I'm glad we have answered the question about whether or not there is an OnlyFan. Yes, there is, in fact, a different OnlyFan 2.0. Ms. Gilman, resume. So we are back after the lunch break.
No, not at all.
It got so much worse to hear. Oh, there's the judge is on, the jury comes back and they just begin right where they left off, but it got harder to hear. All right.
And I was happy to live anywhere at that point. But that was, he grew up.
There we go, right back into it.
And I'll ask this to that section, but is there any extramarital with you or?
No, not at all. Certainly not with me. And not that I have any information that's on it. Like everyone who called me recently, they're like how to work all this. The same story that I had is the same story Alyssa and Adela and Will Fast everyone gave me, is that she works all the time and she flies home to see you guys and she comes back and she's constantly working. And, she said that she would like eat in her bed and pass out a lot. So that was everyone else's experience. So yeah, I would be surprised that, when we were younger, we were seeing, when we were first dating, we were seeing other people. But that was 12 years ago or more.
The closed caption just doubled up. I do not know why. No idea.
So in your experience, you had no suspicions that she
It's really hard to hear.
No, like that. No indication to you that was going on.
No, not at all. I mean, obviously, we were apart, but we spoke a lot.
Any issues of her seeing someone seems to be what they're asking.
That's why, people were like, well, don't worry if you haven't spoken to her. But we spoke all the time. We speak in the morning and in the evening. So. And everyone, she had her rings, talk about her husband and her kids. I mean, that just seems weird to have an affair.
It seems weird. She had her rings and a husband. It seems weird to have an affair, is what he said.
Close friends here. I know she spent a lot of time in DC, and when she came here, she was like with you, family most of the time.
Yeah.
Did she have someone that she would spend time with here, like a girlfriend? Or?
Yes. So there's Rima, a very good friend of hers. Ferreira. She is the head of HR for the Park Plaza Hotel.
How do you spell Rima?
I know how to spell the first name, not the last name. Rayma, Rayma. So it's Rayma. And then Ferrer, which I'm not as familiar with. Ferre, Ferrer.
All right.
And you said head of Park Plaza?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Yeah, so Rima was, so when she was here, she spent most of her time with us. Trying to think who else were people that she would lead. Rima was the biggest. Jam, obviously. So I'm trying to think.
Yeah, the other noises.
Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Yeah.
There is talking going on. It sounds like somebody's got their radio on. Remember, Buchanan's in the house with the mother, with somebody else, and there's a number of them sitting around the table talking to him, and there's 3 kids in the house, and the dog, and the mom, and Trooper B, and the rest of them. So there's a lot of people in the house. So all of that background noise is in the recorded interview.
I got distracted. Rima, Jam. Who else did she hang out with? Well, Peter Kruger, who was here.
Peter came by?
Yeah, Peter came. He didn't. I was like, I'm fine. He showed up anyways. It was like he needs support. So that's Alice's brother. He lives in Marshfield, so we're pretty close with them.
Ow! That was me.
You know Peter and
bumping my
Peter
elbow on the
and
table.
Anna went to, they had a leadership training together.
Okay.
And
was Jim part of that as well?
Jim was part of my leadership training.
Oh,
So that's how a lot of us know each other through this.
Okay. So Peter Kirby, leadership training.
Yeah, and she was what we call, her group was B2 and my group was B3. We raised over $200,000 from the pandemic for local school kids.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
That's part of the leadership training is the community service projects.
Okay.
You have a surprising lack of questions, but you want to talk about the money that you raised during the pandemic. It's like the 5th time the pandemic's come up in 2023. Okay.
Something Jim and I continue to be proud of. So.
Nice.
He's just flexing, but he's asked them no questions. Have you gotten into her phone? Did you ping her phone? Did you see anything with her Uber? No questions at all. Just like, I'm an open book, fellas. Ask me what you want to ask me, but no questions. None.
What do you think? What do you think?
First, it's been like, I feel like it's a bad dream. I'm having to wake up and it's going to be all over. I'm having kind of a hard time.
Well, there's law enforcement. What are you thinking? What are you thinking right now? Right, because he hasn't asked them any question. Law enforcement's like, hey, what's up?
What do you think? What do you think?
First, it's been like, I feel like it's a bad dream. I'm having to wake up and it's going to be all over. I'm having kind of a hard time like sleeping or thinking. And then the fact that my mother has an investigative team in DC who's now, they don't believe she went back to DC.
My mother has an investigative team in DC, and they don't think she went back to DC? What? What?
And Jan and Della are like, where else did you go to? I mean, I have no idea. I mean, like if you said she went to New York or Mars, any one of them could be possible because
what?
I have no idea where else she would go. And I talked to Candace today, who's a friend of ours, and I said she's not someone that would ever go haywire like that. That she would just like go and not say anything to anyone or.
What? What? She could have gone to New York or Mars? Did she borrow Karen Reed's Lexus that just blasts off into space? What in the world is happening? She could be New York, could be Mars. This doesn't make any sense. I'm just gonna wake up and this is all gonna be over. Sir, with those Google searches, you might well wake up in prison is what it might be. I am so confused. New York or Mars. Okay.
Take a large sum of money from one of the accounts and just, leave. She wouldn't leave us or her kids. I mean, it's not possible.
She wouldn't have left her kids.
What do you do for banking? I know she's got the JetBlue card.
Yeah, so I everything's in her name the way I set it up. Like my grandfather's taught me, make sure your wife is always taken care of. And, with my legal problems, it's been useful. And also, she always pays things on time, and I do not.
Well, officer, my grandfather taught me that, you always need to make sure your wife is taken care of. She pays things on time. I do not. So, what is this interview, you guys? This is 24 hours in. What is this interview?
Like bank institutions, stuff like that.
Yeah, so she's got Liberty Bank. She's got one in Marblehead, Grand Bank. And she's Apple Credit Union in Virginia, which she's had for probably 10 years, 15 years.
Apple credit union?
Yeah. So all the money goes there. Then we got the Chase cards. We have the Fidelity, which something happened. Something happened to the Fidelity card when she was in Belgrade. So that hasn't been used really.
Is that like canceled?
It was. I think we might have new ones, but we haven't used that one.
Okay.
And then the JetBlue, which is the only one that I don't. I don't know if you.
Sir, you pled guilty to a federal fraud case. I would imagine all the accounts are in her name. I would just guess that.
Bank accounts, I don't deal with those, but I used to view all the investment accounts and all of the credit card view of.
Obviously, we want to contact these banking institutions.
Yeah.
If any activity is going on.
Sure, I would. Yeah, I would.
Have you been monitoring this?
I'm monitoring the Chase, the Fidelity. Nothing's been going on, but the Chase. I use the Freedom card, and the last time she used the Freedom card in Belgrade, it doesn't have foreign transaction fees. So I was like, so I called her to don't use the card there. So then she switched to the other Chase, and then she got the JetBlue because she's like, hey, I want these 80,000 points. So that was the last sort of credit card conversation we had.
I'd want the 80,000 points too.
4 weeks ago.
No shade on that.
When's the last time you checked the activity on these card accounts?
I had to check today because the Freedom removes for a company I work with, Fresh Bowls, which is.
Sir, I have refreshed a page more trying to buy concert tickets than you're refreshing the bank accounts to see if there's any activity at all. I haven't checked today. Let me. Okay.
A sports car or a mobility company, so they buy from their whatever the vendor. We put it on the credit card, and then they pay us back. So that's one of the. So I'm always checking that card.
Okay. Any suspicious activity on that?
No.
Any transactions you don't recognize?
There's nothing I don't recognize. No.
Okay. As far as travel, has Anna done any like domestic travel in the United States in the past year or two, like anywhere?
It's been DCA to Boston, and then
excuse me, officer. I know you're a newer interview. You're not yesterday's interviewer, but any travel in the last year? Yes, she's commuting back and forth from Massachusetts to DC. So yeah, yes, travel.
I think she went to Chicago or New York. She went to Chicago to meet some of the head brass at Inspired. Then she went to Belgrade, and that was it. No, she was complaining about travel since my problem, so we were looking to do something at some point.
So Chicago for what?
Yeah.
What was the destination that she really wanted to go to?
Oh, Japan. She kept saying, "We're going to take her to Japan." I said, "Yeah, absolutely." It was
on my list too.
I had done a lot of business there years ago. I said it's good. She loves Japanese food, so.
Sir, you're not going to Japan anytime soon with that federal case, are you? No. No, you're not. But he didn't talk about her visiting her mother again yet. He talked about it in the interview prior, but he hasn't talked about it in this one yet.
Going back to her phone, you guys have a family plan, or you had a family plan?
Okay, so we have a family plan. When she got the job at Tissue Inspire, she's like trying to decide what to do. She's at 11. She wanted to take her phone over, so she ported it over, and then she left the family plan that we had.
So you have no access to like her
I
phone records, right?
No, but Tissue Inspire was, right? So,
yeah, well, that's.
you're not, I thought you had the
Fair point,
We've
Terry.
been talking with them, but they're a big company, so getting information from the bigger
Oh,
companies
really?
is already, yeah.
Oh, I thought they were just handed right over.
They always have too many corporate attorneys.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
yeah. If she was on the family, I mean, I'm so upset. If she was on the family plan, I could just hand it right over to the guy right now. Yeah, all the phones, mother, my uncle, her brother, me, and on it. So
Okay.
Anna was married in Japan?
she was, yes.
What's the relationship like with her?
They don't talk anymore.
How long ago was that marriage?
I think she got, he must have gotten divorced in 2012. And it was only like the last 3 years or so.
So they don't have, to your knowledge, or?
I keep asking, because, we were talking to Martha, like, he won't talk to me. They were talking a little bit, but once we started having kids, that was it.
What do you mean? I'm sorry, you said you keep asking what?
I said, if you want to talk to Mark, it's been a long time, we had a good relationship. I mean, it was a,
They're talking about her
it
ex.
was, it wasn't a bad person, just didn't bring everything out, so. But she said that every time she's reached out to him, he hasn't gotten back in touch with her.
This is her ex.
But he lives in DC or Virginia or something. That's where they met.
What's his name?
Mark Knipp.
Mark Knipp?
Yeah, it's spelled Knipp, Knipp. One of the chase cards is under that married name.
Okay. Oh,
We don't use that one. That's the first one she got with him. But that changed her name from, so it's on the Knipp on the card.
but it's still an active credit.
It's an active card, but we haven't used it, and there was $229 of credit on it. It hasn't been, no one's used it.
So she has a chase card under her old married name. Okay.
So we've discussed this occasionally, but I mean, there's been times when she only had $50 with her. Like, she had $10,000 when she came back from Belgrade. She brought it for a lawyer who's Serbian, who lives in, we went there, lives in, I'm sorry, it's by the water, near Boston, Winthrop. So he lives in Winthrop, so we took it over. So that would be a lot of money for her, but she has had it, $2,000 to $5,000 at times. But
For her personal use? Or?
no, she just cared if we had cash from Fresh Bowls, or if there was some money I could give to her. But then she would forget, so that there were times when she'd be carrying a lot of cash. But I don't know if she had a lot of cash on her this time, though. I don't go through the moment, so. But there are times where I said to me money, and she's only got $50. But she always dresses like she had a lot.
There was no financial trouble, nothing like that.
No, actually, we're doing better than ever right now. We're facing restitution charges, but with the new job and with the real estate.
They're again asking about the finances, and he's like, "No, we're doing better. We're doing better."
It worked out. We're really in good shape.
Did you guys have any arguments or anything on New Year's Eve?
No.
New Year's Day before she left?
No, I wasn't enough time on New Year's Day to have an argument, but New Year's Eve, everything was fine. We were excited, what she wrote. Peter saw what she wrote for it was very positive, and Jen was here, and there was it was kind of like 2022 was a hard year, but 2023 is going to be the best ever. And she was and it's just not, it wasn't really anything at all.
You guys have you had major arguments in the past, anything like that?
So the biggest, and yes, I mean, it would be out of integrity to say that we haven't arguments, but we're very aligned with almost everything that we do. We really have
we're very aligned.
The same tastes, and ultimately we defer to each other with what the other person's good at. But the biggest argument we had in 2022 was when she had to go to Belgrade for 2 weeks, and that was 2 weeks of vacation. I was like, I don't know, could you here with the boys for 2 weeks? So I have to go to Belgrade. So that was our biggest argument, and I couldn't get in touch with her. My mother reminded me. I couldn't get in touch with her for the first few days in Belgrade because the phone didn't have international. So I was upset about that. So that was the only other time this year that I didn't have contact with her daily.
So you normally have daily contact with her?
Yeah, more than once.
What's the longest you go with no contact?
The 3 days in Belgrade, and there was the last week of December. There's some points in December where there was 24-hour gaps, which was really not normal. And then when she was supposed to be here and she wasn't, and I was like, I'm going to file some person's report. You're missing. Where are you? But 24 hours, 36 hours would be a lot of time. But I was making a big deal out of it over the last couple of months, and everyone told me to relax about it, and then I did. So I feel.
I didn't call sooner because she yelled at me that I was not relaxed enough when I didn't hear from her. So that's why I didn't call you guys sooner, because she told me I needed to relax. So I'm just doing what I was told, you guys. What can a man do? I would have freaked out, but she had told me I needed to calm down, so I calmed down. Okay.
When you guys did communicate, what was the conversation like?
What?
Just any time, like during the last couple months when she's been traveling.
Oh yeah.
To work.
I mean, it's been like she always says, "Hey, hello," and this is what I'm doing today. I said, "Oh, the boys are up." Sometimes I would send photos of the kids. She would send me photos of what she's doing. We have a recap shoot. Anyway, at night I was like, "Oh, I'm tired. The kids are driving me crazy." She's like, "Oh, there's no food because I do all the cooking normally." So I said, "I'm going to go to Cabo to get something to eat." And it's just a recap because normal as if we were together. Yeah, as if we were together without being in person. But there were some nights that I remember December 23rd, 4th, 2nd, 1st, we didn't have those calls because I think I'd been sick and she was tired, so we would go to bed. With the kids sometimes I go to bed if you guys not coming, I was going to go to bed. I didn't sleep well last night, so I was going to try to get some sleep tonight. So it's not uncommon for us to go to bed very early.
Is there any mental health issues at all with Anna? Does she have any indicators to you that something is amiss there, or any diagnosis?
No, and not for me. My mother might have a different opinion, certainly, but
what?
Yeah, she's like that. Well, I guess probably pushy. That's the word, pushy. Not a mental problem. Yeah. Sorry. No, probably.
What?
I really couldn't think of anything. I mean, she'd never, thought about psychiatry or even discussed it until recently.
Has she ever been violent or anything like that?
No.
Have you guys ever had a physical confrontation?
No. None of that stuff.
It's for us coming in here. It's tough because we obviously want to find out as quickly as possible. We don't know her, and there's many common reasons why people go missing. I'm trying to get the answers to those questions.
Well, please
feel free.
Feel free to ask any questions that you have. Don't worry about moving with that. I understand that you're here to find Anna and you're working for her.
Well, all right.
What do you mean there's a fine line? There shouldn't be a fine line when they're looking for your wife. There are no lines. Everything. I understand there's a fine line. A fine line of what? No, they're looking for your wife. Fine line is not the... That's a strange thing to say.
Because they were abused or injured or assaulted, did you do anything to hurt your wife?
No, that's right. I wouldn't hurt my wife. I mean, I love my wife. All we want is to have her back as family.
I'm going to back this up as they're getting to the... Did you harm your wife? No, no. So for all of you that have zoned out on how much this man's talking, come on back. Come on back, chat. Come on back. They're going to ask him if he ever hurt or harmed his wife. And I'm interested to hear the exposition.
Why people go missing. I'm trying to get the answers to those questions.
Well, please feel free to ask any questions that you have. Don't worry about moving with that. I understand that you're here to find Anna and you're working for her.
Well, all right. One of the reasons someone goes missing is because they were abused or injured or assaulted. Did you do anything to hurt your wife?
No, that's right. I wouldn't hurt my wife. I mean, I love my wife. All we want is to have her back as family. Family doesn't work without her. I mean, we can't function without her.
You guys have never had a physical fight, nothing like that before?
No, not at all.
I mean, so there's no mental health, there's no financial problem. no extramarital affairs, no physical abuse. The only stress I'm hearing right now is the work,
Being separated.
separation,
Yeah.
depression from the combination of those two.
Yeah. Also, her mother being ill, she had a, major neurological event last year. And that's why she had to go to Belgrade, so we got pressure from that. My mother has had some health problems. So, and then the kids, it all adds up. I mean, I want you to know, up until, looking at it now, it's nothing compared to this. But it seemed like a lot a week ago. Being apart, the mother's not doing well, the legal problems, the kids growing and you're worried about them. All of those things seemed like a lot. Now
So you were to her?
I think we discussed them both. Like I was like overwhelmed by the 3 children, and she was missing. So it was a really bad situation. We discussed splitting them up. Like Tom would go with her, and then we want to split the kids up. So why did they take all the kids? And I was like, how's that going to be for your job there? I mean, we did not have a good solution. I mean, it up until, it felt untenable until right now. I'll go back to that moment. It's going to be very easy for me to deal with now because I still have my partner would be here right now to work it out.
He said they had a full-time nanny. I don't know what more of a solution you want. You have 3 kids, 2, 4, and 6. It's going to be chaos, sir. That's what that is. It's busy.
Where would you go to look for it? I mean, if you could go anywhere right now, where do you go to look for it?
Did he go to look for her at all? Did he ask anybody to hop in a car? Where do you go to look for her? Apparently New York or Mars, detective. Jeez, he already told you. I'm being facetious.
You have a favorite place? You have,
We would yell at everyone. We were exhausted. Like, we would go over the hotels and the hospitals. And a favorite restaurant in DC, which is near the house. There were investigators waiting there all day.
She's not at her favorite restaurant.
We should go there, but I don't know. Anna was not someone who would just want to go out and she was adventurous, but not that adventurous. When she had a layover in Frankfurt, I think, and I told her to, her flight was delayed, so I said, go into town. I don't know. She's not someone who would want to do it by herself. That would be, she would always want to do it with me, or at least someone else. I like to think it would only be with me, but obviously, it wouldn't be something, she would just go off on her own, like my father was really traveling by himself and seeing where he'd eat and things like that. So that was not my experience in Lana.
this tough week last week, you don't think it rises to the level of wanting to hurt herself or anything like that?
I just can't, I personally can't imagine that.
Yeah, he keeps saying was, for sure.
But she did, I remember, I talked to Alyssa about it today, she's a friend of Carrie Westbrook, and I guess she was going to go see her.
Yeah, he didn't answer.
They came up with.
They asked where would you go looking for her, and he talked about her favorite restaurant and that she was adventurous, but not that adventurous, and that she wouldn't go out into town if she was on a layover or whatever.
They were Washington together. I don't know what happened. She was trying to get there, but SIM card broke, and she was exhausted, not feeling well. I saw her. She was having a FaceTime with Viber because her SIM card was broken. And I was like, I guess maybe I was complaining about some stuff, and she's like, hey, give me a break, I'm not doing very well. It's the first time she's ever said that. I say that all the time, I'm not doing well, but it was the first time she ever said that to me. So that was new, and Jen said that she seemed different, but the extent that you're talking about, this extent is, this is just unbelievable.
Was that before or after Christmas?
It was before Christmas.
It sounds like it was around Thanksgiving when she was
SIM card
traveling.
went down after Christmas because she got in touch with me very quickly, so it wouldn't leak out.
Well, I know you said you're willing to, do whatever you can to help the investigation. We thank you for that. And, part of that I think is trying to understand Anna. And I think if you would allow us to look through your phone and consent to us downloading your phone.
Give us your devices.
See some of the communications between you and her and like her tone. And you said in the interview that she said that she may have.
Gimme.
Yeah. Receive stuff.
Did you hear how they did it? You said you want to do anything to help find your wife. Just what we'd love to do is to download your devices. Give us your devices. Give me your devices. Let's go ahead and download all of those. If you want to help find your wife, let's go ahead and get those devices. Let's go ahead and get them. Just hand those right over, please. Let us download everything. We're going to see what we find. Thanks for that.
Yeah. I think it'll help us really create a permanent timeline of the events of the 1st and the 31st and the 1st, and maybe get a better insight into Anna. Is that something you'd be okay with?
Just to be clear, you want to download everything on my phone?
We will download, the extraction will download all the contents to your phone, yes.
Oh, that's a lot.
Oh.
What we're focusing on though is
Oh, that's a lot. Yeah, that is a lot. Oh, wait, you want to download everything? That's a lot. Yeah, it is a lot. Oh.
what we're interested in. Yes, download everything. We're interested in looking in and finding information specifically in there that would help us do that. The Anna-specific content.
That's a huge amount of personal information, gentlemen.
It's a big ask, but there's a lot on the line.
No, there is a lot.
You know what I mean?
That's a lot of information, gentlemen. Yes, it is, sir.
I don't know. Are there other legal issues?
That's why they phrased the question that way. You want to help find your wife? We're going to need all of this. That's a lot of information, gentlemen. Yeah, it is, but we're going to need it to help find your wife, sir. He's like, ooh. It was a very Los Angeles offer. Like, I didn't want you to take me up on it. I just wanted to say that I was being transparent. I don't want to actually be transparent. He just a full, like, where's my record scratch? What do you mean wait a second. What do you mean everything? What exactly do you mean by everything? Like, that's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot.
That's one of them. I guess my request would be, I'm willing to do anything, but my only request would be
I would do anything to help y'all, but I won't do that. I would do anything to help y'all, but I won't do that. You guys are like, Los Angeles offer. Yeah, a fake one. A fake offer. A very LA offer. A very like, oh my God, yeah, love. Like a very fake, I would do anything to help. I mean, I'm not going to give you my entire fucking cell phone. That's excessive. I do anything, just not that.
It's a big ask, but there's a lot on the line.
No, there is a lot.
You know what I mean?
I backed it up because I was interrupting. He's like,
what's your concern?
I don't know.
Are there other legal issues?
That's one of them. I guess my request would be, I'm willing to do anything, but my only request would be because Tracy might have called me today about what's going on, and
who is that?
Tracy Myers was representing me in the
okay.
So she said before you do anything like this,
100% blame your lawyer. 100% blame your lawyer. 100% blame your lawyer. 100. I got this lawyer in the other case, and my lawyer said, I can't agree to anything, guys, until you run it past the lawyer. If you have a lawyer, blame your lawyer immediately. Blame your lawyer immediately. I want to help. If you need any of this stuff, you're going to have to talk to my lawyer. I've got this federal thing. And, the prosecutor wanted a second bite at the apple, and I don't want to mess up the federal thing. You're going to have to talk to my attorney on that. Blame your lawyer. That's what they're there for. They get paid to be blamed. Blame your lawyer. My lawyer, I would love to help, but my lawyer says, you guys got to contact my lawyer on that one. I let you look at the text yesterday. You got to talk to the lawyer.
talk to me. I want to do everything I can to support this.
I want to do everything I can, but my lawyer, that's fair. That's actually fair. Good.
And
who's that?
Tracy Miners was representing me.
Okay.
So she said, before you do anything like this, you have to talk to me. I want to do everything I can to support this 100%, but I gotta call her.
Lawyer out here
She
like
said
it.
before you do anything, like turn over the
Talk
phone or
to
anything.
me.
Before
I
you do
talk
anything,
back.
she always wants to be here to talk to law enforcement. I said, well, I'm going to talk to them and give them whatever they want. But I have to ask her quickly about that. I'm sure it would be fine, or she might say, hey, can we just do the information that you're asking for?
Right.
Well, that's all we would be interested.
Smartest thing he said in this entire interview was, yeah, my lawyer. My lawyer said before I do anything, because I got this federal thing and, you know, federal prosecutors, like, I would love to, man. I would love to help, but my lawyer.
We'd be interested in your communication with them and dates of, you know, the 31st and the 1st for presence. When I'm interested in your other tasks.
No, I understand.
And, you know, that being said, I believe, you know, that you're represented by counsel in that matter. I don't, you know, I'm not legal, despite being a police officer, I'm not a legal expert, but talk to your attorney, but I believe that require a search warrant for that stuff to be used against you, you know, and that's not.
They're still trying to convince him because he didn't say, I can't talk to you anymore without my lawyer, and he's not in custody. This is not a Miranda situation. This is not a custodial interrogation. They are at his home. He is, at this point, not a suspect that we know of, though I imagine the police are feeling sus. And so this is not a situation where they can't continue to ask. They are continuing to ask. Yeah, but could you just? They can. He can end the interview anytime he wants. He can say, you know what? You're going to have to call my lawyer. I've told you everything I know. Shoo. He's allowed to do that. But also, he said, I'm going to have to talk to my lawyer about that. They're allowed to continue to ask, well, what about this? What about that? Until he shuts the interview down. They are going to become persistent, and they're allowed to. This is not a custodial interrogation. They don't have to shut it down. He can shut it down. Closet Goff said your Miranda rights are always active. No. This is not a custodial interrogation. He can say, I'm not talking to you anymore. Get out of my house. This is a consensual encounter. This is him agreeing to talk to police at his home. So no, this is not a encounter where they have to stop just because he said, I got to talk to my lawyer about the phone. They don't have to stop asking him questions at this point. He can stop them and say, okay, I'm done. Get out of my house. Here's the card for my lawyer. But no, this is a non-custodial interview. So there are rules, but these rules are not in his favor. So he is in his home. He can just kick them out and end the interview. But he wants to keep talking because he wants to be helpful, right? He wants to be helpful. So yeah, he can say, I'm not talking to you anymore. He can say, I'm staying silent. But they don't have to Mirandize him and they don't have to stop asking questions. So he would have to kick them out.
What they're looking to even.
How long would it take for you to download it?
It would take, once we hook it up to the machine, which is in Canton.
How long would it take to download my phone? Well, sir, we just have to take it to Canton and download it there. No big deal. Do you remember what they did to Murdaugh? Sir, we got it right here. Murdaugh, they're like, we've got the device. We'll just plug it in right here. We won't even go out of sight. We'll do it at the table. We'll do it right here. No. What they said is, well, we got to take it to Canton. How long would that take? Why are you trying to reason with them? At this point, kick them out of your house.
Your attorney, but I believe that require a search warrant for that stuff to be used against you, you know, and that's not what they're looking to even.
How long would it take for you to download it?
It would take, once we hook it up to the machine, which is in Canton, it would take, depending on how many gigabytes of data is it a lot?
Yeah, like 128 going.
It's a smaller one.
Then, I don't know, it could be 30 minutes, 30 to an hour.
Okay, so now it's
An hour to download. Yeah. I mean, I think it would be useful to our investigation.
Okay.
Helpful.
All right, well, I want
100% it would be useful to their investigation. It doesn't mean you have to do it, sir. Yeah, it would be incredibly helpful to our investigation to see what you were doing on your phone. I bet it would. I bet it would.
to know that I'm absolutely, that is my intention.
Sure.
And my only request is to talk to Tracy and let her know that that's what I want to do. And at least let her give me what my exposure would be in life.
Right. Just so you're aware, if any peace of mind, we don't have a crime. We're not investigating a crime. This is a missing person.
No.
Just for peace of mind, sir, this is a missing person. We're not investigating you for a crime. Until they see your Google searches.
I understand.
We're here at a community caretaking function.
No,
Just so we're abundantly clear.
I'm fully.
We're not investigating you.
I appreciate it, and I want you to know I'm not going to. I'll be very quick.
But if they change their mind, they still have your phone.
With it. And if Tracy and I were talking in the morning, then what would be the process? I would just give you the phone, or I would come to Canton, or I need to be away from. I do a lot of work on the phone as well.
Also, even if they are investigating you, they can tell you that they're not.
That's the.
Well, we can come get it, and if we get your attention to it here.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
We have a portable device.
Okay.
Just bring it here and do a download.
We can bring the device to you and download your
Guy
phone.
works in my office that does it efficiently. I can send them over.
Okay, great. So, when you guys, when gentlemen,
Talk to the lawyer.
On my request to give me a moment to talk to Tracy about it.
No one's taking your phone from you.
No. I don't know, but I don't. I'm only interested in finding out, and I don't care what it takes. But I just have to make sure that.
I'm only interested in finding Anna.
I listen to all the advice I have come my way, which is a lot. I do apologize, but I most likely will be able to do that, and I'll be able to do it tomorrow.
You don't need, first of all, you don't need to apologize. Talk to your lawyer. Talk to your lawyer. Talk to your lawyer. Talk to your lawyer.
And that is my intention and my declaration.
Is there any, what possessions do we know that Anna had on her person? What's in her wallet? Like,
Yeah.
I know she had a wallet. She didn't
Notice
bring
they moved on.
She has a ring in her wedding band, which is diamonds.
That's not her wallet.
So she's got the engagement ring, the wedding band, and then
And they
she
switched
has,
topics to
Actually,
keep them
she
talking.
bought some she had a ring and a necklace that matched that she bought in Serbia. Then she had her luggage, Louis Vuitton and Prada, and she had a Prada bag or usually a Prada bag. And then what else did she have? She was in a Rolex or Hermes watch. And
Rolex or what?
Hermes. Hermes. Hermes watch. She had some small diamond earrings.
Man really likes giving the brand names, doesn't he? Every time with the designer names. Every time. Excuse me, officer. It's it's Hermes, officer. You know, you walk into the store and they're like, who are you? How much money have you spent with us? Out, peasant. That. Hermes. That.
She was just wearing all this when she left.
I think she had I heard she had the Rolex with the Hermes, but it was the Hermes watch she had.
That she arrived with.
Yeah.
It's not here now.
Yeah, so she because everything's at Washington D.C.
All her. What's in Washington?
All of our stuff is in Washington D.C. It was like 2% of the stuff.
But this stuff here came with her.
Yeah, all this came with it.
She said a short black jacket, is that right?
Yeah.
But you don't know what kind of pants or she was wearing?
I'm not sure. And the 100 boots was weird. Normally she wears, she has a very, leather boots, like Prada boots or something she wears. So, so that was I've read the weather. The weather was a good. He was there.
Does she leave any belongings here, like toiletries, anything?
Yeah, she's got a couple things in the up in the bathroom that's mixed with all of our stuff, and then she has her pajamas and his underwear and different clothing. She's got a drawer over in. Remember when I took you upstairs and there was Brian's room?
Yep.
Yeah, one of.
She has a drawer of her clothes in the kids' room? It seemed like there was room in your bedroom for more clothes. Huh. Okay.
The drawer is there. She's got all her clothing. Okay. But so she has enough clothing to last for a day or two, and then she has, and then she brings some stuff. So.
Okay.
Because most of her clothes were in D.C.
Have you had conversations with Thomas about what exactly you saw that morning?
He did. It's all, it was 6-year-old guys.
What do you got, buddy?
Did you make some? Oh, did you just make some art?
The little feet running in absolutely breaks my heart. The fact that he is like, oh, this is what my kid saw that he didn't see, pisses me off. It's all of the emotions.
Oh, that's so nice.
What do we have?
Do you want to explain it?
Mom has Dino too.
Okay. Is it okay with you? Oh, yeah. Shows us this. I asked Thomas some questions.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like this.
Not bad for some. Better than I could do. They got their hands on it now. But the gist was that, and Thomas, when there's action, he loves it. So his mother came down and then said, I gotta go. And then one of the things, I love you, see you soon. And then she left. And first he said she went to a taxi. And then I said, was the car up here? And he said, no, it was all the way down there. So I said, you didn't see the car? He said, no. And I was like, okay. And then I was like, so, yeah.
He keeps saying when there was action, Thomas would come around, which is interesting.
That's pretty much what I want to ask him exactly.
Yeah. So it's, yeah.
See if we get the same answer.
Yeah, of course. So
if you saw a vehicle that she got into, that obviously helpful.
Notice he's telling them what the kids saw.
Yeah,
not what he saw.
It was a taxi, and I was like,
the kid said it was a taxi.
I know you mentioned. Well, I can't remember. Does she normally take Uber or Lyft?
Normally it's Uber, but she has Lyft as well. I know that.
Have you guys ever called like a local taxi company?
I have. I called John's Taxi or something several times. I forget what it was, but I would pull it up and I would call. I would call in the mornings. I didn't book it on time. So it's very hard to get it at like 5 in the morning.
Right. How did you normally get to the airport?
Yeah, Uber. Yeah. Did you guys get in touch with Uber?
That is one of the.
That's the first time he's asked a question about his wife being missing. That's the first time. Did you guys get in touch with Uber? This is now his second interview with law enforcement, and that is the first question he asked about what they're doing. Also, I don't know if Thomas saw anything. I hope he didn't. I think the defendant is lying about what Thomas saw to make it more credible than if he's the one saying it. He's feeding information through his made-up story about what Thomas saw to try to make it more credible, thinking law enforcement's not going to really interrogate a 6-year-old. Or if he keeps saying to his 6-year-old, oh, you said goodbye to mama. You saw her get in the car. You saw her get in the taxi. That the 6-year-old will just repeat it. One of the two. So, no, I think he's just filtering information to make it seem more believable at this point. So we'll see what happens.
People that are getting back to us.
Because we've called as well, and they're like not. Because I said it's they said I'm sorry, I can't do that. But that's like a Deller, like, well, we just have to find out where the Uber took her. And I was like, that would be helpful, yeah.
And that was under her name, like,
Absolutely, yeah.
not a business account or anything like
No,
that.
all of the apps and stuff are under her, yeah.
It would be under like her.
Oh, Tissue Spire? No. Or.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Nothing like that.
No, the last thing Nick was that credit card.
Okay. It's a pain to change names over in all your accounts, so sometimes you just leave it alone, you know?
Yeah, well, when we met, she blew Church and Nick, and then when we got married, she blew Church and Nick and Walsh. But I don't think there's anything left.
I think he's talking about her changing last name.
And she does have a Serbian passport.
Okay.
She's Serbian.
She does, yeah.
Is she in the US also?
Yes, yes.
Where does she keep the Serbian passport? Where does she carry it around with her?
Yeah, she does. Normally she has a U.S. passport with her. She carries like the Serbian passport. She wouldn't carry because it's not useful. There will be
When she's traveling within the U.S., yeah. I imagine she takes her Serbian passport when she's going abroad.
Questions, I don't want to ask them the same
Okay,
questions, so
yeah.
I just want to see if they're asking them.
What's he working on? Is Brian here?
We have to ask
Can
him.
you decipher for me?
I don't know.
I don't have kids, so I can't translate the drawings.
Well, he's doing some math for us, and he's got the happy face and the heart. But then he's got his spooky movie stuff over there.
Okay.
And then the colorful heart is new to me. Actually, no, it's not true. He enjoys he was doing a colorful rainbow before, but now he's doing a
What's the
colorful heart.
spooky movie stuff?
The kids have no idea what's going on over there. Having a grand old time with the holidays. They're so used to it over the last 9 months now. Mommy comes and goes.
Yes.
She's like, hey, I'll talk to you later. Like, okay, see you soon. Bring chocolate.
What's your schedule like tomorrow?
We'd like to come back and chat with you more.
Request.
Well, we would like to talk to the kids, but we have a trained professional who just interviews kids. It's not a police officer. It's just like a civilian that works with the DA's office and at a police station. And it's actually at a very nice house in Foxborough near Gillette Stadium.
It's not too far from here, right?
Well, it's probably 45 minutes.
Okay, got it.
So it's actually right behind Gillette Stadium on North Street.
Peyton Road.
Yes, that's
Peyton
it.
Road.
But it's right behind Gillette generally. And it's a good setup. It's actually like just a couple of couches and chairs and toys.
When you want to talk to Brian Emily?
Just bring the kids. Well, obviously the 2-year-old is. Right? Yeah, she's not speaking, I'm guessing, much.
Some words, but William doesn't speak that. I mean, he speaks a little bit. I mean, he's like, I forgot about the phone. So
I think you can bring all the kids and plenty of toys for them to play with, and we'll see if we're just gonna have the person ask them questions about mom and. Last time, recent conversations they can remember with her, and that's pretty much it.
That's fine.
And it's really kind of
That's in the interview.
Casual, comfortable setting for children. It's specifically designed for that. We actually use it for like children who are victims and stuff like that. It's really easy going, and you'll see, and you sit down before anyone talks to anyone.
Yeah, they play and they draw and they chat. It's not.
If you can get, I think
they try to talk. They try to talk to kids in non-interview setting, and more of a, hey, we're gonna build blocks together, and then you just chat. The way kids are more talkative when they're in the back seat on the way to school. You know, just Not a police interrogation, but they'll draw, they'll build blocks, they'll do other stuff, and then chat while they do it. So that's what they are asking to do with the kids, and see what the kids will say, because Brian told law enforcement that their oldest said that he kissed mom goodbye and saw her get into a taxi, were Brian's words. And so, of course, they want to sit down and have a conversation with the kiddos. So, of course I do, because of what Brian said.
Tomorrow,
What time?
I don't know what time yet,
Okay.
but we can call you in the morning.
Yeah, if you've got, I gotta just, normally I take him to school, so, I'd certainly be willing to organize that, and I'll talk to Tracy about the phone, maybe we could do all of it tomorrow.
That's actually,
That's a good idea.
that would be convenient. We could just-
Well, I mean, we don't have extra time, I'm an urgency, so.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, what time are you up, about 7 in the morning, you said?
Unfortunately.
That's what time my house gets up to.
Yeah, no, right, how old are your children?
1.5 and 4.
Okay, yeah, so, yeah, the 4-year-old is starting to give you talking feedback, right?
Oh, yeah, he's fresh. Let me see if I can get time here.
Yeah, it's usually a really nice woman does the questions, you know, it's just a conversation.
It's fun. If anything that you feel is going to help, I'm willing to do. That's what I need to know. I mean,
We're trying every avenue here. You know what
I
mean?
appreciate that, yeah.
Usually, we just need one little bit and then we can run through it.
All right, great.
Anything you feel will help.
Typically, something will jump out. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's at my phone.
I love that. Tom's gonna have the time of his life.
You can hear the kids in the background, because remember, there are other law enforcement in the house not part of this interview. Trooper B is with the mom or the grandma of the kids in the other room with defendant's mother. So they are, I'm not surprised that we hear them chatting away in the background.
Yeah.
I can tell.
I guess there's no one scheduled to be in there tomorrow as far as like children being interviewed, so it's probably wide open.
Okay.
Just gotta see what time the counselor is available to be there. I'm guessing they're probably pretty flexible, but like you said, rather get it done. Time is of the essence.
Well, I mean, waiting
things done as
waiting
possible.
till Monday makes no sense at this point. We have no time.
No, it doesn't. So
This is a missing person case at this point. So of course they want to see if the kids have any detail, because he told them the kids saw mommy get in a car. So they want to talk to the kids to get any detail they can. They're like, anything that'll help, or have the kids say that they didn't see that. Either way, they don't want to wait because it's a missing person case and hours matter.
confirm, I'll try to get you like a tentative time. Well, we can just plan on it, like, I think we can tentatively, would like 10 o'clock work?
So I have to leave here at 9 or something, right?
You'd have plenty of time if you looked at that.
Okay.
Plenty of time.
Oh, hi, William. Oh, yeah. Want to say hello?
Hey, buddy.
That's say hello? Yeah. Your iPad? Yeah, I'm going to help you find it, okay? Okay. That made the terrible mistake of giving them iPads at a young age, and now that's ruined everyone's life. Remember when they didn't have electronics in bed when we were younger?
Well, my boss in Canada says he's gonna give me a time shortly, so before we leave, before they wrap up in there, hopefully we can set something up.
Any other?
Trying to think, anything else you want to add before we terminate that recording?
I'm trying to think. Is there any part of the house that we didn't consider looking at, or did she leave anything behind? Like any?
No, but if you guys want to take another look, I mean, certainly open to that. If that.
Can somebody go in the attic, please? He's like, if anybody wants to take another look, can somebody go in the attic? Can somebody please go in the attic? Let's go in the attic. Let's go in the attic. Also, I mean, say what you will about Trooper Buchanan, I sure will. But if he's hanging out in the house chatting with the kids, whose mom is also Serbian, I think that the kids might have a chat in the house with Trooper B, because we knew the kids were kind of enamored with other people being in the house, as kids are wont to do, unless they're mine. And then they're like, why are you here? When are you leaving? But it would make sense to me that they would want to chat with Trooper B, who's sitting in the other room with the grandmas. So I don't know if he ever takes the kids to where he's supposed to go near Foxborough for them to be interviewed or not. We're going to find out maybe in another day, but he is Ukrainian. That's right. Not Serbian. True. Fair. I inverted. However, I would imagine that the kids would enjoy talking to Trooper B, and I would imagine he would also probably play it up. Right? English is his third language, he said. So, we'll see. But yes, chat, Ukrainian. That's totally on me. All right. Should we continue? Yes? Yes? Russian-derived languages? We'll see.
If that's supportive, I know you got to look everywhere. And,
Let's
your job, I'm not, it's neutral. So
we got a new set of eyes, so I'd like to just check the box anytime.
I love that, yeah.
Is there an attic?
Yes, there is.
Okay, so we didn't hit the attic last time.
Right.
So.
Ooh. They're asking the questions I wanted to know. There's an attic?
We got a new set of eyes, so I'd like to just check the box anytime.
I love that, yeah.
Is there an attic?
Yes, there is.
Okay, so we didn't hit the attic last time.
Right.
So we definitely want to do that.
Yeah, okay. It's not one that you can walk around. And, we tried that, and I broke the ceiling. I fixed it. Yes.
It's not an attic you can walk in. I tried to get in there and broke the ceiling. The thing about the pictures of the ceiling, though, is that it did not look like it was punctured through from the top, did it? Not to me. It looked like it was cut from the bottom, not cut from the top. Thank you. Slavic language based. Appreciate it, chat. But it didn't look like a stepped through ceiling. So he's now trying to explain the ceiling in a way that is completely incongruous, nonsensical. It was not stepped through, but that's what he says.
Yes, there is.
Okay, so we didn't hit the attic last time.
Right.
So we definitely want to do that.
Yeah, okay. It's not one that you can walk around. And we tried that, and I broke the ceiling. I fixed it. Yes.
10 o'clock, anytime. Kristen is the name of the council that'll be there tomorrow, and I guess anytime works.
I tried and I broke the ceiling.
10 o'clock,
Nope.
okay to you? 10:30 or?
How long is the session going to be? You think?
I mean, chat, you can definitely punch a foot through an attic, through a ceiling, but there was no damage to the attic bit. That was a solid piece. So no. The attic part was not disturbed.
Well,
or any distinction.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they can go a long time, but
like an hour.
Those are the long ones are when we're actually have a specific incident or a crime to actually dive into. In this instance, it's going to be more of just like a conversation. And, how's mom? Their sense of how mom is and stuff like that. I guess. So I think it's going to be. I guess my answer is I don't think it's going to be terribly long.
Well, do you think it'll be more or less than an hour?
For both of them, I would say an hour.
Okay, so if it's an hour, 1 hour, 35 minutes, well, it's too late.
Did you have to get back or something?
I'm just trying to figure out, the time.
BT2XX.
You know, I think 10.
BT2XX in the chat said, and who steps through an attic and then saves the ceiling drywall hidden in a drawer? As if they're going to try to put it back up. Mm-hmm.
Actually, 10 would probably work out just fine, so.
Okay, so let's plan on 10 o'clock. I'll get you the address before we leave. And we'll plan on that. We'll confirm. We'll talk in the morning.
That's fine. Okay. Yeah.
All right, so you don't mind if we just take?
No.
I haven't been here before.
Yeah. Sure, no problem.
All right.
Yeah, do you want me to, I'll knock this up.
Yeah.
All right, it is 2053, Thursday, January 5, 2023, starting off the report.
Sergeant, I'd like to ask some questions about January 5.
All right. That's the end of the second audio interview. I don't know how many there are. They're going to ask now the detective follow-up questions, which is helpful. And then when we are done with court for the day, I will answer some of your questions. A lot of you have a lot of questions. Don't worry, we'll answer them when we get to Q&A. I want to hear what the detective has to say, and we've got to be getting closer to the end of the court day, I would imagine. So let's keep going.
After that, well, actually...
Oh, it's fair. A lot of you in the chat said the house was a rental, which might explain holding on to the removed pieces. But also, if you punch your foot through in a rental, wouldn't you just call the landlord and be like, so funny thing, I'm going to need some help.
There's people talking in the other room. Who are they?
The people talking at that table?
No, there's conversations going on behind you, it sounds like. What's going on there?
Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant Buchanan are interviewing the defendant's mother, Diana Walsh.
And
so the defendant's mom's being interviewed by Buchanan at the same time?
after the interview, did you have the opportunity to walk around the residence again?
Yes.
What did you see in the attic?
I went in the attic. The attic's unfinished. There's insulation. And exposed floor joists.
But nothing else in there?
Correct.
Did you go back down the basement?
Yes.
What did you see in the basement?
If you go down the steps, to the right is utilities. If you go left, there's like a refrigerator. There's some storage boxes, some trash bags, some cleaning equipment.
Did you do anything with the trash bags?
I kind of manipulated the bag from the outside.
And what did you notice?
I felt like there was a carpet sample or a piece of a rug inside of one.
Did you open the bags?
I did not.
Did you have the opportunity to go outside again?
Yes.
What did you do outside?
We checked the shed, the backyard, walked around the property again.
And did you do anything with the pool?
We shined our flashlights into the pool again, but it was looked at with the floodlights the night prior.
Now, what about vehicles that night? Did you look at any vehicles?
We looked at the Volvo again.
And what did you do to look at the Volvo?
We went through it more thoroughly.
And did anyone give you permission?
Yes.
Who?
The defendant.
And what did you find in the Volvo?
In the Volvo was a receipt and a cell phone.
And did you ask the defendant about the cell phone?
Yes.
And what did he say about the cell phone?
It was the eldest son's cell phone.
And the receipt, where was the receipt from?
Lowe's.
Was there a date on it?
January 4th.
And do you know which Lowe's?
Weymouth Lowe's.
Now, on January 5th, besides this interview that's recorded, did you have any other conversations with Mr. Walsh?
Yes, we spoke on the phone a few times earlier that day.
Well, let me ask you, when was the first time you spoke to him that day?
Just before 9 a.m. on that Thursday.
And do you remember the substance of that conversation?
I just let him know that we were working on the investigation and we would be in touch.
And when was the next time you spoke to him?
About 3:45 p.m.
And what did you talk about in that conversation?
I had called him and left a message. He had called right back. And He asked about media and a PR person,
What?
and I had asked.
Wait, what? What? He called law enforcement to ask them about media and a PR person? What?
And what did you talk about in that conversation?
I had called him and left a message. He had called right back, and he asked about media and a PR person. And I had asked about if Anna carried large sums of cash on her. And he said sometimes yes, sometimes no.
What did he ask about a PR person?
He asked if he should get a PR person or talk to the media.
What did you say?
I said he's free to talk to the media, although I don't recommend it.
Now, how long were you at the Walsh residence that night with the state police?
About 8 p.m. to 10:30 p.m.
And what did you do after you left the Walsh residence?
We all went back to the Cohasset police station.
What did you do at the Cohasset police station?
We began digging into the financial institutions, but given the hour, they were closed and it was tough to get a hold of any record keepers.
So I take it now we're getting into January 6th.
Hi, Fred.
Yes.
What did you do on January 6th as far as this investigation?
A large-scale search ensued. We brought in command posts and we established a staging area.
Who brought in command posts?
The Metrolec command post was present and the Mass State Police command post.
Where were they set up?
Behind Stop and Shop at 400 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And how was the large-scale search done of the area?
Because everything comes back to Stop and Shop.
There were canines. There was the Metro search and rescue team and the state police CERT team conducting an area search of that wooded
And there's
area.
the CERT team again.
Now, was anything recovered in that search?
No.
Sir, what was done to try and find surveillance video in that area?
Neighborhood canvasses were conducted.
And how'd you do that?
We requested assistance from neighboring agencies, their detectives, to come in. We'd pair a detective with a trooper, and they go around checking residents and businesses for
Cameras.
any sort of security footage.
What was done as far as press conferences on the 6th?
My Chief Quigley, gave a press conference on that Friday.
Now, did you have the opportunity to speak to
probably
any
needed to-
people as far as witnesses on the 6th?
Oh, I
Yes.
wanted to pause
Who'd you
him.
speak-
I would imagine they wanted to ask for tips. I know I have your blanket. It's my blanket first. He's like, no, I'm a cat. Everything's mine first. I imagine they wanted to ask for tips at this point because it is now the 6th and they believe she went missing on January 1st. So this is now 5 days after she went missing. So I am not surprised there was a presser. All right, let's continue.
Jem Mutlu,
And where did that conversation take place?
the Cohasset Police Station.
And who was with you when that conversation took place?
Trooper Diccico.
And that day on the 6th, what was done as far as obtaining any digital devices from the defendant?
We collected on consent some digital devices.
And who went there to get those, if you know?
Lieutenant Fanning,
From what department?
Mass State Police.
MSP.
And now, sir, when is it the next time you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh? After the interview on the 5th?
Didn't the kids get interviewed on the 6th? What happened with the kids?
I spoke to him on the phone Friday.
The 6th?
Yes.
And after that conversation, did you ever speak to him again?
Saturday.
Saturday. And where did that conversation take place?
At the same dining room table in his home.
And who was present for that conversation?
Myself, Trooper Diccico, Trooper Proctor, Attorney Minor, and the defendant.
And
Well, Trooper Proctor has been to the Walsh residence more than he ever went to 34 Fairview, and Whoop, there it is. I really thought the lawyer was going to be at this one. I wasn't expecting Proctor to be at that interview. I was expecting him to say the lawyer was there. But did the kids ever go to the interview? There's Trooper Proctor. There you go, chat. First mention of Trooper Proctor. All of you are just yelling bingo at this point. It's day one. It's day one. Didn't he also say the lawyer? Did he? My brain got stuck on all the MSP officers.
After that conversation, did you ever speak to him again?
Saturday.
And
I had to back up.
Where did that conversation take place?
At the same dining room table in his home.
And who was present for that conversation?
Myself, Trooper Diccico, Trooper Proctor, Attorney Minor.
There we go, Attorney
the
Minor.
defendant.
And about what time did that conversation begin on the 6th?
About 2 p.m.
Was anything returned to him on the 6th?
His phone?
The digital devices that we had on consent.
And were you present for that?
Yes.
Now, have you had the opportunity to...
The next day, he got his devices back the next day. Yes, former Trooper Proctor. Yes.
review the statement from January 7th?
Also, it's 4:39 local time for me, and it is pitch black outside. Just for those of you watching the stream and you're like, the light has all changed. Yes, it is dark all of a sudden because it gets dark at 4:30 in the afternoon. It always throws me off this time of year.
Yes.
And does it fairly and accurately reflect the defendant's statements?
It does.
One more interview.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have marked as Exhibit 55 the next drive that has the interview from January
Chad, I'm not going to make it if I don't take a break and go to the restroom. So I'm going to have to take a break and go to the restroom. As we are getting into the last interview, I don't know how long this interview will take, but I have got to take a break and run to the restroom. So I'm going to take less than 5 minutes because I have all of my beverages of... Hi, Fred. I have all of my beverages of choice, but I have to run. What do you need? You need your blanket back. All right. Don't worry. We're running to the bathroom. It's a good time to take a bathroom break, and then we're going to watch the rest of today in court and answer some questions. Let Fred run the stream. No. Chaos would ensue. 5 minutes or less. If you have the Law Nerd app, will also ping you when I'm back. You will also hear me play this when I am back. We're going to take a quick stream break so I can use the restroom, and then we are going to continue with the end of day one in court, and then your questions. Because day one in court. So, less than 5 minutes. We're taking a quick break. I will see you in a moment. Bye, Law Nerds. All right, Chad, are we ready to go back to court? I'm ready. I gave Fred back his blanket. It's fine. I was getting warm. I got a fizzy water. It's time to go. There's peanut butter crackers. Always a bad idea when covering trial, but they're yummy, so that's what we're going with. But I also got some sour candy. You're invariably going to ask me what it is. I love these. I don't know where you find them other than Buc-ee's, but they are like these little delicious sour licorice nib things. They're delightful. So that's what we're snacking on. Let us get back to court now that we got the snackies. I might have to turn on the other light because it's just, well, it's gotten so dark this time of night. We might have to just, there we go. A little bit. Now we're just sitting in the dark is what's happening. All right, law nerds, are we ready to go back to court? I think we're ready to go back to court. Let's resume with day one of the Brian Walshe case. Let's go. No, there.
Any new objections?
Same objection.
All right.
All right. This is the same objections that they made to the interviews being played that were dealt with in motions in limine. So continuing on with the interview that was done at Brian Walshe's home with Trooper Proctor, but his lawyer's there this time, and the others. Let's go.
Any new objections?
Same objection.
All right. They're acknowledged. The audio from 1723 is now marked in evidence as Exhibit 55.
Objections marked for the record. Proctor, Diccico.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I begin playing Exhibit 55?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman?
All right.
The reporter is on. It is 13:52 on June 7th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is
Dave Diccico. I'm a DICICCO trooper with Commonwealth.
Proctor, PRO, CTOR, detective with the Norfolk County DA's office.
Tracy Minor, attorney for Brian Walshe.
And I'm Brian Walshe.
Perfect. Thank you.
And we've agreed that I get a copy of the report.
Absolutely. Not a problem.
We were just talking about social media emails and kind of passwords that on may use. And so staying on that topic, let's just try to go through.
I don't know how it's possible that the volume's lower than it was on any of the other ones, but I'm going to try to gain this up on my end just a little bit without it getting miserable. So give me a moment. Let me try to gain that up. It's about the best we can do.
Within that cell phone applications that you use.
Talking about Anna Walsh's cell phone.
And does that generate a separate phone number, or is that just within networks of texting like WhatsApp? Right?
Yeah, it's, so she's used WhatsApp as well, but Viber is how she gets in touch with her sister mostly. But she used it a lot when she was in Belgrade.
Did she have any applications on her phone that generated a secondary telephone number that you know?
No.
Did she make any calls to
Instagram, she might use Instagram. I don't know much about that. And the iMessenger stuff has been, people been calling her on that. It's been coming on my phone over the last week, so.
iMessenger?
Those are the passwords that we use for stuff, the banking, so I don't know if she uses it for that or not.
It's interesting to me that her iMessage messages are going to his phone.
Bay over at his capital B, lowercase $1, $sign at the end.
Right. She usually uses that for accounts that we were, like, that she wanted to get me on. So, like, the credit cards. So, maybe the bank accounts, I don't really ever look at the bank accounts, but Netflix and things like that.
Back to other methods of communication? Well, Facebook, for example, do you have access?
I don't think I have access to that. Whatever she put in my phone is what I had. But Facebook, Instagram were the ones I knew. Email, text, and phone calls. I mean, Venmo. I don't know if that's it.
I guess
Yeah. Right. So Venmo would be something.
With regard to the financials, we had talked about, you gave us a list, I think it was 5 banking institutions that you guys use. If I remember correctly, it was Fidelity, Chase, Apple Credit Union, Marblehead,
Liberty Bay. Yeah, Grand Union Marblehead. Liberty Bay. Liberty Bay is a credit union or something, and they have they have one of their locations right here in Hingham. Or is that the credit unions in Virginia?
Is it Liberty Bay or Liberty Bank?
Liberty Bay, yeah.
Didn't she recently open an account in DC?
I think she's using her Apple credit union.
I think that's his attorney talking.
What about Capital One?
No, I had a credit card from Capital One.
She wouldn't have access to
No,
that.
definitely. No, not for that one. No.
All right, let's, anything else from you?
The money that was moved from the sale of the house to that escrow or 1031 exchange.
Yeah.
And I think what else? I mean,
And where is that account in escrow? Or circle back to that maybe?
Yeah.
But I think you said, what was that, about $250,000?
Yeah, it's 200,000 or more.
And is that, those are the proceeds from the sale of the Rear Street condo?
Yes, December 29th.
December 29th is when the sale actually closed.
That's when the money hit, yeah.
And what is the property that exchange is slated to go into?
So they just sold a property, and that $200,000 in the account is from the sale of that property, is what it sounds like.
Well, there wasn't anything chosen yet. There was possibilities in Baltimore, but there was also, talk about something here in Massachusetts.
Okay.
But Baltimore, I think, was the main focus.
So you guys haven't told the...
No, there has been
no...
nothing.
And you have a couple other properties in there?
2 in Lynn, not in Revere.
Excuse me. Yeah. And any other assets?
There's what's in Belgrade. There's a condo there and probably a small bank account that her and her mother share.
That would be like an account bank in Belgrade.
Yeah.
Is the condo in Belgrade in her name or is her mom's?
It's in mom's name. But then they also have the piece of property across that her and her sister own.
The questioning at this point seems to be, are there any other accounts she could be using? Because if there's no activity on her credit card, no activity on her bank account, no activity anywhere, it doesn't really indicate that she is just traveling or that she left him and was trying to do something else. So they're trying to find every account, it seems. So that's why they're asking about what her mom and her share in Belgrade, what she and her sister have in Belgrade, etc.
There's a piece of property across from the condo in Belgrade that her and her sister inherited from her father. And then there's her, it doesn't sound like she went international, but then there's the country house, which is about 45 minutes out of Belgrade.
So 3 properties in Belgrade.
In her mother's name. It was never in her father's name.
And these are all, the assets we talked about in the U.S., those are all joint in correct?
Well, everything's in honor name.
Well, yeah, in honor name, but, all right. Fair enough. Is there any business dealings, property that she's pursuing on her own without your...
Without my knowledge?
Well, without your knowledge, you wouldn't know, but without your, input, so to speak, like she was kind of like, this is my project, I'm doing this, that sort of thing, you know?
Yeah.
I'll handle this.
No, that's not how our marriage works at all. If she was doing something like that, then I would have zero information about it.
Right.
No, we talked about everything, when she was looking for the dog, she was looking for a new car, all these things.
She was looking for a new car.
Business like.
Or joking about a new car.
Fire and then this real estate investment portfolio. That's all
Only
I got nothing.
My company, the Lens company. Yeah, it's a cybersecurity training company, and that's a new company that I've been working on with my business partner. So that's what I do when I'm watching the kids and doing other stuff. So that's my main focus, and we've been building it up over the last 2 years.
Is that off the ground and running?
It's off the ground running. It's not profitable yet, but we're looking to go cash flow positive this year.
Cybersecurity.
Training, yeah, human-based cybersecurity training.
So, what does that do?
We work with a psychologist or a workplace psychologist who's my business partner as well, and we come in and train high-functioning teams like yourself in multi-team systems. Right now, you're reaching out to all sorts of different teams, and the ability.
We go in and train high-functioning teams like yourself. We go in and train all kinds of teams. Business consulting, just business.
To work cohesively with another high-functioning team is very important, especially for cybersecurity and for cybersecurity breaks. So,
Sir? Wait, we don't... We go and work with cybersecurity in high-functioning teams. I don't know how this iCloud business works. I don't know how this iMessenger stuff works. There's just like iMessage on my phone, but we go and train cybersecurity high-functioning team. What are you talking about? Oh my God. Okay, dude.
and it's all about incident response.
Regarding cybersecurity incident response.
Bruh. Financial losses with that?
Bruh. The feed just was like, no, let me jump back to the beginning. Give me one moment to get our feed back to where we were, or as best as we can back to where we were with, I deal with high response incident cybersecurity, blah, 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 blah. Let's see if we can get back into that interview in the right spot.
That's too, as you know.
Hopefully.
There's a lot of new toys that we were playing with. So,
but we have lost closed captioning for a while, which is really frustrating. Which is why I didn't refresh things earlier, because I didn't want to lose closed captioning while the feed refreshes itself.
Things like that.
Back to...
All right. We're trying to get to cybersecurity response team, which is much harder to do when we don't have closed captioning.
And fail grab is capital B.
I think we're back a little bit from where we should be. Who knows? Maybe the other feed. Hold on. Give me 30 seconds. I'm going to go look and see if the other feed is caught up to having closed captions yet. And maybe just grab that since this one no longer does. Let's see. Give me one moment to refresh that one and see if I can find a backup. Nope, not yet. In these longer feeds, it definitely takes more time to have closed captioning populate.
I was thinking of moving Robin. Robin is...
That sounds better. All right, we're going to stick with this feed. Give me 1 second to try to find where we were in the feed, because it's so fun when they just jump around. But we are not that far after the break, I don't think, into this interview. All right. Fingers crossed we're in a proximity of the right spot.
So it's been moving pretty quickly for a small startup.
All right. Talking about his business. Always helpful to have him talking about himself. People like to talk about themselves. So he is going to talk about himself. I'm going to gain this up just a touch so that we have that volume.
And is that, those are the proceeds from the sale of the mystery condo?
Yeah, yes, 10,
Right. Consulting.
That's when the money hit, yeah.
And what is the property that changes slated to go into?
Well, there wasn't anything chosen yet. There was possibilities in Baltimore, but there was also, talk about something here in Massachusetts.
Okay.
But Baltimore, I think, was the main focus.
Yeah, you guys haven't.
No, there has been nothing.
And you have a couple other properties in there?
2 in Lynn, none in Revere.
So they're talking about properties. I think I went too far because they are talking about properties.
She has a cell phone. Within that cell phone, applications that she...
We talked about the apps. Oh, we talked about the
Which
properties.
is what they didn't have, and that's going to, off the sales of that, I could lose my money, definitely.
Sale of the house. All right. We should be now getting back to the business. I went back too far.
News that Tracy gave us a few days before.
Okay.
And also,
I'm just leaving it.
What was Tracy going to say if I take the kids, and I try to do it with the kids, and I said, but I also said, you're exhausted without the kids. Think about what that's going to be like, I have 3 boys at the house, and we only do a pond, so there was a lot up in the air. There's a huge amount of stress with that.
Yeah, that's a big life change. So what, any over there in DC?
We were thinking of moving Robin. Robin is relatively new. We were going to ask her if that would work out. When she was in Serbia, she asked a few people if she was going to fly them in maybe. Her mother and my mother can no longer support the kids. They're just not in shape. They were a few years ago, and now it's just not possible. She's like, I can bring my mother, and I was like, your mother's never, she can't let us. Yeah. Well, I mean, they were watching, her mother did help us a few years ago with 2, but it just wasn't possible anymore. So, especially after her neurological incident last year. So
how did that conversation, where did that rest? Where did you guys?
Well, I left a message for her, and I was going to get more information from Tracy, and I was going to speak to Anna, and I'll just speak to my mother about it too. They both have a huge investment. Nothing had been decided, but that's where the thing was.
Okay. So I'd like to go back to the first day you left here. We really need to find out what you did that day and a good timeline for you.
They're asking him again about a timeline. This is the 3rd time.
A previous couple interviews told us that I had left him at 6, and he got up at 7:30.
Yeah, a little after 7.
7:30 breakfast.
French toast, yeah.
That's his previous. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Why don't we just start at when you got out of bed?
Yeah, of course. So we go get out of bed, and then because Brian wakes up, and then I came down. I didn't change in Brian because I have to go into William's room. So sometimes, like I said, I'm supposed to change in the morning. I don't always. And then William was still asleep in his room at the time when Brian was up. Brian likes to come down the stairs himself, so I got down, and then Thomas was already on the couch. They started wanting to leave early for work. And he's like, yeah, I already know. Say goodbye. I was like, all right, French toast time. So Brian came down. I made the breakfast and, emptied out, cleaned up after some of the stuff from last night's dinner, emptied out the dishwasher and that stuff. And then I went up to get William. and bring him down for the breakfast. So then we had the breakfast, which is the kids love the French toast on days off. And then was it cocoa melon was I think what I put on for the kids. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Your kids are 2, 4, and 6, and you're sitting there going, I put on cocoa melon for the kids. I mean, I think that's what it's called. Okay.
So there was that. The kids have their iPads too, as you know. There's a lot of new toys that we were playing with. So that was most of the morning. I didn't have the phone at the time. I think I emailed, I made sure the phone was in my, so Zach and Daniel, who are, we basically work every day. We're always in contact every day, so I wanted to know that my phone wasn't working in case something was coming across to let them know that I could only get emails on it and my mother. So those are the 3 emails I sent out. I was going to send out more, but I just didn't have time. But I figured the phone would show up. So Robin came in, and the kids were excited to see Robin. And then I got ready. I hadn't gotten ready at all. I showered and everything like that. So and I had time from 3 to 9 to leave the house, and it was to go to my mother. But I had to go out and get the milk and the juice and some other things. Mainly the milk was the reason why I went to Shaw's. And then I came back and set that up. So I left at 4 instead of leaving at 3. And then I drove up and saw my mother, and then a couple errands. CVS and Whole Foods is the main thing.
So you got milk, put it in the car, and then went to go see your mom for how long? I have questions. I mean, I know it's cold outside. I just have questions. And then you went to Whole Foods, and then you went to CVS. Okay.
Then I remember I talked to her, the usual stuff, made sure everything was going well, and then I drove back. And that was my main. That was the main thing. I think I got back, at 8 or something like that.
In your house the rest of the night?
Yeah, that's it. It's,
and then back home.
Times are pretty strict. So, and I'm. You call, I'm 100% compliant on those.
Right. So when you first left the house at Shaw's?
Yeah, around a little after 3.
I think you went to Walgreens. After Shaw's?
I might have gone to Walgreens. I'm trying to think. I might have gotten some baseball cards for Thomas or something like that. Yeah, I only know about it because of the Fresh Bowls. Barnes and Noble is the place they make baseball cards too.
Okay. So you don't know if you're on Walgreens?
I do go to Walgreens a lot when I'm next to Shaw's. But yeah, so I don't recall. I was pretty focused on making sure I had enough milk.
Okay. So then after that, you come home.
Yeah.
What do you do while you're here?
Oh, I just got the stuff in the fridge, and basically told Robin I was heading out. Checked on the boys and things like that.
So you went out again?
And I was gone.
You said you were home for the night.
Direct to your mom?
Yes, I did.
What was that address again?
330 Paradise Road.
Paradise and
Swampscott.
Your condo.
What?
Your
Condos on one, yes, sir.
That's private. That's a single family in Swampscott?
It's at something called The Landing. It's like an apartment complex or something.
What are you going to do?
1320.
Okay, so you were directed at Swampscott. What route did you drive up there?
It was a little difficult because I got lost because I didn't have the GPS.
Okay.
So it took a bit longer. I went the wrong way, and then I came probably. So what did I do? Because I normally supposed to go 1A, I went at 1, and then I came across on 114 or something, and then was able to get up to what's it called, the Swampscott.
So it took longer than normal.
It took longer than normal, yeah.
How long do you estimate it took to get there?
Normally, with no traffic, you can make it in, maybe 60, 70 minutes, but I probably took like 9.
They didn't ask about with no traffic. They asked about how long on this day. Ugh.
Took over a little bit over 90 minutes, maybe. So I was probably there, I was there before 6, but after 5:30.
Okay. Where do you got lost?
I went on 1 instead of going on 1A, and I kept driving further than I had to.
And what did you do at the house?
She didn't know that I was coming because I don't call in advance. So it took a while to get in. She's like, "Who is it?" She's always, she's like, I was like, "It's your son, supposed to be here." She's like, "You didn't call." I said, "I don't have a phone." And she opened the door, and then I came in, and then we just talked for a few minutes. I told her what was going on, and then I discussed if she, I forget if I brought stuff at the time, or I don't think so. I think I went back out and then brought some stuff from wherever she needed. A couple I forget what it is.
Some more
frozen
errands
foods that she likes. I don't have the exact name of it, and that's a couple things from CVS. She likes cleaning pads. Is usually she can't have enough gloves and cleaning pads and things like that since the pandemic.
Okay.
So you went back out?
Come on to CVS.
And then there's a whole, I was just in that area, that Swampscott area.
The Whole Foods and CVS?
Yes. Not that I can call out here to stop. Sometimes I go stop and shop or, what is it, Home Goods, but not this time around.
I wasn't sure if the referring to the stuff Anna was doing in the past tense was a thing or not a thing. Because it is things that happened in the past from when he's having this conversation. But listening to him refer to his mom in the present tense of she likes this and she can't have enough of that, even though he's still talking about events that happened in the past, that is noticeable to me, that he's not talking about everything in the past tense, just the stuff related to Anna in the past tense, but the stuff related to his mother, she likes this. She can't get enough of that in the present. So that difference, I think, is more noticeable to me than if he was talking about everything in one tense or not. So that's how I read it now that we're hearing him talk about going to his mom's a little bit more.
You probably wouldn't want to stop shopping.
Well, they have the food. Also, the food for the dog is 25% more expensive at Whole Foods than it is at Stop and Shop. So yeah, so there are times where I would go to get stuff, and obviously
everything's more expensive at Whole Foods and Stop and Shop.
Market Basket and things like that. So
you did some grocery shopping for your mom?
Just a little bit, yeah. She does not require a huge amount. So
and back to mom's after CVS, Whole Foods, and what? You remain there?
Yeah, just a little bit. We just discussed things, and she was like, "What's going on?" And she actually, we discussed what Tracy had said. She's like, and she basically said, "You have to get to DC with the family." Is one of the takeaways, and that was the main thing.
What's her plan when you ultimately get to DC? She's going with you?
Yes, she's coming with us. She's going to live in a separate residence. She's independent, but much closer right now. We're really struggling because she's been far away, and she's like, I'm not moving, especially after the pandemic, and I'm certainly not moving temporarily. So that's why she didn't move down.
He said pandemic like 17 times.
But
in these interviews.
Moving, and she's like, okay, well, until I know where you guys are, it's not happening. So I get that. That makes sense, yes. We were going to bring her to what's the place in Hingham, the Landmark, or the...
I don't live down here.
Okay, I got it. Yeah. Shipyard, there you go, thanks. Yeah, I thought that would be good for her, and close enough.
Okay, so you guys were there, and when you come home, do you stop anywhere on the way home?
No.
No gas stops?
Oh. I don't think so. I don't think so. Did I get gas? I don't, I'm sorry, I could, I'll have to check on that. I don't think I got gas.
It's interesting. They're like, oh, did you do this? And he's like, oh, I don't know. I wonder if he thinks that they might have more information than he does, and he's trying to piece it together because it's jostling him out of his story. Did you stop and get gas? Wait, what? Interesting.
Yeah, I was about to say I used basic stuff in a credit card, so if I did get gas, I'd know. I used the Freedom card. Yeah, Chase Freedom. That's a joint account. The Chase account's between on and I, yeah.
Okay, so from Swampscott, come directly home, and then I looked at your monitoring.
I got nothing for you on what they're saying. I can't hear them at all.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Within those records, it has like a description of, you have to notify them of the load, right?
Right.
And what is that done? Is that done like the morning you want to leave, you tell them?
Oh, no.
Here today? Is that
No. So with Marlene, every Thursday I send her an email. If you go through my emails, you can look through all of those. And I say, so these are the requests for the week. This is what I'll be doing at this time. May I have permission to...
This is his house arrest conversation.
Now, there are some other things that are constant, like taking the kids to school is all set up, right? So I have to take school from Monday to Friday and stuff like that. So those I don't make requests for. The other things, like if I have to see Tracy in person.
So this is the house arrest stuff.
My lawyer, or support my mother, or take the kids to a game that's not.
What do I have to do?
I make those requests in advance. If anything changes, I am able to ask about changes. They're supposed to be 72 hours in advance, though. So same day would have to be an emergency situation.
Okay. I think the particular trip that on Sunday, when we went to Swampscott, I think it was the description said mom's drop-off.
Yes. So I was supposed to take, because she was having cataract surgery, so she was coming over. This is what happened. So she was going to come over. I went and I picked her up. And I brought her back to the house. So she was, okay, so let me figure this out. We went on the 20th or something, or the 21st for her surgery. At that point, she couldn't do a lot, so she was at the house here, we were taking care of her. Then I drove her up, set her up at her place so that she could be comfortable away from the kids. She's unable to stay here for extended periods of time. And also so that, and she likes to leave on and I can have time alone as well. Then I went to pick her up and brought her back, and then she was going to stay until first. She left early, and I said, I'll come up. And she's like, I have everything. And I said, okay, I'm all set for...
Why are we talking so much about your mom's cataract surgery?
I'll come up and make sure you're all set for the week so that we're all, everything's good. I'm glad you're feeling better. So we didn't know how fast she recovered much quicker from this cataract surgery than the first one. So I went up to support her instead of drop her off so that she made sure she had everything.
The day you did drop her off early, what was that?
No, her car was here because we brought her car in before her surgery, and then she's like, I can drive, I'm fine. She left on Thursday.
Okay. So you're here Sunday night, here for the night. You go out on Monday? Do you have any scheduled? I can't recall.
I don't believe I had scheduled time on Monday. I probably took, I guess I did have a little bit of scheduled time to do things with the boys. And normally it's for school, but they didn't have it. So I took Thomas for, I remember taking Thomas for ice cream or something like that. So, to mix it up a little bit. What was the other thing? I think that was it. I think that was the only time I left. I don't remember leaving in the morning.
I thought you said you took Thomas for the
Other boys stayed here with Rob.
What time she goes?
I don't remember. I think I had her come over pretty early because Anna had left, and at the time I didn't have the phone. If you look at the text messages, she's like, so when she left on Sunday, I said, hey, can you come on Monday? I'm all by myself with the boys. I don't know what's happening. I don't have the phone. She said, sure, but she texted me.
Oh my God, this interview.
Okay. I was able to get in touch with her. We didn't have the phone at the time, but that's when she went out and went through all the garbage in the middle of the day.
Wait, who went through the garbage? Wait, what?
Yeah, he's in the boys.
Who went through the garbage?
Yeah. There was a speaker, and then there was the coffee grinder. I was like, that was kind of weird.
What kind of speaker was it?
I don't know. It's something that Anna had gotten, but when once it was clean, it didn't work anymore, so it all went back in. But I appreciated Robin bringing it all out.
You guys got any Google Voice devices in there?
No.
Okay, so you recall once on month.
Yeah, that was it.
Ice cream?
I think, usually I get a treat with Thomas. I tried it one-on-one time with him. William and Brian also like it, so I'm trying to mix it up, but I don't have a huge amount of time.
Good ice cream.
Doing it over in Hingham was good.
Yeah.
I think, is that what we wanted? They wanted to go somewhere. It was like, he was asking about somewhere else. I think he wanted to go to Press. He wanted to go to Press, which is the, what's that place? Press is in Norwell or something like that. No, it's actually, it's a healthy place, but he thinks he's getting a chocolate milkshake, but it's just a chocolate banana. I don't know. He figured that he's like this. He's found it to be tasty, so I was like, well, that's better than ice cream. So.
So, we're in the Monday. I mean, at what point do you really start to get
Nervous?
genuinely concerned?
Monday. Yeah, when I had the phone. Once I got the phone, she was getting in touch with me. I was like, well, this is like, that was weird. And we're over time, basically. So I told her, yeah, all the time. So, but the week or so before, we had the same situation. Yeah, for Christmas and everything. So I didn't want to freak out at that point. So I was like, you know what?
He says freak out a lot.
In the morning, and then that's when all the texts started coming. I was like at 6, I wake up pretty early. So I texted her, I was like, what's going on? That's when I got in touch with Alyssa, and she told me to calm down, and my mother told me to calm down, and Sandra, her sister, was like, I haven't spoken to 1231. No one seemed to worry, but I was like, maybe I'm being insane. And I almost called work last time, and Anna's like, do not embarrass me at work. And my husband calling around for me. So I was going to call on Tuesday, but I didn't.
This is his explanation to law enforcement why he didn't call law enforcement sooner, right? Anna didn't want me to embarrass her at work. Don't call around for me. Don't. So he has an explanation for like, hey, this is why I didn't call you guys. I'm just listening to my wife. That's what she told me to do. So I have a reason for not calling you guys. And so that's his explanation as to why he wasn't going to freak out, because I overreact and she told me not to. So I was not overreacting, and that's why I didn't call y'all. But when work said that they hadn't seen her, he still didn't call them. Work called them. And yes, law enforcement clearly has the microphone pointed towards Brian Walshe in this interview, not towards them. And so it is hard to hear their questions, but he's explaining it the third time basically the same way. I would normally freak out, but she told me not to, so I'm not going to. And that's why I didn't call y'all on Tuesday after the New Year's break.
I should have. And then...
So he's going on to say I should have. Well, the opening statement's already told the jury that he lies to the police, so it's not helpful to speculate, really, though I'm going to do it anyway briefly, but he doesn't have any of the guilt one would assume if only I had done something different. And we've seen that in other cases. We've seen a lot of testimony in other cases of, if only I had just done a one thing different, if only I had just. We saw it in victim impact statements in the Koberger case most frequently, where people talked about, and one of the victim's fathers in that case talked about, if only I had, and how much it eats at them. He's not showing any of that. There's none of the, if I had just worried more, if I had just called, if there, he's not wondering. But we heard from the opening statements why. Because the defense attorney told us in opening, you're going to hear from Brian Walshe that he, at this point, knows that his wife is deceased, and he's lying. He knows she's deceased. The defense is arguing it was spontaneous, and he's not wondering at all, right? But now we know. So it all came out in the opening statements.
They were being insane. I almost called work last time, and Anna's like, not embarrassing.
I backed up a little bit.
My husband calling around for me. So I was going to call on Tuesday, but I didn't. And I should have. And then I didn't hear from her. And then on Wednesday morning, that's when I called. I started calling the lines. I don't have a number of someone at work, I realized too. So I called I called the Mazda building, called the Crossing building. I was going to call Jeff Chon. I didn't have his number. While I was looking for that number, Graham got in touch with me and said, "Hi, is what's going on?" I was like, "He goes, Brian Walshe, I'm his husband." "Oh, thank you, sir. Is she there?" He's like, "Is there a problem?" I was like, "Not if she's at work." And that's when this all.
So it was work that was like, what's going on?
72 hours.
But you're concerned on Monday, Tuesday.
Everyone's telling me to calm down. And I was going to call work, and the whole thing was like, don't embarrass her at work, and that's why I kept texting. Like, where are you? I emailed her. I said, you're missing again.
Who's Alexandra?
Are you missing again?
Sister. So she's got her name is Alexandra, but Anna has all sorts of different names for her. Alex, Sally, Saleh, so all sorts of. So she has a bunch of nicknames.
Too much exposition.
I saw that you communicated with her
about the sister.
Survivor, yeah.
And on the 4th, which is Wednesday, you'd already told her that I can't get a hold of her.
Yeah.
But then she starts talking about the police. That the police, they come along,
Tell her to wait to call the police because I was at the time I was talking to Petition Inspire people, and the guy Huey was going to get everything in motion. He's the one who said I'll call DC, and he met them, and he's the one who called Cohasset to get everything going because he's ex Secret Service and everything. So I mean, I asked, basically I was going to do it myself, and he's like, let me do it.
I was going to call law enforcement, but no, her job decided to call law enforcement. I have questions.
Yeah, that's the human resource officer, Teresa.
No, we'll just have an HR call the police.
She's like, I'm driving over now. I'm going to tune you in with Huey. So I was like, okay. Because I've never filed a missing person report or anything like that. She said, we have support for you. But there was no delay by doing that. In fact, I feel like things happened a lot quicker.
Now he's explaining to law enforcement why it was just better that her work were the ones that called. There was no delay by doing that. No, it happened on the 4th. You said she went missing on the 1st. No, there was no delay. In fact, it actually went faster. It was better. It's actually better that her work called and said that she was missing. It's just better. 4 days later, 3 days later.
I think things happened pretty quick after
Yes. Right. Yeah, 100%. And I think it was, I'm sorry, I only know his first name, Greg immediately came over and he got the information down and he came over again and then Huey called me. Greg gave me the missing persons report, but it was Huey who gave me the incident report.
Name Richard Walker?
No. Who's that?
It's last weekend.
I can hear nothing, chat. I have no idea what law enforcement is saying to him.
On that, Brian's mother,
Yeah.
I'd like to offer a reward.
Yeah, and I will run up on people I gotta run up.
They're talking about a reward. That was the lawyer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Generate a lot more leads, generate a lot more time wasting.
Exactly. Instead of focusing. Anyway, she wanted me to raise it.
Okay, she spoke to me about it and I said, talk to Tracy, so.
But what does she want to offer for a reward?
But you'll offer, I mean, you'll offer more, you'll offer anything.
That's the concept.
That's her starting point.
Yeah, it's before that.
But before we do anything, we're
Yeah.
getting approval.
No, it's
from you
important
guys.
that we still.
Sometimes you just make public announcements on their own and offer.
Right, no,
We're not-
we don't want to do anything
No,
that's
we're-
going to impede the investigation.
Yes, thank you.
No,
Appreciate that.
we're working in alignment with you. That's our focus.
When I called you that next day about the media and
Right.
probably pick it up,
Yeah.
make inquiries.
Yeah.
That was, this is kind of along the same.
Yeah, it hasn't. It's only created more stressful.
So I just want to work on the same team.
Yeah.
The media kind of has their own.
Yeah, right. Selling newspapers. And that's why we brought Tracy's here to, basically a cool hat in a different time where the rest of us are not operating really very well, and also to protect me for my other legal problems that I'm having.
Yeah.
Somebody is just like tapping on the table while they are recording. It's making me nuts too, chat. There's nothing we can do.
The goal here is to find out.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot of
It's wild.
noise from Yees, from Edge.
Do you have any other names?
Not off the top of my head. I was just home to what we got here.
Okay.
I figured I'd throw it out. But it does not.
No. Do you have any other information?
No,
Okay.
not right now.
All right.
Obviously, we are.
Is he an Uber driver or a Lyft driver?
Richard Walker?
Yeah.
I don't know. I
Do you-
don't even know if he exists.
Okay.
I'm asking, why you ask that?
Anna had a regular, I don't know if it was Lyft or Uber, but said that, like, if someone out here, she kept recognizing. Like, it was the same person.
Oh, really?
That would come out. I mean, I guess there's not a lot. I mean, it's not a high.
Sure.
So 2 or 3, or I don't know how many times, but I never got the person's name. No, just that he was, was very nice and, good driver.
What about the type of vehicle?
No, I didn't get any info. I didn't think about it. I mean, but I know that she normally you don't see an Uber driver twice, and I think she saw him at least twice, if not more.
Some people, private number, Uber driver that have direct account.
Chat, Dr. B says hi.
I don't know if that ever. Yeah, I asked, "Are you doing that?" And at the time when
Jana, there's
when
no
I
video.
asked,
These
it
are
was
audio
why-
recorded interviews only. That's
So-
why.
I said, "Are you going to just hire him directly?" She had said no. So that's where we left it. And that was a month ago or 2 months ago or something.
There are a couple questions in the chat that are coming up very frequently, so I wanted to ask 1 or 2 of them. 1, why are they playing the entire interview? Well, they can't just clip parts out of it. You need context. So this is the context of his whole interview. 2, if he already pled guilty to lying to the police and disposing of and dismembering her body, why are they playing any of this at all? Consciousness of guilt. They are going to argue that this was the original story because the defense is going to get up there and try to argue at the end of this case, he didn't kill her. He did the other stuff, but he did not kill her. He freaked out and she died spontaneously of natural causes. And the prosecution is going to say, listen to those interviews. Listen to those interviews. Does this sound like someone who just found their spouse dead in bed? Listen to it. Or is this cold and calculated lies? So this is for consciousness of guilt on the side of the prosecution. And the defense is going to have to argue, well, I mean, he's lying to the police because he was afraid, because he freaked out, because he didn't think anyone would believe him. And I think that's where we're going to see the Proctor tie-in later in this case from the defense. So that is why it's all coming in. That is why it is in evidence, because at the end of the day, the prosecution is arguing for a first-degree premeditated murder. And the defense is arguing he didn't kill her. And I wonder if the defense is going to say, you can't find any premeditation. So if it was an accidental death, then he's eligible for parole. So if they have a lesser included instruction at the end of this case that is for a second-degree murder or a manslaughter for an accidental death, then it's different. And a lot of you are going to ask the next logical question. Okay, but call 911. You don't dismember somebody with a hacksaw and put them into dumpsters. Yes, chat, I am with you. I'm just trying to explore what the lawyers are doing. And the reason they don't know her cause of death is because her body was not recovered because he was not upfront with law enforcement. So that's where we're at. So these are the initial lies that they are getting out to in front of the jury. And I think throw Proctor under the bus is going to be a strong argument in this case. We'll see. So let's continue on.
I'm pretty sure it was Uber. It could be Lyft. I never, she was running both of the apps and seeing what the pricing was always. I don't know. She usually gets the regular stuff. Whatever was available. And she was leaving very early in the morning from Cohasset. So there were days when I was awake early on, and she was worried about if she was going to make it to the airport because we couldn't get anyone. Or they were 30 minutes out.
Obviously, with not missing, public and many people, they're going to have their suspicions about you.
Sure.
It's something that's important.
Tracy is
the only thing I heard is, people are going to have their suspicions about you. And then he starts referring to Tracy, the attorney that's there with him. He's fussing with his face. But, yeah, people are going to have their suspicions about you. Mm-hmm. He's just moving, sitting there while they're talking about this. I'm going to back that question up. They are hard to hear.
Obviously, with not missing, public and many people, they're going to have their suspicions about you.
Sure.
It's something that's important.
Tracy is preparing for that.
Yeah. We know that's not lost on you, and it's important for us to iron out a very timeline for you and set out well and any suspicions of that quicker and both of us.
Sure.
And that's part of the reason we're in the timeline and what we did on Sunday and Monday and for the but that's why I really want you to kind of think hard. When you left on Sunday or when you went out on Monday, stuff that we can verify, what we can't verify. We basically want to know where you went, what you and where you stopped.
Cheryl, we're listening to an audio recorded interview.
But we also like to hear from
we're not going to see the witness because they're not talking.
As far as the trip on
It's just the worst audio ever.
First time you left the house was to go to Shaw's. Is that correct?
Yes.
And actually, Walden, you don't want
Sure, I forget about that. Possible.
back here, back out towards Swan.
Right.
Route travel again up there.
Is Route 1.
So from here, like us, when they leave here, we go out to the side.
I go right, and then I drive over to, I get over to I think it's Derby Street area, right? So I take the left and go through all that. Then I get up onto, I guess, 93, is that right? Or something like that. Then then I get to Boston, and through Boston, and then up 1, I guess it's going to 1A, but I stayed on 1 somehow. Because I've gotten so used to not having directions, right? Or having directions, not having directions. I was just, and then I got myself further further up than I should have, and I came across.
At what point did you go, damn,
It sounds like the defendant is trying to account for time and where he was. Oh, I got a little bit lost going this way. I went further than I should. It sounds like he's trying to account for time. Remember, he said he didn't have his phone on him. His ankle monitor, it seems, triggers when he leaves the house. Not all of them are GPS, because otherwise they would just grab his GPS. It seemed that he had his son's like iPhone SE, like the basically iPod Shuffle with games and like a cell plan in the Volvo instead of his phone. So it's interesting that he's trying to explain gaps in time. And, oh, I got a little bit lost getting to my mom's house in my Volvo that has a, GPS system or whatever. So that's what it sounds like he's explaining to me. I just went down a little bit too far.
The ship.
A lot of words.
The ship. So there's there's a ship on the north shore. So you're on Route 1. There's a ship. The Christmas tree store used to be there. I think on the right. Yeah. So I think I've gone too far, and I don't know how to use my GPS in the Volvo because I never use it.
I don't know how to use the GPS in the Volvo because I never use it. Literally push the button and say navigate to. I mean, it also has CarPlay. But this man in this same interview has said, I don't know how iMessenger works. I don't know technology. And then has said that my company deals with cybersecurity response. How do you know how to guide what did he say? High achieving, high performing, buzzword, corporate speak, high performing leaders through navigating cybersecurity fallout if you don't understand your field and they're just like, I'm just a baby, I can't use my GPS. It's not cute. It's obnoxious. Oh my God. I don't know how to my wife handles it. Blech. Stop it. How can you even understand your field and talk to high impact or net worth or whatever leaders in cybersecurity when you're just like, iMessenger, blah, blah, blah. Stop it. Bruh. Listening to this dude, between this dude and Charlie Adelson, I'm just like, I don't know how to use, but there he answered the question that I had. He knows that that's the question that they had. He's trying to be 10 steps ahead of law enforcement. He knows that that's the question that we all had. Because I'm sitting here going, yeah, and your Volvo that has a GPS, sure. He's like, me. Bro, stop. And the thing is, listening to him talk, for a fact that when he sits down with the tech bros, that this is not how the conversation goes. He's playing to the audience. And he's playing to the audience. Oh, I can't check the accounts. My wife handles it. Oh, I can't do this. Hey, baby. You found the Google okay, it seems. Let's continue.
Okay, so do you turn around or you keep going?
No, I went, I looked around and I think I took 114. I'm not sure. I just took a right because I knew that I knew my mother was here and I was like over here. I could go across.
Okay, so you got across and came on with 114.
I think so. Yeah, that's, I remember that.
I can't find my mom's house.
And that brings you over to what room?
I think it brings me over to Lynn, and then from there I snaked around and then got to the water.
Honestly, I'd be less annoyed if he just said, I've been on house arrest so long, I've forgotten how to drive anywhere. I just don't know where I'm going. I would be less annoyed by that answer. Honestly, y'all, I've been on house arrest for a while. My mom moved and I can't drive around and I don't, drive to her house very often? Because bullshit, you said you're driving to her house all the time to check on her. But that explanation would have been less annoying.
Up to Swampscott.
Your condos and Lynn to check them out?
No, I did not at all.
Are those occupied or not?
They're both occupied, yes. You're welcome to, we have to talk to the tenants and we'll look at them if you want.
Okay, so you cut through Lynn and you go direct to Mom, is that right?
Yes.
And the, how long did it take you?
Not long, just to the question. I don't really have a timeline now, but let's say 15 minutes.
Okay, so you estimate it took you about 90 minutes to get there, is that right?
Something like that, yeah. So I left around 4, so I should have been out of there by 6 or around that 6 o'clock time.
To go to run the errands?
Yeah, I went to the errands and I got back and I was there a bit longer and then back home.
And again, the errands were to Whole Foods?
Zevia's there.
And you had to go to 2 stores because, were you looking for Whole Foods?
Yeah, I was in frozen foods at Whole Foods and then CVS, usually the wipes, the alcoholic wipes and stuff like that. Or I do not say. I might have gotten gas, I don't know, I have to check.
I think he thinks that he messed up on whether or not he got gas. And I think he thinks, this is me thinks, he thinks, they think. Emily, that sounds like 7 layers of hearsay and speculation. Oh, it is. It definitely is. I think he thinks that law enforcement might have something that he doesn't remember because the story he's telling them about what he was doing that day is not the complete story. See, it's some of the story, but it's not the complete story of what he was doing that day. And so when they threw in, did you get gas on the way back? It threw him off. And he doesn't want to commit to an answer because he is trying to keep track of what he's saying that isn't true. And he's trying to keep track of what they know and then trying to monitor what information they may have that he doesn't remember. So he's got a lot of mental processing going on, trying to keep up. And he's like, oh, I might have to check if I got gas. He won't say, no, I didn't get gas. And he won't say, yes, I did get gas because he doesn't know. But he also doesn't want the possibility that he messed up to be the thing. And so you see that playing out with the way he's now weaving that back in as if he brought it up organically. Law enforcement brought it up and it shook him. And now he's bringing it back up like, oh, see, I may or may not have done this, like it's his idea. He's weaving in the information he's getting from them, trying to help them understand. Also, he might not have used the GPS in the car because of all the different places he was going, and GPS in the car will track you. There might have been a strategic reason. I don't think he got lost going to his mom's house. I think he's trying to account for time because the car will account for time if they ever download the car. I don't know if they did or if they didn't. I guess we'll find out. Not today, but we'll see.
And that mom's got that.
Yeah. Obviously I ended up being there for New Year's, and she's like, okay, how are things going? I said, yeah, it was going to be a great night. And then she's like, is Robin at the house? I said, yes, I got to get back. And she came late, and I don't have my phone, so my mother got worried about that. She's got her phone, so there was a lot of discussion about that. And then, me getting to see with the kids, she's like, I can't like this going on too long. And, that was pretty much it. And now that a lot of her surgeries are done now up here too. So, it's a good, she was like, it's a good time. I've done my cataract surgery, I've had all of my, my checkups for my lungs, so this would be a good time to go.
Back to talking about his mom.
Yeah, she asked, like, where's Lana? And I said she had to go for work, and then she was like, well, she's working all the time. And I said, yeah. Yeah. No, last time on December 24th, when she worked up until 7 p.m. and then she missed the flight on, there was I was like, what's going on? And she basically said, you're asking a lot of questions. What's going on? I was like, well, it seems really odd that you have to work like so late on December 24th. And she said, hey, I said I was going to take care of it. And then I said, all right. So I didn't want to get into it, especially she was obviously hesitant to tell me that she wasn't going to be able to stay the whole time.
Huh.
So I didn't want to, we had a great night. So I was like, okay, well. And then she also said, I'm going to have more time for Martin Luther King Day, 4 or 5 days. I remember her saying that she's like, it's all to work out. I'm behind. She got sick after coming up for Christmas, so I guess she had to work from home on Tuesday, and she felt like behind for the year. So it could have been that she was wanting to get ahead, but she said that there was something that was important that she had to be at. I assumed, I haven't told you the stories I make up in my head, but if you're...
What did you just say, sir? I haven't told you the stories that I make up in my head. What are those stories? Truly, what are those stories? But he's talking again about, well, she was working so late on Christmas and Christmas Eve. And I said, well, why do you have to work so late that you missed your flight? But I don't want to tell you the stories that I make up in my head. Sir, you said everything was perfect. That the most difficult thing in your marriage is that y'all don't get to spend enough time together. We've gone a different direction now, haven't we?
I have there's no basis other than what I thought it might be. But
what did you think it might be?
I thought something at the Mazda building. That's where she was till 7 p.m.
Just tell them you thought she was with her paramour, sir. Just say it. Because there's a fine line where you're going to say, I thought she was spending Christmas Eve with her paramour and not with me and the kids. Say it. Because you're right there. We can feel you thinking it, but you don't want to say it. Okay. We can hear it at this point. We're all just on the edge of that. Yep.
Other than what I thought it might be, but I thought something at the Mazda building. That's where she was till 7 p.m. On the 24th of December. In the morning, she sent me, if you look at the text, she's like, there's leaks, like at 8 a.m. on that. So I assume something must have gone on over there.
Something went wrong at the building? Sure.
Live right next door. That's so the fact that she's here and not right next door, someone might call her and say something like that, she'd be like, well, I have to get over there. And she was always busy on the phone with stuff going on, so. Well, she lives, our townhouse is right next door to the Mazda building. So she can walk over, right? So the fact that she's always here doesn't, I don't know, again, this is all of my conjecture. Like, she's like, well, if we were at the townhouse and something went on at the Mazda building on New Year's Day or any time, she could get up, walk over, deal with it, and come right back. We'd be fine. But no, but she manages all the people and stuff there. So
I think they asked, is she fixing the leak? And he's like, no.
It's an in-person job. It's not something like that she does over the phone and stuff like that. So but again, that was something that that's in my head. Yeah.
Why do you think she was obviously wasn't in the ability to go back to London?
Because we lost a lot of time over the holiday season.
When did she actually tell you that she was?
She alluded to it when she arrived on Friday, and she was busy on Saturday saying that, you know, she was running, you know, things were running behind, and then she basically said I have to go back. She kept saying I have to go back early. Then after Jen left, she said I have to go back tomorrow. Right.
When Jem left, she said I have to go back early.
Well, that's somewhat surprising, but considering
He says.
like, the Thanksgiving schedule, the last 2 months, it wasn't surprising because she was supposed to be here for Thanksgiving, that got canceled. And then when she came back on December 6th, she was supposed to be here for 5 days, but she was only here for a few hours. She was supposed to be here for Christmas, you know, New Year, Christmas Eve and all of that. And then that got compressed, and then she drove up. So she's only here from 8 p.m. to 5 p.m. on the 26th. So all of that became a pattern that we were getting compressed on our schedules. That due also due to the flights and things like that.
Late on, forced to work so late on Christmas Eve, hard to believe.
Yes. No, I mean, I was like, why? Yeah, I was.
They circled back to him saying, I found it hard to believe she was working so late on Christmas Eve. And the law enforcement circling back to, what do you mean you found it so hard to believe she was working late on Christmas Eve? You didn't believe what she was telling you? So they're circling back on that.
I was complaining about it. That's the best way to execute.
Did you think she was lying to you?
I
That's what they just asked. Look at his face. Do you think she was lying to you?
Hard to believe.
Yes. No, I mean, I was like, why? Yeah, I was complaining about it. That's the best way to execute. No, I mean, no, I don't think so.
Sir, it sure looks like you're trying not to nod your head when they asked you, do you think she was lying to you? And he was just like, couldn't hold it back. Interesting. Which is why normally I say don't focus on the defendant, but the defendant listening to the defendant's own audio interviews, yep, all day, every day, because that's exactly who the jury's going to be looking at. He's just like, do you think she was lying to you? Yep, he sure did.
Just like that. I said, who else is working on that at that time? But they, I guess they made a decision to get all this stuff out of there early. I could see that, you know, corporate stuff. And she did say, hey, the 24th is a working day in retail, Brian. And that is true.
What was her title?
She was the regional general manager.
Both like a problem occurred in one of these buildings, there's not anybody underneath her?
There's GMs, yeah, definitely. But
not the assistant to the regional manager, the
yeah,
regional
that's a good point.
manager.
Absolutely. Crossing did not have a GM for a long time. So she was playing GM over there. That guy Graham who called me was the new GM. And then Mazza was kind of her project because it was closing. So she was very hands-on over there. For the other buildings, there was less talk about the other buildings.
And just so I'm clear on the timeline, she had a flight Christmas morning. She worked late Christmas Eve.
Yes.
Okay. When did she actually show up?
No, she had a flight Christmas Eve and missed it because she was working. And he was mad.
Christmas Day.
On Christmas Day
Yes.
at 8 p.m.
Yes.
She just drove straight through.
Yes. Well, she missed her flight was canceled. It was like they're canceled and they're like,
No, sir. That is not what you said. You said she was working late and missed her flight, insinuating that she didn't make it home. Her flight being canceled is a whole different thing than she worked too late and missed her flight. Imparting blame to her, not to the flight got canceled and therefore she continued working. Those are two totally separate fucking things. If her flight got canceled and she continued to work because she's going to have to fly out the next morning, that makes more sense. Now he's saying the flight was canceled. It wasn't that she missed her flight. The flight was canceled. Huh.
8 p.m. on Christmas Day.
On Christmas Day at 8 p.m.
Yes.
She just drove straight through.
Yes. Well, she missed her flight was canceled. It was like they're canceled, and they're like, maybe we'll get you out. And that's when the whole storm came, and then she just got in the car and started to drive. And I said, no.
You're telling me that this whole time you've said to police, well, she was working too late and she missed her flight. And now it's like her flight got canceled and then she was going to get in the car? So did she end up driving from DC to Massachusetts in a blizzard?
Get rest, which might have been better, but it's very.
Did she go full Miranda Priestley? There's just some weather issue. Get me home. I'm so confused.
Maybe we'll get you out. That's when the whole storm came, and then she just got in the car and started to drive. And I said, no, get rest, which might have been better, but it's very her. That is her to very all out all the time.
Okay, so 8 p.m. on Christmas, she pulls in.
Yeah.
So she got home 8 p.m. Christmas after driving.
Yeah. You said you didn't suspect how I was lying to you until you arrived late. If you ever suspect her of having an affair or an affair, suspect her of sleeping in
No, not when we're married. I mean, like when we were dating other people, it was a bit different. But like in the last, 7, 8, or 9 years, no, absolutely not.
CJZ, the kids are 2, 4, and 6.
After I was arrested, I remember writing her notes, and I said, "This might not be the life I had promised you. If you want to leave, I understand." She said, "No, let's do it together." And we were focused on our relationship and the kids. I mean, it's more than just us; it's the children too. So. I really couldn't imagine that. She was very focused on work and family. And this would be a.
He's sitting there agreeing with himself about the things that he is saying to law enforcement in the interview that he has since said that he lied about. Sir, the jury can see you.
I mean, it would be totally outside of her. Value system.
How would you react if she told you that? Angry, or would you just say angry?
Yeah, I would say. Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, my first inclination would be
law enforcement's questions are real hard to hear in this.
Yeah, I would. I wouldn't even expect something like that to happen. But if she said, I assume, again, the story I'm making out is that she's like, I'm leaving with someone else, not like I'm sleeping with someone. What do you mean? Well,
and now back into the idea of an affair.
But if she said, again, the story I'm making out is that she's like, I'm leaving with someone else, not like I'm sleeping with someone. What do you mean? Well, I assume that if something like that happened, she would say, I'm leaving you for someone else, not like, oh, I'm having an affair. That would be kind of weird. I don't know. I mean, she's very direct, but we always have these conversations. I said, I know it's been tough being separated, she's like, yeah, you have to get to, but her whole thing was like, you and the kids get to DC as quickly as possible. That is not someone who's having an affair. What do you mean? We've had conversations about, struggles that we're having being apart. And she was like, you have to get to, you and the kids have to get here as soon as possible. Not, there was nothing other than that. That was always her main focus. Yeah, it was certainly difficult, but we did see each other enough, and that we were able to be intimate, on a regular basis. Not the same as if we were living with someone, but in some ways, we took advantage of the time more than had we been together. I remember her bringing that up. She said, well, when I'm here, you definitely make it a priority. Whereas when we were together, you're like, well, you can always wait another night, but here we can't. So that was something that we did discuss. But she didn't like this house.
Okay.
That was another thing. She loves to play like going to rental. She needs rentals. So. But her having an affair, I just like, you know, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Also, where's the time? She was exhausted. She was always flying. Every moment she was flying here or working. I mean, sure. I mean, anything's possible. It just sounds, all of the scenarios seem improbable. Certainly that does too. But maybe I'm not. I only see it like one way.
Okay.
And then who would it be with even? I was like, I don't even know.
Well, there's that.
Work emergencies on. Does not anyone
Yeah, somebody's leg or hand is tapping that
I
table
think
in the interview.
Was not common. Work emergencies were, I mean, maybe the word emergency is being misused, but, you know, upticks or something that, you know, just like an outlier. You know, there was the time when the FBI, you know, hit the crossing building. She was, all of a sudden, she was like inundated over there. And then the leaks at Mazda, TJ Maxx wanted to leave Mazda. Like these things that came up that like were disrupting her daily work were things that we talked about all the time.
I had to.
And that it was, you know, it was a huge pressure for her. And she didn't have all the personnel in place.
Just to backtrack on something you said, she came home December 5th or early December, you said, and she was supposed to stay for 5 days?
How is it that Proctor is the one that's easiest to hear? Damn it! What? It's too late in the day for Proctor to be the easiest one to hear. Stop it! Okay, Proctor's now jumping in and asking a question. That voice is loud and clear.
Just to backtrack on something you said, she came home December 5th or early December, you said, and she was supposed to stay for 5 days?
Yeah.
She was home for a few hours.
Yeah, so basically, I guess it's the same thing. She had
Proctor wanted to circle back.
Come in on, mind if I use the calendar here? So she was gone. I guess she came on the 7th, which is a Wednesday. And she had left on the 23rd. So 2 weeks in Belgrade. She was going to stay and leave on Monday the 12th. And then she told me she had to leave on the 8th. So it was starting to get.
Is it just me? Or does everyone want to know what Proctor thinks about this dude? Because it's got to be in a text chain somewhere what Proctor thinks about this dude, right? It's got to be. Okay.
I started to get used to it. I was like, wow, that's tough. I mean, and we did have I was upset. I had 2 weeks, in Belgrade and 1 day here. Kids and I, need more than that. So,
Your Honor, Mrs. Gilman, if I could ask you to pause.
Are we at the end? No.
Your Honor, would it be an appropriate time now, or would you go to this?
No, it'd be a good time now.
Thank you.
Oh, there's still more of that interview for tomorrow, I suppose.
So jurors, thank you for your attention today. And I know from firsthand experience, and now you do too, how tiring it can be just sitting all day.
And listening to this man go
about that.
on and on and on.
Appreciate it. When you can, either at lunch, when you get home, it helps from my experience. I'll leave you today reminding you of the 4 obligations that you have, and that I expect and know you will be obedient to them.
All right, end of day 1.
Do any research about this case. Don't speak to anyone about this case. Don't access any social media or news media, and continue to have open minds. I think of you as sponges in the jury box, taking in all of.
Your Honor, were you here for opening statements? It's getting harder. It's harder.
The information that's provided to you during the trial. Have a good night. But before you leave, don't think I'm oblivious to the fact that we're getting the first snowstorm. lived here now a lot of years, and so I hate to say this out loud, but I will anyway. I don't have a great confidence in, because it is such a complicated business, what the meteorologists are predicting. I did ask my clerk to check earlier this afternoon, sometime between 2 and 4.
I don't have great confidence.
It sounds like they're downgrading the expectations. But I don't want you to think your safety and your security is a priority to me, as is everybody that works here. So I'll be thinking about that tomorrow, and if it's appropriate to let you go earlier, I will if the forecast changes.
That's fair.
Well, I don't want to jinx this, but I'll leave it there.
Knock on wood.
Have a good night, and again, thanks for your attention today.
It sounds like they are expecting snow to begin in the day, and that if they're going to get a lot of snow, they'll let the jury leave earlier. In the morning, maybe not as much of a problem. Maybe we'll start a little early tomorrow too.
Close your notebooks, leave them on the chairs. Follow me.
End of the day, day one. Let's see if the lawyers put anything on the record before we get out of here, and then we'll summarize, and then we'll answer questions. They might only be a half day tomorrow. I might start a little earlier tomorrow. Y'all are like, Emily, you say you're gonna start a little earlier, but fair. Today was a very Monday. Tomorrow will be better. Now that I've
Thank you, Your Honor.
remembered to turn my alarm back on from being on Thanksgiving break, you know, we'll get that handled.
Please be seated.
Anything else? My shoulders hurt. It's been a very long day. Daria said they've already canceled school in Worcester.
What?
Well, if they cancel court tomorrow, we'll all take a day, but we'll see.
What is the plan for day 2?
More of this, apparently. I love that she asked them on the record and not on sidebar what the plan is for day 2, because I love hearing it. Let's hear about what the plan is for day 2.
Your Honor, we have approximately 40 more minutes of interviews to play. I believe I have about 30 to 40 minutes of an examination left of Sergeant Schmidt. There would be cross-examination. I leave that to counsel. And then we would put on Trooper Guarino to go over the
That'll take
results
the whole day.
of the Safari searches, the Safari history of the MacBook, also mentioning the iPad and some of the work he
Cross on Garino is going to take forever, I would imagine.
did on one of the phones. I anticipate there's binders of information that would go in through him and that would be reviewed with him.
Binders?
Those are binders that you, I think they're on my bench, but are those the 3 binders that we previously discussed?
Plural
Yes, Your Honor.
binders?
And remind me, I think I remember this correctly, that you have binders for each of the jurors? Or are you going to do them on the, all in the electronics?
We're going to do
Better.
monitors. It's a lot of paper.
It is.
And I would easily break the machine. So that is the intention to do that. We are also going to call in another half a dozen witnesses if we go fast, and I will give counsel the list of the extra witnesses we'll have, because I'm not too sure what the cross will be, so I want to make sure we have more business available for us than we might get to.
All right, I appreciate that. And then I will keep an eye on the forecast. It's what I most recently read is they were downgrading it slushy, but the commute tomorrow, leaving work might be messy. If it starts to get messy here, I'll probably cut the day short.
Yes.
Hopefully the weather will stay rainy instead of snowing. But we'll be limber.
I also think that right now,
How do you know that the judge is also tired at the end of this day? That's how. Nimble, limble. Yes, Your Honor. We will be limble with you tomorrow. We will be 100% limble, Your Honor. Oh, that's funny. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, that's how we ended up with exhibities. We will be limble. I love it so much.
we're ahead of pace.
We're ahead of pace. It's day 1. That's enough work for
There's
today.
another question. I'm just hesitating to get up because I feel like there's something else I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, they're going to end early tomorrow.
Can't bring it back right now.
There's no way they're
I'll
not.
remember it right after I step off the bench.
That's our word of the day.
Pepper you with that either by email through the clerk or otherwise. Oh, I know what it was.
I find my way there by
I think
talking
earlier
to.
today when we were talking about the William Fasto text messages, I did see the final paragraph and went back, and it was Exhibit 199 that I was referencing, or paper number 199, not paper number 197. It's motion eliminate number 13, which goes back to the same arguments with regard to state of mind evidence. But at one point, I knew where to find some of those, whatever was marked for the grand jury, but I don't see it anymore. Two things. One, best I can tell, according to my records, the defense never opposed that motion eliminate. So if the opposition is different than the substance of the opposition to paper number 199, specific to Mr. Fasto, the defense should let me know that. When do we think we're going to see Mr. Fasto?
We're working on Thursday, Your Honor.
Okay. So everyone knows when it's going to be. And secondly, so that I can get prepared for those arguments, I want the Commonwealth to get me a copy of Mr. Fasto's
Ryan Hall
emails
today?
Text messages.
Or is he streaming
Thank you.
tomorrow?
As,
Ryan Hall says the weather is coming.
Expect to introduce, I think, has some photos blurred out, but just for the court to see. And we did submit a written objection to statements relating to state of mind. We didn't specifically reference his. If it would assist the court.
Your Honor, you need to be streaming Ryan Hall, y'all. Ryan Hall, y'all's headline is "Winter is about to get very," all caps, real. Y'all are getting snow. Like winter is here. So.
I can certainly have something by tomorrow morning, even just a one-page highlighting and specifying our objection.
right.
But I'll pass this up now just so you have it.
So I do have whatever you objected to for 199, and I went through Qualls or whatever the name, how you pronounce the case at the time, and some of the cases that followed it. So I'm familiar with what the law is with regard to the state of mind exception. I just want to refresh my memory. There's certain of Mr. Fasto's text messages with Anna Walsh that I remembered from prior hearings, but this will help me. I'll take a look at this tonight.
Interested.
And I'll get a one-page, just brief draft or brief memo, just outlining our argument a little more concisely. With
All right.
respect to those.
All right. That's all I can think of right now. Any other questions, comments, needs? Commonwealth first.
What lippy are you using,
And
Your
defense,
Honor?
anything you want to raise with me? Thank you. Have a good night.
It's very nice. I like it. All right. And we're out from day one of the Brian Walshe trial. It looks like winter is going to winter tomorrow. So I'm going to start a half hour earlier, anticipating that they're going to end early. We don't need as much Zoom room because they're probably not going to even get to a lunch break. They'll just work in the morning, maybe take a shorter morning recess and then be done. So I'm not anticipating needing as much Zoom room tomorrow. So I'll start at 9:30 instead of 10. And maybe I'll even set the stream for 9:15. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes to start a little bit earlier. That gives us a little bit of Zoom room. I will take a look in the morning and see what time they actually get started. But yeah, some of you asked, is he handcuffed every time he comes in and out of court? Yes. I don't see who he gave the rosary to. He's definitely not allowed to take that into custody with him. But he's got a rosary with him in court and is allowed to. So we will see. Well, A, there's our new OnlyFan. We have a new one. And B, we will start a little bit early tomorrow. So let's summarize the day after the mind-numbing amount of emails. Not emails. Audio. No, 9:15 my time. Whenever I talk about time, I'm talking about Central. So they're supposed to be starting at 9 Eastern. So even if I start closer to 9:30, 9:15, 9:30 Central, we'll still be behind and have enough Zoom room. I'll just see what time they actually start tomorrow and go from there. But I think we'll probably be looking about 9:15, 9:30 Central tomorrow. Don't worry. Look, here's how you know when I'm about to start. Here's the thing. I will put a time on the stream, which is my anticipated start time. That start time may vary. Your mileage may vary, but you know what doesn't? The Lawnerd app. I will be messaging you in the Lawnerd app, and my little Lawnerd app logo just doesn't want to pull up at the moment. I don't know. Pull up! I don't know why. It's just mad. It's been a long day. You can grab the Lawnerd app at lawnerd.com, and when you grab the Lawnerd app, it will ping you when I am just about ready to go live. So it will let you know you've got to have your app notifications on, and we have FAQs in the app of how to do that. So if you find that you're not getting notifications, check your phone settings so that you have your Lawnerd app notifications. But yes, we will let you know as close in time as possible. But yes, we always have a little bit of a time variance. We're like TVA up in here. Miguelina, I'm going to end the poll right now. I polled you guys. We've got over 12,000 votes on the poll about whether or not you've been following this case. About 23% of you have been following it really closely. 53% of you just followed the coverage that I did, which was mostly discovery. And then 24% of you just found the trial. So for the 23% of you with the spoilers, you have been so patient and kind. Thank you for letting us experience it in real time like the jury with more commentary. So we'll go live earlier tomorrow than we did today, and then we'll get back to probably 10 a.m. live streams. That's the goal. That's my goal. But we'll see. If we need to push it a little earlier, we'll push it. And if we anticipate Brian Walshe going live, I'll probably cover that closer in real time. Let's do a summary for today and then get back to some questions. At the end of day one, we have heard a lot from Brian Walshe in his audio recorded police interviews. And at the very last interview, it's Brian Walshe, his lawyer, Proctor, and Diccico. And at one point, you just hear Proctor's voice in an interview where it was very hard to hear law enforcement's questions. And you're just like, oh, here's the overlap. And we have seen today in court quite a lot of the Norfolk DA's MSP officers, troopers that we have become familiar with, Buchanan. And tomorrow, we're going to have the same MSP tech troopers on the stand. So back to Guarino. And yes, chat. And yes, commenters. Guarino is the hot mic, kill me dude. That's Guarino. Though it did seem that Guarino, last time we saw him at trial, had quite a lot of back pain going on. We'll see what happens this trial. But Guarino apparently has binders and binders of Safari searches and more from Mr. Defendant. I don't know how tech, what do you mean by electronics? I don't know how to use a GPS. I have no idea. But we also know that some of the Birchmore discovery has been turned over in this case. And in the Birchmore case, it's alleged that Guarino missed over 30,000 text messages. I imagine that the cross-examination of Guarino will cover some period of time. However, I wonder if the strategy shifts with, yeah, he Googled it. He Googled disposing the body because he freaked out. Maybe they won't fight it in a way to not illuminate it. Maybe they'll say, yeah, he Googled all those things. But you know what he didn't Google? How to kill somebody. You know what he didn't Google? You know, how to murder your wife so it's not detected. He didn't Google any of those things. He Googled about getting a divorce, which the defense is going to argue was to protect the family assets in case he went to prison on the federal fraud case that he was pending sentencing on. And they're going to say, no, he Googled divorce and that was about protecting the assets, which actually is something we have seen in other cases. And we're going to see them argue that she died of natural causes and that then he freaked out. So maybe they won't fight all of that tech evidence. And maybe they'll get to the end of it and say, you know why we didn't fight that tech evidence? Because you know what it doesn't show? It doesn't show that he murdered her. Because that's how the defense ended their closing argument. They ended their closing with Brian Walshe didn't kill his wife. Brian Walshe didn't think about killing his wife. And they are going to hammer after the first-degree murder, which brings back a lot of the questions y'all have been asking. If he's already pled guilty to disposing of her body, why are we here? Well, because we've seen it work in other trials, especially when a person's remains are not recovered, that they can say, yeah, I disposed of them, but I didn't kill them. You saw this basically exact same argument from Robert Durst. Just this case has more Googles. So they are trying to first get to a not guilty. Second, the defense is going to try to get this out of first-degree murder to second-degree murder. Well, if you think he was involved, show me where there's planning. Show me where he did anything before the fact. Show me where there's anything to prove that this wasn't an accident. Even if he did anything, show me where it's a first-degree intentional homicide and not a manslaughter, not a second degree. And I think we'll see the arguments go in that direction. But we heard at the beginning of the day today, the prosecution asked the court to keep out any mention of the defendant's guilty plea. And the court hasn't discussed that yet or ruled on it yet. But the prosecution's like, we're not mentioning that he pled guilty to any of these counts. Because the prosecution, I think, wants to cut off the argument. I admit what I did, but I won't admit to that because I did not do that. I think they're trying to hedge that argument. And the defense is going to argue with them on that. But the court hasn't ruled yet whether the jury will know that he pled guilty on the other two counts. They know that what's before them is a first-degree murder indictment. That's all they know at this point. So we'll see how the court rules. We'll see how the court rules on that. And we'll see if what the defense says is, yeah, we're not arguing over these searches. They were all after. Show me what he did before. Show me what he did before she passed away. He had a perfectly lovely New Year's Eve with his wife and their friend. And then he was on his email, and then she went to bed, and then he went up to go to bed and she was non-responsive. And they seem to indicate an opening. That's where they're going to lean in. And I think we'll see him on the stand. The one thing that might take this case longer than 3 weeks is how long Brian Walshe ends up on the stand if he chooses to testify. And it seems that he very well might based on the defense's statements. So we'll see what day 2 brings, but we know that it's going to bring at least 40 more minutes of interviews with Brian Walshe. Yay. And then into the tech with Trooper Garino. So I will see you back here tomorrow. Don't forget to get the Law Nerd app. And now let's get to your questions, shall we? It's time. We're just going to... We're just gonna get to some of the questions, right? For those of you that are like, Emily, a full outro, yeah, go watch the case briefs. We edit them together all pretty, and then we give a summary. And then once I figure out what time I'm gonna go live tomorrow and look at my weather here to see if we need to arrange for kiddo stuff in the morning, then we'll get there. Jordana, I think I pronounced that correctly. Everybody's names have changed. It's throwing me off as much as it's throwing y'all off. Said, thanks for covering this in true ADHD fashion. I've decided to knit a blanket for my 6'6" son for Christmas and needed something to watch. That is going to keep you busy, and I appreciate it. Boyo 2012 said, Law Nerds, we limber together. That's definitely our word of the day. Today's word is limber, when you need to be nimble, when you need to be limber and nimble. It's limble. It's exactly what it is. For all of you celebrating being members on the channel, it's good to see all of you. Music to My Soul said, Emily, he's an unseasoned GPS user. Hashtag Ron. We have so much Ron to talk about. We got a little of it at the end of our members only live stream with me and Dr. B, but we have so much Ron to talk about. Richard the Magician. Richard, do you have an office on Wilshire? I have questions. Ron's office doesn't seem to be occupied by a law firm. Why do we have to listen to this if he's admitted it's a lie? Consciousness of guilt, and to show that he did not tell police ever that she just passed away and then he got spooked. He let police go through this entire search. The first time he's really said that she passed away and he got spooked, I think, is opening arguments. He pled to the disposal of the body and to the lying to law enforcement right as jury selection was starting. So he didn't plead to those things until we were almost at jury selection starting. So with him lying to law enforcement, by the time they were getting to doing searches of dumpsters and what have you, most of them had already been disposed of and emptied, and they were not able to find remains. They found boots, not with the fur. They found boots, the black jacket, the things he talked about her wearing when she supposedly went missing, but they didn't find her. They found her DNA on a hatchet and hacksaw. And I have a lot of questions about what the fuck's up with that ceiling. Like a lot. I wonder if we'll see. Victoria said, EDB, if a defendant has pled guilty to improper disposal of a body, then why has the victim's body not been recovered? Because he pled guilty to it years after it was disposed of and they could not find it. And he didn't tell them where it was. He just said that he did it. So, Ice Baby, this is a great question. Said, if he's going to prison anyway, what's the benefit in killing Anna? Take the money and leave the country before going to federal prison? I don't know. And again, I don't know what went down. And I don't know if this is a case where they had a spontaneous argument and something happened. And it was more of a heat of passion in the moment. Something went wrong. Well, not went wrong, but he lost control of his temper and killed her. If this was something he was thinking of, if this is a financial motive, we don't know. And I don't know if we will know. So it's interesting, in that first interview, he said that he didn't want, or in the opening statements, that the lawyer said that he didn't want the kids to think he had done something bad to their mother. So I don't know. I don't know if there is motive. I don't know if there is financial motive. I don't know if there is rage. I don't know if he walked into the bedroom and she was texting with her paramour. I don't know. So it might be a lot of different things. What the jury is going to have to decide is if he killed her. But the jury is not going to have to decide why he killed her. And that could be one of the very uncomfortable things in homicide cases. We've talked about this in the Koberger case a lot. The question we want answers to is why. And the thing that we often don't get answers to is why. And in this case, we might not get why or how. And will that be a bridge too far for the jury? I don't know. So let's see. Megan asked, if someone was asked for anything by an officer and said person did not have their own attorney at the time, what would you suggest they say to police? I'm going to want to talk to a lawyer. You don't have to have a lawyer on retainer to say, you don't have to be Lisa Barlow with 6 lawyers on speed dial. You can say, I would love to talk to you, but I'm not going to talk to you until I talk to a lawyer first. So I'm going to need to talk to a lawyer first. Even if they're like, but now I'm going to need to talk to a lawyer first. Now, there are different circumstances where that doesn't apply. If you witness a car accident on the side of the road and you see what happened and you stop and law enforcement's like, what happened? And you're like, I saw this car do this and this car did that. That's a different circumstance. But if law enforcement is like, hey, can we have your phone? Hey, I'm going to want to talk to a lawyer before I hand you my phone. I'm not comfortable with that. If they say we got a warrant for that, you can say, fine, then I guess you can take it. And then if they say, can you give us your passcode? No, I'm not gonna do that. No, you're gonna have to figure that out. I'm not gonna give you that. Nope. So, yeah. Gringa said, would detectives ask for his phone just to see his reaction, not necessarily expecting him to give it up? I think they thought he would give it up. He's like, anything you guys want, anything you want, anything at all. And they're like, great, can we have your phone? He's like, oh, baby, that's asking for a whole lot. So I showed you those texts, but that's all I'm comfortable with. So look, we've seen a lot of cases when they talk about the length the passcode would need to be and how long it would take to crack a phone. You're not obligated to turn over your phone. You're not. Now, can I tell you from a former prosecutor, is it a lot easier when you do? Yeah, it 100% is. It 100% is. But would you rather have someone think it looks bad or know that it's bad? Listen to the jury instructions again at the end of this case. They cannot decide on speculation. Vibes are not enough. Crispy Cookie said, just curious, EDB, heaven forbid, but if one of your family members were missing, would you ask for an attorney or a warrant if they asked for your device? Personally, probably not. No. I would say, let's log on to iCloud right now and go to find my iPhone. But I can't imagine myself thinking straight if God forbid somebody in my life was missing. I think I'd also be out in my car. But then again, I think I'd also call law enforcement immediately because I would be stressed. But I'm not in the situation Brian Walshe is in. So Brian Walshe knows exactly what situation he's in because his wife is not missing. He knows that she is deceased. And he knows what cleaning supplies he's purchased. So no. But Jennifer said, ask for a lawyer even if you did not do anything wrong. Yes. Because even if you didn't do anything wrong, it can be very easily made to look like you did something wrong. And lawyers are there to protect your rights. So, yeah, if you might be the suspect, if you're the last person who saw somebody alive, you're probably a suspect at some point. A lawyer can help you navigate those things. But no. People will find all kinds of stuff on your phone. And people will find all kinds of stuff in your search history. Emily, books that smell like garlic? Yes, it's real, and I have one. So, yes. Will I always follow my own advice? No. Will I always try to follow my own advice? Yes. But also lots and lots and lots of anxiety. I mean, we saw this in the Petito case, right? The Petito family got a lawyer immediately. And the Petito family was like, we need help navigating this too. They didn't do anything wrong. They needed help. Lawyers should be there to help. Good lawyers should be able to help. They needed help navigating. The Laundrie family also had a lawyer. Their behavior was a bit different, wasn't it? All right. New York Mom said, what's your take on the court demeanor so far? Court has been running delightfully normally. Just delightfully normally. It's been lovely. It's been lovely. I did get my copy of the garlic book. We were supposed to open it with Dr. B on live stream, and then we both got all neurospicied in different directions, and I forgot. So, Sigma Grunt said, we finally get a trial that doesn't involve a Morrissey DA versus Reed, but Proctor still be proctoring. I like this DA a lot. Ask good questions. Like it a lot. Dawn's adder. Ooh, I'm not going to get that right at the end. Dawn. Hi. Has he told police where the body is? No. No. He admitted to disposing of her. They believe that he disposed of her in multiple different dumpsters. That part of the case is going to get very dark. It's going to get very dark. Very, very, very dark. Emily said, how does asking for an attorney work? Do you have to have an attorney in mind, or do they bring an attorney, or what? Generally, it'll just end an interview. But if you're at an interview in your house, you can tell them to get out. Like, and we're done talking to you until I talk to a lawyer. Shoo. If you're in custody, if you are being held by police, if you're being detained or in a police interview room, you can say, I'm not talking any further till I talk to a lawyer. And then if you're charged, you'll get a court-appointed attorney. And if you're not charged, you will have to call around and find an attorney. So it just depends. But yeah, it just depends. But that's how. You don't have to have an attorney on retainer to say, I want to talk to an attorney before I talk to you anymore. Doesn't matter. But you can say, I am ending this interview. You can terminate an interview at any point. Does it make it easier to prosecute you if you don't? 100%. The more people talk, the easier it is to prosecute them. Just 100%. Let's see. So normal. Can't believe we're in Norfolk County. It was. I guess we'll see more about this case as we get into it. I'm interested to see the arguments over the Google searches, but the defense did not really argue them. The defense is like, No, we're going to admit what we're going to admit, and we're going to say that we didn't kill her. That's the focus. Yeah, he Googled some stuff. He was trying to dispose of a body. It's really hard, though, when some of those Googles reference murder and crime scene. None of those Google searches, and chat pointed it out earlier, which was great. Chat catches so many things I don't. Chat's bae. Chat pointed it out earlier. Not a single Google about how his wife could have died spontaneously in bed. Not at all, it seems. Because if there was, you think the defense would have brought that up and said he was so beside himself, he was Googling causes of spontaneous death. He was full Dr. Google. Yeah, we didn't hear any of that, did we? We didn't at all. So, oh boy. I'm sure he will be asked where she was disposed of. I'm sure that he will. So, can the prosecution say that he just pled? The prosecution's trying to keep that out. I don't know if you heard that. I hear Fred. I hear Fred at all. Sherry said, I'm rewatching Karen Reed Trial 1. It's amazing to watch and get EDB's OG reactions. Makes today's references even funnier. I can't believe this is the same court district. It's the same courthouse. It's just a different courtroom. I can't believe we're back either. It's wild. But tomorrow, let's be optimistic that tomorrow may our closed captioning be strong, because Lord, that was frustrating today. May we not have banners all over everything. I put your blanket on the chair for you, sir. No. He's like, no, lap is better. Lap is better for sure. Chronically imperfect. Happy to be here after a hectic Thanksgiving and celebrating my mother's 84th birthday, which was on Thanksgiving and threw her a surprise party last night. Happy birthday to your mom. Happy surprise party. I know. All I want is Wingstop at this point. I'm ready for some pumpkin pie and a warm meal, because now I'm hungry. Because sour drop don't count as an actual meal. The use of the rosary might really piss off some of the jurors. It really might. So it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. I'm wondering if he will have them or not. But I'm interested to see what we get from the tech evidence and whether the defense will fight it or whether the defense will say, oh, but there's nothing about how to commit a murder. There's nothing before. And I think that's the direction that they will go in, but we'll see. Because if you're already saying he freaked out and disposed of her body, why fight the Google searches? Why not just say, yeah, but he's not Googling these other things? I guess we'll see tomorrow. Law Nerds, I will be starting earlier tomorrow. Get the Law Nerd app so you stay in the loop. We're back in court. There's an event going on in Pokemon Sleep. I mean, there's snow and it's dark at 4 p.m. So I'm going to have to start a little earlier, or the dark at 4 p.m. is just going to completely screw me up. It's going to throw me for a loop and I'm not going to be able to recover. It's great to see you. We're in trial in December. Who knew? Who knew? Anyway, Law Nerds, you're the best. Nobody I'd rather watch trial with than y'all. I will see you tomorrow. Same time-ish. And I'll see you then. Bye, guys. Thanks for joining me on this stream. If you don't want to miss a moment in court, you need the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android where I can keep you in the loop with everything happening in court. And of course, when the jury has a verdict. So if you don't want to miss a moment of this trial coverage, make sure you get the Law Nerd app. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a Law Nerd.